Dreamscape, an RB Media audio brand, presents Say You Need Me, a marriage of convenience cowboy romance, by Ria Wilde, narrated by Hugo Locke and Angelina Roca. RB Media is the largest audiobook publisher in the world. Find your next great listen and get exclusive offers at rbaudio.com. Chapter 1. Roman. I stare at my brother sitting across from me, the skin across my knuckles turning white as I process the words that just came out of his mouth. Surely I didn't hear him right. There's no way this is even legal. I'm gonna need you to repeat that, I grind out, the tips of my nails biting into my palms, the pain just enough to keep me grounded. My brother flicks his eyes to me and lets out a long sigh. You need to get married. A humorless laugh erupts from me. This is it. This is the moment I lose my ever-loving mind. What's the punchline? It's not a joke, Roman. Silas flips the page down and settles his hands on top of the last will and testament of Bennett Knight, our grandfather. He added a clause. My jaw clenches as a heavy silence falls. A clock ticks somewhere in the house, the steady click of its hands vibrating through my skull, a pulse mirroring the frustration rising inside me. Silas shifts in his seat, eyes that match my own, watching, waiting me out. No, I growl, getting up so abruptly I jostle the desk. I'm calling our lawyer to get this fixed. Roman. Silence remains seated, watching as I pace. It's tight. There's no way out of this. What the fuck do you mean I have to get married? I explode. If you want the ranch, that's what you need to do. You know, I thought I had a good relationship with my grandfather. We worked this ranch together, built it up, expanded and poured our blood, sweat, and tears into this place. After we lost my mother, his daughter, it became a lifeline, a place to ease my pain and the grief. She loved this place, probably more than we do, and we used that to fuel its successes. A big old fuck you to the universe that took her from us. The plan was always that I would inherit this place after he was gone. It's what we had worked toward together. This place is in my bones, my fucking DNA, and he knew that. And if I don't? Silas adjusts his glasses. I'll be named heir. I scoff, my blood beginning to boil inside my veins. My brother doesn't want this place. He never did. He has his own problems and his own life to deal with. What with his 2 kids and the training side of the ranch to look after. We all grew up here, me and my 2 brothers, Silas and Remy. Even though this place is part of all 3 of us, ingrained in our core, it has always been me who has treated it as if it were already my own. My grandfather raised us. He made me who I am. And now he's just gonna take it away? I knew the old man had a dark sense of humor, but this doesn't even make sense. I've never been one for relationships. I get my fix when I need it, with simple one-night stands and no-name encounters. It's how I like it. I don't have time to build relationships. Hell, I don't even want to. Not when I've seen firsthand what that shit does to people. Look at Silas. Look at our mother. Trusting people enough to get even close to a relationship isn't something I'm willing to put myself through. The only thing I need is Nightfall's Ranch. I don't want it. Silas stands from his chair. But there is no loophole I can see here, Roman. I know you don't fucking want it, I snap at him. and immediately feel shitty. This isn't his fault. He's just the bearer of bad news. I need to get the hell out of here. Take a minute. I don't believe my grandfather would leave me no choice. There has to be a way to fix this. Silas doesn't stop me from leaving. He simply watches me go, knowing this is how I handle the shit storms that hit our lives. We all have our outs. Remy, the youngest of the three of us, literally packed up and left town to join the rodeo. I grab my hat and secure it to my head before I head out into the early spring sun, going straight for the barn where Pippin is. The moment I enter the stables, the painted mare shoves her head over the stable door, dark eyes on me as she flicks her ears. I run a hand down her muzzle before I get the door open and prepare her for a ride. Nightfall's ranch sits on over 50,000 acres and has been here in Sunstone Ridge, Montana since the town was founded more than 160 years ago. It's the largest and oldest farm in a 100-mile radius and has been home to the Knights for generations. Without this place, Sunstone Ridge would have become a ghost town like every other town after the gold rush. The bodies of those before me have been buried here, family secrets whispered to the pines and guarded by the mountains that reach toward the sky. There is no future where this place isn't mine. At the northern boundary, the mountains rise, their steep, rugged sides bleeding into thick forests and rolling hills that wrap around the ranch. This place isn't just home for horses and cattle. We have at least 50 people working and living here. For years, we have offered training facilities for other ranches to come and learn, provide rehab for injured horses, schools for kids to learn this way of life. Our name is royalty. Mounting Pippin, I urge her forward and out of the stables, offering a simple nod to the workers who greet me as I follow the trail toward the mountains and the forest. I could navigate this place with my eyes closed. Have walked these trails hundreds of times, sometimes for work, other times to lose myself in the crisp mountain air and escape the weight of my responsibilities. I remember, after my mother passed, I spent a week straight camping out here. It was the only thing I could do when everything else was out of control. If I hadn't done it, I'm not sure I'd be here today. No, I'd likely be sitting behind bars and in an orange jumpsuit with blood on my hands. Sure, that blood wouldn't be innocent, but it isn't what she would have wanted for me. I was in a dark place then. I still am. Knowing something and not being able to prove it eats at a part of your soul. You go a little crazy, and when the questions remain unanswered, you get bitter, resentful of everything and everyone. The only things I have ever cared about are this ranch and my family. My mother, grandfather, and brothers. That's it, and it's all I need. He knew this too, which makes this marriage clause even more of a joke. The sound of my horse's steady pace replaces the thumping of my heart, and I allow the sound to wash through me as we step into the cover of the trees. The air turns damp with moisture. Cooler now I am out of the spring sun, the leaves in the canopy above me turning a neon green as the light attempts to penetrate it. Slipping deeper into the trees, I allow the silence of the woods to melt away the tension that had tightened my shoulders and neck, hoping it'll bring some clarity, a way to fix this. We take a turn on the trail, following it down to the falls that sit on the property. The closer I get, the louder the sound of water becomes until it's a roar that echoes back to me off the side of the mountain. I come to a stop at the sandy banks. But it isn't the clear waters, the cascading falls, or the way the mountains reflect off the surface that has me pausing. It's the woman swimming in the middle of the plunge pool. The water must be fucking freezing. The sun may be shining, but it's nowhere near warm enough for wild swimming, let alone in water that is fed from the icy streams that run down the mountainside. She's on her back, floating, like she isn't trespassing on private property. Not a single care in the world. I can't see her face with her being so far out. Just the vibrant pink bikini she's wearing. Lifting my hand to my mouth, I place my thumb and middle finger between my lips and whistle, the shrill noise cutting through the trees around me. Birds stir and take flight from their perches, rustling the leaves as they flee. I watch in amusement as the woman startles and goes under, splashing as she tries to right herself and come to the surface. While she is still too far out to take in her features, I can feel the glare she's pointing my way. "This is private land," I yell to her, knowing my voice will carry. For a few long seconds, she treads water, staring at me. But then she turns and starts swimming to the shore. Following the direction she is heading, I notice her clothes folded on a tree stump and start heading that way. Pippin walks in the shallow water at the edges of the plunge pool, and by the time I reach the spot, the woman is just about able to stand in the water. "You're trespassing," I tell her. She flicks her blue eyes to me, glaring from beneath her thick black lashes. Her dark hair drips water down her body, rolling droplets over firm, tanned skin. They follow the curves of her shape, over the mounds of her breasts, and down her toned thighs. There are goosebumps all over her, and try as I might, it's hard not to notice the way her nipples push against the thin material of her bikini top. There's no way to deny it. The woman is stunning, with those eyes that almost match the color of the water she just walked out of, and plump, red lips. Her gently sloped nose and cheeks are dusted with freckles, a silver loop glinting in one nostril. There's something familiar about her, something I can't quite place, but I've seen her before somewhere. "You done looking?" She calls me out before she reaches down and snatches her towel from the pile, wrapping it around herself. I lift my eyes and meet hers. "You're trespassing," I repeat. "Heard you the first time." Grabbing all her things, she bundles them into her arms and storms off into the woods, following the one trail that leads out to the main road. It's fenced, which means she would have had to hop over it to get in here. "You do this a lot?" I accuse, following behind her retreating form. I've never noticed her on the property before, but it's been a busy few months. Hell, a busy few years, and I don't come out here as often as I'd like to anymore. In answer, she flips me her finger from over her shoulder. My brows lift, and a chuckle leaves me. It's not often I find someone so standoffish toward me. People tend to bend over backwards in our presence. Most of the time, they wonder what they can get out of me. It's why when I need an itch scratching, I go places people don't know me. There's less risk of being recognized and fewer chances of women wanting more. I don't take kindly to strangers on my property. "Call the sheriff," she calls over her shoulder. I'm not going to do that, but I do continue to follow her, wanting to know exactly where it is she is coming through. "Are you going to follow me the entire way?" She comes to a stop and spins on me, eyes sparkling. Pippin lowers her face to the woman, and despite the heat pointed in my direction, her hand is soft as she lifts it to stroke the horse. "Just want to see where you're coming in and out." My eyes lick down her again. "What's your name?" She scrunches up her nose. "None of your business." "You know there are predators out here," I tell her. "You probably shouldn't be wandering these parts alone." "Save the speech." She spins back around and resumes walking, and I really have to wonder what I did to piss her off so badly. I don't even know the woman, and yet she's acting like I kicked her puppy. It would be refreshing if I weren't so confused. "Do I know you?" I ask her. She shakes her head and continues on, pretending I don't exist at all. We make it to the fence, and I can see her truck parked at the side of the road. She doesn't look back as she throws her things over it and then climbs it with ease, hopping down on the other side. Once she's placed her bag and clothes into the bed of the truck, she climbs in behind the wheel, still soaking wet, and starts the engine. The damn thing rattles once she gets it going, a large black plume of smoke spitting out from the exhaust. I watch, in somewhat fascination, as she hits the gas and peels away, kicking up gravel and dirt as she goes. Pippin startles with it, backing up from the fence. But I can't help but watch as the truck moves out of view, a frown tugging down my brows. Shaking my head, I turn back as the dust settles. Well, at least she provided a momentary distraction from that clause. But I've got to face it and fix it before I lose everything I have left.
Chapter 2. Neve. Perhaps being a bitch to the cowboy who owns the ranch I was trespassing on wasn't my smartest idea. In my defense, he caught me off guard, and I really hate being surprised. For a year, I've been sneaking onto Night Falls Ranch. I was careful at first, hyper-aware of every sound. But it's obvious I've become too relaxed with it. I only started because I needed to feel something other than the crushing weight of grief, and doing something reckless had made me feel alive. It was a high I wanted to keep getting, so I just kept going back every single morning, even when there was snow on the ground. For that single hour where I swim, I feel weightless, like the water is enough to keep all the bad at bay. "So you're not going to go back?" Ashley leans her hip on the bar as she dries the glass I pass to her. I can't lie, so I say nothing at all, turning my back on my best friend to busy myself with the cash in the register. I've counted it 3 times already. "Neve," she sighs. "Oh, tell me you're not going back." "I can't do that." I wince. I shouldn't go back. I've been caught now, and they'll likely have people waiting for me if I do. But it's literally like a drug. Ever since my father died a year ago, I've been struggling, dragging my feet just to get by. And I fear if I don't get that small break, that tiny ounce of freedom, I might succumb to the grief and the pressure knocking at my door. For the longest time, I was doing everything right. I had the bar on the straight and narrow, turning over a decent profit every month. My father was getting the care he needed. But at some point, somewhere along the line, I lost my footing with it. I spiraled. The debt started to mount up. First a couple of thousand, then tens of thousands. Now, nearly $500,000. It was a no-brainer acting as a guarantor for my father's medical debts. I didn't even question it, even when he did. I just wanted to keep him alive. But I lost him in the end anyway. Now I don't have the money to pay the debt. The bar still does well for itself. It makes enough to keep it open, and my staff paid. But whatever is left doesn't cover even a quarter of what I need to both survive and pay the bills. No one knows that, though. I keep that shit close to my chest. I already deal with enough pity from the folk in this town. I don't need to become a charity case, too. Neve. Ashley touches my shoulder to get my attention, pulling me out of the hole my mind just fell in. I turn to my friend, the one who has been there through it all, and give her a smile. One that hides all the darkness and pretends it doesn't exist. It's fine. I brush her off. I won't get caught again. Promise. That's not the point. Her voice takes on a high-pitched tone that gives away her frustration. What if they shoot you? I roll my eyes. They're not going to shoot me. That's a little dramatic. Is it? She shrieks. They have all that land they can hide your body on. Have you been watching true crime again? I give her a quirked brow. She knows she can't watch those shows. She overthinks and then panics about it for a month straight. Dylan, her husband, is usually pretty good at stopping her, but he's been away on business the last week, and she's been left unsupervised with the TV remote. Only one. Her shoulders sag. Okay, maybe two. I pin her with my best. Are you lying to me, face? And she breaks. Fine. 7. 7? You know I don't sleep well when Dee is away. She sighs. So you thought to combat that with shows that scare you? She groans. Don't tell Dylan. Your secret is safe with me. I chuckle and round the bar, plucking the keys from the hook as I go so I can open for the lunchtime rush. I opened Sunstone Saloon 5 years ago with my dad before he got sick. It had always been a dream of his, to open a bar that had that old Western feel to it, from the swinging doors to the wood-burning stove. He was obsessed with them, and I have to admit there's some charm to this place. It's even built on the foundations of an original saloon that was here back when the town was founded, and it brings in the tourists. We're busy all year, but we make the most money from April through to October, when people travel here to hike in the mountains or experience what it would be like to work on a ranch. The Knights have always offered that for as long as I can remember, and a few smaller farms have opened up in the area to cash in on the business, though they're never as busy as night falls. I get the doors open and head back to Ashley. Neve. She catches my attention just as our first few customers trickle in. Just be careful going back, yeah? I know I can't stop you, but I worry about you. I swallow thickly, glancing away to hide the heavy shadows I feel gathering in my eyes. But she continues. I don't want you to get hurt. I'm not going to get hurt. I'm only swimming. But truly, I can't know that. No one really knows the Knights. Sure, they're small-town royalty, the ones who can do no wrong, but they're also the quiet type. They keep their secrets close to their chests, which is a feat in this town, all things considered. But I don't know how to explain to her how much I need that hour in the mornings. I don't want to fall apart. I'm a Calloway. We don't fall apart. We fix it, and we move on. I'm not entirely sure how I meant to do that. And I am trying. But the debt keeps mounting up. The letters keep coming along with the threats. There's a very real possibility I could lose the bar if I don't figure it out. I don't care about the small things. The TV that's never used. The little jewelry stashed in a plastic tub upstairs. But this bar and my truck, those are the only things I have left. It feels as if I am holding onto a fraying rope, and with every day that passes, the threads just keep popping, and there are not many left to go before the whole thing snaps. The bar gets too busy for us to keep going on with the topic, and I'm quietly thankful for it. I love my best friend. We've been through it all together. Her wedding, children, my dad. But there's a certain level of shame I feel. I don't want people to know the struggle, not even Ashley. She has it all together, and that's right. That's expected. But here I am, barely clawing my way through life, wading through the thick stuff and praying to find solid ground. How could you be so stupid? I wasn't thinking of the long run when I signed all that paperwork, when I begged doctors and nurses to keep him alive. I follow the last customer to the door just after midnight, locking it up as soon as they're out on the street, and walk through the now empty space, picking up glasses as I go, which I place on the bar to deal with in the morning after my daily swim. It's a routine I've picked up. I go to bed around 1, sleep about 4 or 5 hours, get up to sneak away to the ranch, and then be back for the morning clean around 8 or 9. We are open 7 days a week, all year round. I'm used to the long days and the lack of sleep now. But it doesn't mean I'm not bone tired when I do eventually fall into bed. Pushing through the staff door, I turn and unlock the door that opens up to a narrow set of stairs that leads up to the small studio apartment I had put in when I was renovating this place. It's not big by any means, since I needed most of the space up here for storage, but it does me just fine with a small open-plan kitchen and living room, which doubles up as my bedroom, and a decent-sized private bathroom. I throw my keys onto the kitchen counter and head through to the bathroom, stripping out of my clothes that smell like alcohol and fried food, and hit the button to turn on the shower. Steam rises from the water, and I don't waste a second to climb under the spray, a sigh parting my lips. Standing for a few minutes, I let the water roll over me, only to be assaulted with the memory of this morning. My skin tingling as I remember the way his eyes had rolled down me, almost like a physical touch. He sat proudly on the back of his painted mare, that dark cowboy hat of his casting deep shadows across his face. I haven't had many run-ins with Roman Knight, the oldest of the 3 brothers. He's the most elusive one. He seems almost untouchable, like he has a steel wall around him that no one can penetrate. If I hadn't been so desperate to get out of there in fear of being arrested, I'd have sat and appreciated the beauty of the man. His dark hair curled around his temples from beneath his hat and at the nape of his neck, and a thick, groomed beard framed his mouth, a straight, strong nose, and brows that sit low above eyes the color the fall leaves would be envious of. They reminded me of whiskey, a mix of browns and ambers, almost inhuman and haunting. There was a pride in the way he sat atop his horse, with his broad shoulders stretching out the plaid shirt that had been unbuttoned at the collar to show just a slight smattering of hair on his chest. What was he doing out at the falls anyway? I've never seen a single person out that far. And sure, it's technically his property, but what does he care if I'm swimming on a single part of it? I'm not harming anyone. I'll just be more careful. I'm a great swimmer, always have been, and there are plenty of spots to hide in should he decide to come out that way again. Ashley has nothing to worry about. I won't get caught again.
Chapter 3. Roman. I chuckle to myself as I watch her lithe body cut through the water, moving rapidly over the surface until she comes to a stop in the middle of the pool, the falls at her back. It's barely dawn, the sun only just rising enough to attempt to warm the ground. But I had a feeling she would be back. I don't make myself known this time, and I didn't come on horseback. I'd grabbed an ATV and parked it just a bit into the trees, and then walked the rest of the way. And I'm glad I did, because she's been watching, searching for me. Leaning on the tree, I watch as she dips her head back to wet her dark hair, and then she tilts even further, until she's simply floating in the middle of the crystal-clear water. She didn't come in the same way she did the morning before. Instead, she went further up, to where the mountains meet the ranch, and slipped in where the fence ends and steep rocky walls rise. Not a safe path to enter by any means, not just because the sharp, jagged edges, but because, just across the road, the neighboring ranch begins. It's much smaller in size, barely holding on, but it's who lives there that could have caused her some trouble. I shouldn't really care if it does, Not when she is still trespassing, despite already getting caught. I tell myself I'm simply saving myself some paperwork and making sure she doesn't get hurt on my property. As I move closer to keep watching her, the wildlife in these parts is no joke, and any one of them could make a meal out of her should they find her out here. Of course, that's the only reason for spying. The water laps at her body as she floats on the surface. Her bikini, white today, with little wildflowers on it. There's a serenity about her, like nothing else exists to her right now but this, with her eyes closed and the morning light kissing her skin. I watch her until she decides it's time to head back. Coming here was a needed distraction. I got on a call last night with our lawyer for him to double-check that damn clause. It's the least he can do. I pay him a hell of a lot of money to work for us, and if there's a loophole to exploit, I'll take it, no matter what the cost. I shouldn't expect one, not when Silas has read the thing, line by line, several times, but I'm hopeful. Not everything is all right, and people make mistakes. We're human, after all. But I lost sleep over this last night. The looming threat of losing this place enough to leave me restless and agitated. I don't have time for any of this. When she's closer to the shore, she lifts to stand and start walking, her pace leisurely, until she reaches for the towel and wipes the water on her face away, only glancing around once to check for other people. Fuck, I mutter, dropping my eyes to my boots when she reaches for the string on her bikini top and removes it. I shouldn't look. I really shouldn't look. And yet my eyes lift, finding her immediately. She has her back to me and has now removed her underwear, leaving her completely nude in the middle of the woods. Her hair falls down her back, her spine slightly arched as it follows a line down to her ass. She's slow to dry herself, but I can't help but trace every curve of her, from the dip at her waist to the flare of her hips and the round globes of her ass. Compelled by her, I move forward, just an inch. My foot steps on the branch, and the snap is so damn loud it echoes through the trees. Shit, I hiss, hitting the ground so she doesn't see me creeping on her, the wind rushing from my lungs. I stifle the groan of pain and hold as still as I can. What the hell am I doing? I remain low to the ground for a good couple of minutes before I lift up onto my elbows, peering down to find the spot she was just in. But she's long gone, and any evidence she was there is gone with her. I didn't do this, and no one here at the firm did either. Our lawyer's voice crackles over the phone. Your grandfather outsourced this one. I pinch the bridge of my nose. I should have fucking guessed. It's tight, Roman. I could try to find a loophole, but you could run out of time. What does that mean? I growl, staring at the phone as if the lawyer can see the glare I'm throwing his way. You have a deadline, he goes on. It says here you have 4 weeks to marry from notice, and since it's already been 2 weeks, you only have 2 weeks left. Is this even legal? I snap. Unfortunately, yes. It's not the norm, and any decent lawyer would advise against it. That's likely why your grandfather used someone else for this. How the hell am I meant to find a wife in 2 weeks? I'm not sure who I'm asking, but I know I'm not going to get the answer I want. What the hell was he thinking? I don't know what to tell you, Mr. Knight. Your grandfather has made this pretty clear. The ranch will automatically fall to your brother if the obligation isn't met. It says here you must be married, a real marriage, for the duration of at least 12 months, with proof of a marriage certificate. Night Falls Ranch will become yours. A real marriage? How am I meant to have a real marriage when I only have 2 weeks to find a woman willing to marry me? I count to 10 inside my head thumping back on the chair as I stare at the ceiling. I did not break my own back for this place to lose it over this. And I can't expect my brother to take this on. Is there anything else I can help with? I sigh. No. That's all. Come to me with the certificate. I can sort out the rest. As if it's going to be that simple. I hang up the phone and let the silence settle around me. The walls of this place tick with age, groaning even with a slight wind. But the house is solid, and has been for over 100 years. She may be old, but her bones are good, and will continue to be. God knows what this place has seen, the things she has witnessed. Pushing up from the chair, I head toward the drinks cabinet and pull out a bottle of whiskey and a glass, pouring a shot which I immediately down, and then pour another. I can't let Silas take on the responsibility of this place, and Remy is out of the question, which means I have to find a wife. I am so fucked. Mentally, I run through a list of potential names that could work for this situation, but come up empty. I don't want a wife. I need someone to be a contract. A piece of paper being the only thing that binds us, and every name I think of won't be that. They'll want more, a relationship, intimacy, and connection, and I could think of nothing worse. Whoever I find, if I find anyone, needs to be on the same page as me. They need to understand it'll be a loveless marriage to settle an obligation. I am not a loving man. I'm not even sure I'd know how to be. Fresh whiskey in my hand, I move to the window, looking out onto the ranch. A couple of guys are working with the horses. We had some new arrivals come in this week, and a particular colt has been troublesome. But I have some of the best trainers working for me, and my brother is the finest horse trainer in the county. He has a way with the animals, a horse whisperer, and it took me months to get him a crew good enough to work with him. I did this. Sought the best fucking workers, offered them deals to come work for me. I did this, and for what? It was me who made the deals with the grocery stores and the butchers, me who broke into the beef market that took this game to a whole new level. Me! And now I could lose it. I'd wring my own grandfather's neck if he were still alive. Chapter 4. Roman. Well, you're not going to find a wife if you don't leave the ranch. Silas rolls his eyes as he cuts the engine on his truck. I don't want a wife. I want a contract, I huff at him. And there isn't a single woman in this town who will agree to that. He winces. There's someone, he says confidently a moment later. There has to be. I scoff at his optimism and follow his lead, climbing from the truck. It's 9 p.m., and for a sleepy Montana town, it's surprisingly busy, or rather, the Sunstone Saloon is. But that's probably because it's the only bar that's open late in this place. All the other cafes and diners close up at 8. There are people queuing out the door, or standing to the side as they smoke their cigarettes and drink their beers, speaking loudly, but it doesn't take them long to notice us. I don't come into town that often. I have everything I need at night falls, and if I don't have it, I have people who can get it. Their attention turns our way, and half of them start talking to us like we're long-lost friends who haven't seen each other for a while. I put on a show, but move on quickly, slipping in through the door to find it even busier inside. Grab a table. I tug my hat lower. I'll get the drinks. Silas nods and moves through the crowd toward an empty booth beneath a large photograph of one of the mines just north of here, and I go to the bar, watching the servers work quickly to fulfill orders. Food is constantly coming out of the side door, the smell making my stomach growl in response. I snatch a menu from the holder and start reading it. "What can I get you?" I lift my eyes to the voice, my head snapping back when I see who is standing in front of me. Wide blue eyes stare back, and pretty red lips part in shock. "What are you doing here?" Her voice rushes from her, and she glances at the door before her skin goes white as the napkins on the bar. "Oh, God, I'm sorry. It won't happen again." My brows lower in confusion. "What?" She swallows. "I won't swim again, please. I'm sorry. I like to swim, and it's so quiet there, and it just gives me a minute, you know?" "Slow down." I ease her. "I just want to order a drink." She blinks slowly, her long lashes fluttering. She searches my face for a moment, a knot forming between her brows. "You're not having me arrested?" A loud laugh bursts from me, the sound so foreign to my own ears that I wonder if it even came from me. "Arrested? No, I'm not having you arrested." "Are you sure?" I cock my head as I study her. She looks different here, not as light. There's tension in her shoulders and a little crease between her brows. Her dark hair is braided and pulled over one shoulder, and she's wearing a Sunstone Saloon-branded tee that's tied up around the waist, showing a sliver of skin between the hem and the waistband of her jeans. It's difficult to forget how that skin looked in the morning light, with water beads rolling over it, tracing all her curves and valleys. Clearing my throat, I push that vision away and answer, "Why would I?" Confusion tugs her brows lower, that crease deepening, making my fingers itch with the need to smooth it out for her, release that tension. "For swimming." I shrug, like it isn't a big deal she's using my ranch as her own personal pool. "I just want a drink, and maybe some food." Damn, she really is pretty. The kind of pretty you can't look away from. She's captivating. Everywhere you look, you notice something different, like the small scar on her chin, or the way the low light of the bar turns her eyes from that turquoise blue to a deep, stormy sea. "Oh, well." She shakes her head as if clearing it, taking her eyes away from me, and taps on the monitor in front of her. "What can I get you?" "2 Jamesons," I order, and hand over my card. She swipes my card and hands it back before she turns and makes the drinks. Laying 2 napkins down, she places the glasses on top. "Food served till 10. You need to order at the bar." "Got it," I nod, and watch her walk away quickly, disappearing behind a door and out of view. I roll my lips inwards to stifle the chuckle that wants to slip out and head back to Silas with the drinks. "What the fuck are you grinning at?" he grunts, taking the drink from my hand. "It's weird." "You know who she is?" "Who?" "The girl who served me." "Neve?" Silas glances back to the bar, but the woman hasn't returned from wherever she went to hide. "Neve." I repeat her name, letting the sound roll over my tongue. Should have figured she'd have a pretty name to match. He nods. Neve Calloway. This is her place. There's an unfamiliar heat unfurling in my gut as I stare at my brother. How does he know who she is? It doesn't matter that my brother practically knows everything that happens in this town. That's his thing, after all. It only matters that he knows who she is, and I don't understand why that bothers me. Why? He pries, sensing the switch. Fucker. Rolling my shoulders, I lift my drink to my lips to take a sip. I caught her at the falls. I leave out the part where I then sought her out and watched her take her clothes off. For fuck's sake, Silas huffs. I'll have someone out there to check the fences. Don't bother. I push away that uncomfortable feeling, keeping my eye on the door she disappeared through. She's harmless. It's trespassing. She's swimming, not stealing. She finally returns, plates of food in her hands, which she delivers to a table at the other end of the bar. One of her customers says something to her, and her face breaks out into one of the most breathtaking smiles I've ever seen. Dimples sinking into her cheeks as the corners of her eyes crease. Is there something you're not telling me? Silas presses. What? I scoff. No. But an idea is forming. One that may save me and the ranch. You want food? I ask. Sure. Silas answers and selects something from the menu, but he stops me before I can go up and order. What are you thinking? Not sure yet. I admit and head up to the bar, catching her attention. She looks around, but no one is available to serve me, so she has to do it. There are blotches of color on her cheeks, and trepidation in every step she takes to close the gap between us. What can I get you? How long have you been doing it? Her throat bobs. A while. Define a while, I press. Is it important? There's a slight snap to her tone now, her defenses coming up quick and sharp. I like it. I shrug. It could be. What does it matter anyway? She frowns across the bar at me. You have all that land. I'm not hurting anyone. Well, it is trespassing, I remind her. And last I checked, that is illegal. A muscle in her jaw ticks. You know what? This is my bar, and I can choose who I serve. You can leave. Neve? Another server catches her attention, a small woman with black curly hair and round glasses that she pushes up her nose. Can I talk to you? The door's there, she tells me, flicking her eyes to the exit before she turns to the woman. See yourself out. I don't, of course. Instead, I watch them, the black-haired woman frantically saying something to Neve under her breath, eyes comically wide. Neve looks over her shoulder back at me, and I can see that fire brewing, her anger at me turning her eyes a few shades darker. I lean my hip on the bar and give her a smile, but all that does is serve to piss her off even further. I wonder how I can get a dimpled smile thrown my way. But it would probably help if I didn't try to piss her off. That fire, though. It's refreshing. There are no forced or fake encounters with her, and I like that. It will also work for me. With a heavy sigh that lifts her shoulders, she returns to me. What do you want? She speaks through gritted teeth and taps on the screen to place my order. How about a smile? I try my luck. How about fuck you? She glares at me. Neve? Her friend hisses, and she huffs, throwing her head back in frustration. But still, there is no smile. She stares at me blankly while I reel off my order and doesn't stick around to chat any further, though I can see her watching, flicking her eyes to me as I reach into my pocket and pull out $100 to slip it into the tip jar left on the bar. She rolls her eyes hard, and all I can do is chuckle while I head back to my brother. "What did you do to her?" Silas winces. "I don't even know." I lean back in the booth and take a sip of my whiskey. How easy would it be to get some information about her? "Neve?" He frowns. "What kind of information?" I think about it, what I'm going to need, and answer, "Not the legal kind." While we try not to use unethical practices, I can't, in good faith, confirm that we are entirely clean. We can't remain on top doing that. But I do limit how bad it gets. A little digging into someone isn't the worst thing that's happened. "Why?" "She's perfect," I tell him. "To marry you?" He laughs out loud. "Yes, because she doesn't like me." "And you don't want your wife to like you?" "No, it'll be easier if she doesn't. Give us a clean break when the 12 months are up and no hard feelings." "I'm not sure she's going to agree to marry you, Roman." "That's why I want the information." I hold my tongue as one of the servers drops off our food and wait until they're out of earshot to continue. There might be something there I could use to convince her. "Ah." Silas shakes his head, stabbing his food with his fork. "What a perfect way to start a healthy marriage, with bribery." "Not a real marriage," I shrug, glancing back at her. "And if she has nothing we can use?" "Everyone has something." $500,000 worth of debt, give or take. Final notices supplied, and a very real risk of her losing her bar. Neve Calloway is in trouble, with no way out, which is perfect for me. "It looks like a lot of medical debt," Silas informs me. "Her?" "Her father." He scrolls on his laptop. "He passed away 12 months ago. But she's got loans against the bar, credit cards, the whole lot." Why would she be so reckless, I wonder, out loud? "She was trying to save her father. She was his guarantor. Looks like he'd been ill for quite some time before he passed." "And no other relatives?" I pry. "Not based on this family history. She's an only child. Her mom took off when she was young, and her father became her primary carer until she turned 18. No college education, and has been here her whole life. She opened Sunstone Saloon 5 years ago with him." I run my finger along my bottom lip as I process the information. Money. She needs money. Money that I have. "Call our lawyer." I meet his eyes. "Have him draw up a contract for her to sign." "What are you thinking?" "I'm going to give her a way out." "Pay her debts," Silas nods. "It might work. She'd be stupid not to take the offer. Or she just dislikes you that much." "Call the damn lawyer." "It's 2 a.m. If he wants to keep getting his fee every month, he'll answer the phone. "I want a contract by 10 tomorrow. We can work on the details on a call first thing." "I can see why she doesn't like you." I glare at him, but he just shrugs and pulls his cell out of his pocket before he heads out, likely back to his house. It's on the property, but it gives him the privacy he craves, and it leaves the ranch house to me. Remy has a cabin here too, out in the woods, but he's rarely home to use it. If this works out, there might just be one more person here to call this place home.
Chapter 5. Neve. "All right!" I yell as the pounding on the door continues. Pulling the rope to secure my robe, I hurry to the front of the bar and begin the process of unlocking it, wondering who the hell would be knocking now. It's 10:30 in the morning. We don't open until 12. I was supposed to have an hour to get myself ready for the day. My hair is still wet from this morning's swim, and I had hoped to wash it before my shift begins, but I won't be able to now. "Yes?" I yank the door open only to come face to face with Roman Knight. I have seen this man more times in the past 24 hours than I have in my entire life. He towers over me in the doorway, his hat casting a deep shadow down his face. Remembering everything from last night, panic comes over me, and frantically I check behind him, wondering if he changed his mind to have me arrested. "Just want to talk." He offers me his hands in a surrender-like motion. When I see the coast is clear behind him, and there are no deputies waiting with handcuffs, I relax. I haven't had enough caffeine yet to deal with whatever this is. As rude as it may be, I don't care. I move to close the door on him, but he shoves a foot out, stopping it from shutting. "Hear me out." He catches my eyes, the amber in his like molten gold this morning. It should be a crime to look as good as he does. But he's the type of man you can't look away from. With those high cheekbones and sharp jawline, he has the type of face you want to trace your fingers to see if it feels as beautiful as it looks. But I also know what is good for me, and Roman Knight is certainly not good for me. "No, thank you," I offer and try to close the door again. He chuckles. "Neve." My skin breaks out in goosebumps with the way my name rolls off his tongue. "You're going to want to hear what I have to say." Is no a foreign concept to you? I ask him honestly, head cocking to the side as I study him. I can explain what it means if you like. One dark smudge of a brow lifts. "You're in a lot of debt." He says it so casually, like we're having a good old catch-up over coffee. But the words still slap. My head snaps back, and I feel the blood drain from my face. How does he know that? "And I can help." My lips curl up as I remember him slipping that 100 into the tip jar. I bet he believes his money can buy him anything, get him anything, even people. There's a reason the Knight family is royalty. Sure, they're charitable. They donate and pour money into this town. But I've come across many people just like them who don't do it out of the goodness of their hearts. They always want something. What they have is never enough. I just don't know what I could possibly have that Roman could want. He has that big house and all that land, horses and cars, and I doubt he ever worries about anything. That must be nice. "Is there something wrong with you?" I snap at him. "How do you even know that?" "How long before you lose it?" He leans on the door frame and crosses his arms, the material of his shirt stretching to accommodate. It's the type of build only working a ranch can achieve. His skin sun-kissed, hands roughened by countless hours of hard labor. That's really none of your business. "What if I make it my business?" he challenges. "Why?" "I need something from you," he admits, those whiskey eyes swirling, holding mine. "Of course you do." I sigh and shake my head. "I'm not interested. Please, leave." "Neve." His voice softens. "Please, just hear me out." My eyes bounce between his, and despite my better judgment, I widen the door just enough to let him inside. A breath seems to leave him as he steps past me, removing his hat. I close the door and immediately regret it. The air turns thin with only the two of us in here. I can smell him. That sandalwood and clove scent. Earthy. A little woody and spicy, and it wraps around me. The man is imposing, standing at least a foot, if not more, over me. He's wide, with his thick arms and thighs that stretch out those dark denim jeans. and I don't need to feel his hands to know they're rough. Well? I press, clearing my throat. What is it? For just a split second, something like nerves come over him, and his brows lower while his throat works on a thick swallow. I need a wife. I stare at his stupidly handsome face for a minute, not quite understanding why he needed to tell me that. Okay. He rolls his neck from side to side, clearly uncomfortable. I'm not sure what the hell is going on with you. I step away. We don't know each other. I'm not sure why you felt the need to come tell me this. So maybe it's best we just say goodbye now. You're not understanding. He groans. It's you. I think I choke on my tongue. Or maybe it's air. Or maybe it's both, because I suddenly cannot breathe as I cough, attempting to bring up a lung. I see him reach out as if to help, but I skirt away from his hand, trying to pull myself together. He's not serious. Am I being pranked? The man did not just tell me I'm going to be his wife. Did you hit your head? I wheeze. Do I need to phone someone for you? I have to get married, Neve, to secure the ranch. You need money. It's a win-win situation. What? You're not going to get down on one knee? I joke, because what the hell am I meant to say to that? It's certainly not yes, and more of a fuck no. If that's what it takes. He shrugs and starts to lower. I dart forward, grabbing his shirt to stop him from doing that. What the fuck? No! Stop that! My hands are curled into the front of his shirt, only an inch between us. He looks down at me, a quirked brow and half smile to greet me as I frown up at him. I release him quickly and almost lose my footing, but catch myself on the back of one of the chairs. You can't be serious. I rush out. Trust me, this is the last thing I want to be doing, but I've been left with no choice. Okay, well, you've knocked on the wrong door, cowboy. There is no way. My hand slashes through the air. I will pay off your debts, in full, as soon as we reach an agreement. He holds up his hand as if trying to placate me. And I'll pay another $500,000 at the end of the contract. There are 1,000 women in this town more suitable. My throat feels tight. And is it getting hot in here? I need to crack a window or something. He's offering $1 million to marry him. Holy shit. They're not what I need. And just what do you need, Roman? My knuckles are turning white where I'm squeezing the top of the chair. I need someone who isn't going to fall in love with me. Oh my God. You're serious? As a heart attack. No. The word comes out blunt and sharp. A lash that splits the air between us. Absolutely not. I start to move toward the door that'll take me up to my studio, shaking my head as I go. I need to get out of here. But he follows. Roman, leave. Right now. But he doesn't. He follows me right up the stairs, his hand slapping out to stop me from shutting the door on his face again. He forces himself inside and pauses, looking around my home. You live here? I can feel the snub in the words, see the disgust on his face. Sure, it's no sprawling ranch house, but who needs all that space anyway? This is perfect for me. You need to go. Neve, he sighs. Just read the contract. Contract? I repeat on a squeak. He reaches behind him and pulls out a rolled-up envelope. I can help you, he pleads. I just need help in return. I stare at that envelope like it's a bomb ready to detonate. Maybe I'm the one who hit my head because this is surreal. This cannot be real life. The answer is no. I hold his stare, standing my ground. Just like that? There is no universe where I agree to marry you, Roman. What the hell are you even thinking? I'm desperate, Neve. I can see that. Just read the contract. He places the envelope down on the counter, right next to the bowl of fruit I'd placed there earlier, my name scrawled across the front in blocky letters. "I'm not reading that," I tell him flatly. "You will." He turns and starts walking toward the door. "What do you mean, I will?" I grab it and chase after him. "Take it with you." He spins on me, and I slap the envelope against his chest. "Take it with you," I repeat. "I will not." "Roman!" "Would it be so terrible?" He cocks his head, eyes roaming over my face softly, slowly. "Being married to me?" "Yes!" The word hisses for me, and I ignore the way he's looking at my mouth. I definitely don't wet my lips or feel the way my stomach tightens. The air around us warms, his eyes on my mouth, his chest a firm, hot brand under my palm. Ouch. One side of his mouth kicks up into a half smile, 2 lines appearing at the edge of his lips. "I'm sure that hurts your delicate ego." I tip up my chin, trying to claw back some of my power as I push away how my body is responding to his proximity. "My ego is just fine, sweetheart." My eyes narrow on him. "Think about it." He continues and finally steps back, letting my hand drop away from his chest. "I won't." My voice carries down the stairs, following his retreating form. When I hear the door open and close downstairs, I numbly walk to my bed, falling onto the edge, the envelope dangling from my fingers. Me? Roman Knight's wife? Well, that was a throwback. This is a little less Beauty and the Beast, though, and more delusional cowboy using money to fix all his problems. If only money didn't fix all our problems. That $500,000 would fix everything. Chapter 6. Neve. $500,000 paid in advance once the contract is signed, with a further $500,000 paid once the contract is complete 12 months after the marriage certificate is supplied. $1 million and a way out of the crippling debt I am facing. I won't lose the bar. I won't lose the studio, the truck, or the stupid glasses that have my logo on that I am weirdly attached to. Why am I even considering this? The whole marrying to divorce isn't bothering me, but it's not that clean cut either. There are so many variables, so many things that could go wrong. There's nothing stopping him from coming after the bar, or me going after part of the ranch. These are things that need to be thought about and discussed at length. Marriages of convenience happen all the time, all over the world, but they take longer than a day or so to organize and plan. This isn't simple. Would it fix this shit show right now? Yes. But that doesn't mean I wouldn't have to deal with worse circumstances later down the line. And I don't have the power or resources the Knight family has. Positioning my bikini in place, I slip a baggy pair of trousers over the top and pair it with an oversized sweater, and then grab my bag before heading downstairs. It was another busy night for the bar last night, and the mess remains, the floor sticky as I walk over it to head outside to my truck. The chill in the air has goosebumps rising on my skin, and I know the water in the pool this morning is going to be even colder than usual. I've been thinking about Roman's proposition since he left here yesterday. It makes no sense for the man to come to me, of all people. Plenty of women would throw themselves at the opportunity to be married to someone like Roman. The status alone would be enough of an allure without the money. I should have thrown that contract in the trash immediately. Instead, it's still on my counter, half read and taunting me. I drive across town and turn onto the dirt road that'll lead me to Night Falls Ranch. The hills and trees stretching out for miles on either side of the road, while the tips of the mountains disappear into the dense cloud cover stifling the sun. I pass the entrance to the ranch and follow the road around until I can pull up in the lay-by just before the entrance to the other ranch along this stretch. It's not nearly as big and looks far more run down than the Knights. I've never met who owns it. They keep to themselves as far as I am aware. Snatching my bag from the bed of the truck, I find the spot I climbed through yesterday, a gap where the fence meets a huge towering rock face that leaves the ground uneven and sharp. I already slipped on it once, and I have a bruise on my ass to show for it. So I go even more carefully today, taking short steps as I navigate down the rocky slope until I'm finally on dirt. The air is wet here today, fresh and earthy, and the branches snap under my weight as I make my way to the edge of the falls, placing my bag down so I can undress for my daily swim. The cold bites at my bare skin now I'm fully exposed to it, a shiver running through me. But once I'm in the water and get moving, I'll warm up. I swim most of the year, well, at least until the ice comes in. But the moment it's thawed, I'm right here, cursing and hissing as the cold water nips at my skin. That water is freezing. Roman's voice startles the life out of me, and I jump about 3 feet into the air. The problem? My foot catches on a rock beneath the water, and I lose my balance, toppling over into the pool. I make a splash when I hit the water, the shock enough to stall the air in my lungs. Fuck! I hear him hiss, and then hands are on me, tugging me back out. I didn't even hear him come up behind me. Had he been waiting? I shake his hands off and glare at him. What the hell, Roman? He rubs the back of his neck, standing ankle-deep in the water, which leaves his boots and jeans soaked. I didn't mean to frighten you. Were you waiting for me? He holds his hands up. I just wanted to ask if you thought about it, or read the contract. I wrap my arms around myself, the cold sinking down to my bones. No, I lie. He steps out of the shallow water and reaches down for my towel, passing it to me while keeping his whiskey-colored eyes on mine. Can we talk? I'm a little occupied right now, and then I'm at the bar. I wrap the towel around myself. Can you take a day off? He cocks his head. I don't have that kind of luxury. I snap back, but for some reason guilt settles into my gut and my shoulders sag. Fine. I can take this afternoon off. A half smile pulls up one side of his mouth. Meet me at the ranch. I pinch the bridge of my nose. This is such a bad idea. The worst idea. I've been reckless and impulsive before, but this has to take the cake. When? 12:30. Fine. I agree, shaking my head. I throw the towel back onto my bag and turn to the water. But I don't hear Roman walking away. You waiting for a show? His eyes roll down me as he lifts his hand to run his middle finger across his bottom lip, hiding a smirk. He still makes no move to leave, and I'm going to run out of time if I don't get going now. He's not going to ruin the 1 hour of peace I give myself. So I push myself into the pool, ignoring the way my muscles tighten and the cold steals my breath. I get control of myself, and once I'm deep enough, I lift my feet off the ground and push myself forward, cutting through the water until I'm in my usual spot with the falls at my back, and tread water, looking to where he leans on a tree. He watches for the entire hour while I swim. I slowly drive my truck up the long road that winds its way up to the ranch, admiring the landscape. Horses graze in the fields to the left, and thousands of cattle are on the right, with barns and stables where several people are working. With the mountains as the backdrop, I can see how easy it would be to fall in love with this place. Sunstone Ridge has been my home my entire life. I've always seen the charm, how our tiny little towns seem to be stuck in time in the best way. But this place? It's magic. Something that had looked unreachable, and yet had been on my doorstep the entire time. I've only seen a fraction of this place, and I had thought the falls would be the most stunning part, but I'm not sure that's true. It takes almost 5 minutes to get to the very end of the drive. The farmhouse stands proud in front of the mountains, a mix of wood and natural stone, with vast windows to let in as much light as possible. A huge, brand-new Ford Ranger is parked in front of the house, its glossy black paint reflecting the sun that's only just broken free of the clouds. I'd called in a favor with Ashley to cover the bar for this afternoon, but I should be back within the hour. I'm here only to give him my final answer. No, absolutely not. It's insane I even considered it in the first place. I reach for the door handle, but pause. I had another red-stamped letter this morning, and I'm running out of time. What if this is the answer? Movement on the porch that wraps around the farmhouse draws my attention, and I look up to find Roman standing there, the sleeves of his shirt rolled up showing tan skin and ropes of veins protruding from his arms. The first few buttons are left open at the neck, showing his collarbones and just a small smattering of dark hair on his chest. His hat shields his eyes, but I can feel them on me through the windshield. He lifts his hand and turns his wrist to look down at his watch. I'm 15 minutes late, but I figured it didn't matter. Swallowing down all those twisty feelings coiling up tight in my gut, I get out of the car, the hinges on my old truck squealing. My dad got me this truck, and while it is literally falling apart, being held together with duct tape and hope, I can't part with it. It's the only thing I have left. Gravel crunches under my feet as I make my way toward the porch. You're late. We're talking, not attending court. You'll live. He makes some kind of growling noise before he reaches for the door handle and offers me inside. I pass him, his scent immediately coming over me as I step inside. This place is rustic charm through and through, with its high ceilings and natural stone walls that seem to pull from the landscape beyond the windows. A fireplace dominates one wall, the hearth made from a stone that matches the mountains, and tan couches that look to be a leather suede mix sit in front of it. Framed photos of the ranch through the years are mounted on the hallway walls, and the hardwood floor looks original, still with scrapes and scratches from the many years this place has been here. Roman shows me through to what I assume is his office, matching what I saw of the house, except this has a set of double glass doors that offers a wide view of the ranch and the mountains, with a smaller fireplace that doesn't look like it's been used at all. It's luxury, down to the hide rug on the floor and the shined leather chairs both in front and behind the desk. It doesn't squeak once as I lower into it and run my hand over the soft leather. I keep my eyes on Roman as he takes his place behind the desk and meets my gaze. Drink? He glances at the decanter of whiskey and the 2 glasses sitting next to it. Only if you'll make me a sours. I quirk a brow, expecting it to be a challenge for him. There's no way this cowboy knows how to make a real whiskey sour. He chuckles. Wait here. Like I have anywhere else to go. I watch him leave, plucking up the decanter on the way out, but he leaves the door ajar, and I can see his tall, wide body walking into the kitchen. He places the bottle down on the oak wood kitchen island and then slips out of view. A moment later, I hear cupboard doors opening and closing, and he places items down with the whiskey. Oh, damn. He's actually going to make me a cocktail. I watch in fascination as he puts the whiskey, lemon juice, and syrup into the shaker before he cracks an egg and separates the yolk, leaving only the white, which he tips in last before sealing the shaker. He shakes it and then disappears briefly before he picks it up and comes back with it and a small jar of cherries. My shock must be evident on my face, because he smirks and stops at the desk to grab the glasses to pour the cocktail into both of them. He finishes it off by skewering a cherry onto a metal cocktail stick with a cattle skull on the end. With his own drink in hand, he lowers into the chair again and settles his eyes on me. But I'm still staring at the damn cocktail he made me. Is there a problem, sweetheart? I can hear his amusement making his usually rough tone light. I shake my head to clear it and pick up the drink, taking a sip. But I practically melt into the leather beneath me as the flavors hit my tongue. It's so fucking good. Why do you need to get married? I get right to the point. This ranch belonged to my grandfather. It was always supposed to come to me after he passed. I nod, watching him lift his glass to his lips to take a sip. His throat works to swallow it, but he doesn't bring his eyes back to me. Instead, he looks beyond, to the doors that look out onto the ranch. I've worked my entire life for Night Falls, but my grandfather decided to put a clause in his will that means I only get this place if I get married, and stay married for a minimum of 12 months. But why? I don't know. I don't know what he was thinking or why he put that in, but it's tied my hands, and I don't have time to fight it. So, who gets it if you don't marry? Silas, but he doesn't want it. I mean, he'll take it if he must, but he has enough to worry about. You won't just be helping me out. You'll be helping him too. I look down into the cocktail. It's a really bad idea. Trust me. He scoffs. I know. There are a few things that aren't clear in the contract. I sigh. I thought you didn't read it. He quirks a brow in challenge, which I meet with a scowl. What happens when we divorce? I grind out. What's stopping me from taking everything from you? Would you? He tilts his head. Only if you came after me, I admit. You have more to lose than I do. I'll have it added to the contract that neither of us will attempt anything when that time comes. Whatever you have is yours, and yours alone. Do we have to live together? He winces. Yes, and we need to be seen as any other married couple. My head snaps back. I'm not kissing you. He wets his lips and grins. Why? You afraid you might like it? Absolutely not, I retort quickly. How are we even meant to sell a real marriage when we literally only met a couple of days ago? Simple. We've been dating in secret to save small-town gossip, but now we're ready to go public. I take a sip of my cocktail, letting the flavors wash over my tongue again. Cocktail making is one of my favorite parts of owning a bar. The flavors, the colors, the odd ingredients that tie it all together. I love watching people's faces change when they take that initial sip, how their eyes brighten. It brings me an odd sense of pride knowing I did that. He leans forward, resting his elbows on his desk as he catches and holds my eyes. I picked you for a reason, Neve. I don't want a marriage. I don't want a wife. And I think you feel the same way. We both need help. We both win here, like I said. And there's no catch? I press. To the money I need now? None. He shakes his head. I want permission to access the falls whenever I want, even after this is done. A light chuckle rumbles out of him. You can have it. I'll have my own room? Yes, he confirms. And if you want to spend all your time in it when you're here, you can. Or you can spend time out with the horses or read in the living room. For the 12 months, this will be your home, and you are free to do as you please. I should reject this whole thing. Leave and run like hellhounds are on my heels. This is utterly ridiculous, reckless, insane. But it isn't refusal that leaves my lips, and I don't hightail it out of there either. Okay, I say on a breath. I'll do it.
Chapter 7. Roman. I watch Neve as she reads over the changes and additions the lawyers added to the contract, and then she releases a heavy breath before she picks up the pen, the nib pausing over the line where she's supposed to sign. Truthfully, I thought she'd change her mind overnight after agreeing yesterday, but she showed up, as promised, her hair still wet from her swim this morning. For a few long seconds, the pen hovers, a slight tremor in her hand making it shake, and then she releases a breath, and the pen scratches over the paper, and she signs her name. But I can't relax yet, not until it's official. I scribble my name beneath hers, and then stand. Let's go. Where? Neve rushes after me. We need to get a marriage license, I say over my shoulder, and then we can go to the courthouse. Today? She squeaks. I have limited time, and so do you. Don't we need a witness? She calls, and I come to a stop. Shit. Silas is busy with his kids today, and Remy isn't around. Do you have anyone? I ask. I can ask Ashley, but she's going to have a lot of questions. Will she believe our story? No, she winces. Then will she keep the secret? I really don't like anyone knowing my business, but I need this settled today. Yes, she will, Neve answers confidently. I trust her with all I have. Tell her whatever you need to, but we have to go. Nerves rattle through her. They are clear in every line of her body, in the shake of her hands, and it makes me a complete asshole rushing her like this and not giving her a moment to breathe. But the quicker this is done, the easier everything will be for the both of us. This is necessary. She follows me out to where her truck is parked beside mine, but instead of following me to the Ranger, she tries to get into her own truck. Yeah, that's not happening. My hand slaps against her door, stopping her from opening it. Her head whips toward me. What the hell are you doing? We'll take my truck. Or we can take mine. I'm not getting in that thing, I scoff, cringing at the duct tape around the wheel arch. She bristles. What the hell does that mean? Seriously? I glance at the truck. The courthouse is an hour away. Will that thing even make it that far? She winces and opens her mouth to argue, but then closes it quickly. Fine. I open the passenger door of the Ranger and offer her inside, which she does, but her face is less than pleased. Her arms cross over her chest. Put your seatbelt on, I order once I'm behind the wheel. Blue eyes cut to me. Don't tell me what to do. Oh, the next 12 months with this one are going to be interesting. Put it on. She raises one groomed brow, and then she turns away, angling her body to face the window. Something comes over me, a tingle that works down my spine, and before I can even think about what I'm doing, can even stop myself, I lean over her, yanking the belt until I can pull it around her. Roman! She shrieks. Wear your fucking seatbelt, I growl, my nose an inch away from hers. Fuck, she smells good. Floral. Like some wildflowers that grow at the edge of the woods in late spring. There are darker spots in her eyes, giving that crystal blue so much depth, I could easily lose myself in them. Her plump lips part as she drops those eyes to my mouth and swallows hard. I feel the edges of my mouth tip up in a grin. Sure you don't want to kiss me, sweetheart? My voice comes out as a rasp, breath whispering against her lips. She shoves me away. We're not in public now. Stay on your side of the car. A laugh rumbles out of me as I return to my seat, satisfied she's now secured, and hit the button to start the engine. The ride across town is quiet and tense, with Neve stewing in the passenger seat. I pull up the address Neve had given me, looking toward the 2-story townhouse with a white picket fence and swing set in the front yard. Just wait here, Neve sighs. I won't be long. Just what exactly are you going to tell her? What I need to, is all she offers back as she hops out of the truck and lets herself through the gate, following the path to the front door. She raps her knuckles once, but doesn't wait for it to be answered before she opens it and heads inside. I shift uncomfortably in my seat, watching the house intently. 10 minutes pass, then 20, then 30, making my skin crawl with irritation. We still have time, but if she takes any longer, we might not make it. I want this done today. 47 minutes later, she comes out of the house with Ashley in tow. I recognize her as the girl from the bar the night I went there with Silas, the one who had talked to her after she demanded I leave. I could see the skepticism written all over her face. And before they can reach the car, I hop out to get their doors. This is insane, Ashley says the moment they're close enough. What the hell are you two thinking? I roll my lips inwards and look at Neve, who cringes and lets out a long sigh. It's just for a year. Neve, Ashley shrieks. It's marriage. Look, I hold my hands up. I know it's unconventional, but this helps both of us. If you needed money, why didn't you tell me? Ashley demands of her friend. I could have helped you. Ash bash, Neve sighs, looking to the toes of her boots. You're always helping me. Everyone is always helping me. But I'm in too deep now. I can't and won't ask you to help me with this. No, she laughs humorously. But you'll ask me to watch you ruin your life? Okay, ouch. It's just a year, Neve says again. I understand if you don't want to witness. I do. But you're the only person I can trust with this. Her friend stares for a long time, the clock ticking down. If this isn't going to work out, we need to figure something else out, and we're running out of time. I shift on my feet, waiting. I'll do it, Ashley sighs, but only because it's you. My shoulders sag in relief, but the woman isn't done. She turns her fiery eyes to me and pins me to the spot. I swear to God, if you do anything to hurt her, I will kill you myself. Noted. I dip my chin in understanding. This is insane, she mutters as she climbs into the back of the truck, and I catch Neve's wide stare. She's intense, I whisper under my breath. I heard that, Ashley yells from the back seat, which forces a small, amused smile from Neve. It doesn't sink those pretty dimples into her cheeks, the ones I have craved to see since I saw them that night at the bar. But it does crinkle the corners of her eyes, adding a light to them that wasn't there before. No, we're family. She shrugs and climbs back into the truck. We drive an hour to the next city over in silence. Though the air vibrates with unease and tension, Neve has barely looked anywhere other than out the window, and I feel Ashley glaring at the back of my head. I get it. She's protecting her friend. But it's not like I'm forcing Neve to do this. Sure, there was a little bribery involved, but I didn't make her sign the contract. We simply came to an agreement. I pull into a free space outside the county clerk's office, and it takes no time at all to get a marriage license before we head to the courthouse. I cut the engine and turn to Neve, but she's already looking at me, her hands in tight fists resting against her thighs. She wets her lips and releases a breath. You ready for this? I ask. Nope. She pops the P. Let's go. A small bit of guilt tugs at my gut as I let my eyes drag down the woman about to become my wife. She's wearing a pair of ripped denim jeans and a faded old band tee tucked into the waistband with a pair of cowboy boots to match. And I'm not much better in my Wranglers, shirt, and light jacket. I don't know what her views on marriage are, but I doubt getting married in a pair of jeans was in her plans. Getting cold feet? She challenges. Fuck it. Let's go get married.
Chapter 8. Neve. Roman's pull on people should probably scare me. I was able to weave his charm around them, bending them to get what he wants. He got us an appointment within a few minutes of being here, and now we're getting fucking married. My hands tremble as I wipe my palms on my ripped jeans. Ashley stands just off to the side of the two of us. but I can't bring myself to look at either her or Roman. I'm barely listening to the man in here marrying us, repeating when I'm instructed to. Do you have rings? At that, my head whips up. I never even thought about rings. Yes. Roman keeps his eyes on me as he reaches into the inside pocket of his jacket and produces 2 ring boxes. He hands a dark blue one to me while keeping the red box. Neve, would you like to give Roman his ring? I'm prompted. Right. I stammer and snap open the box, finding a simple gold band inside. The ring is cool as I tug it from the cushion it's embedded in and reach for his hand, slipping it onto his finger. Roman? For a second, Roman doesn't move, just stares at the band now on his finger. But he recovers quickly and opens his box, the air stalling in my throat. It's beautiful. A simple and delicate platinum band with a half band of smaller diamonds framing a huge square-cut diamond in the center. I shake my head. That's too much. He reaches for my hand, and I let him, my chest tightening the further he slips it onto my finger. The diamonds catch in the light, sparkling with every turn and twist of my hand. It's beautiful. I blink a few times and look back up to him. But he isn't looking at me. He's looking at the ring on my finger. A look I can't recognize twisting his face. A throat is cleared and we snap our heads around. I officially declare you man and wife. May you kiss the bride. Oh, shit. It's on the tip of my tongue to refuse, but I know I can't. We're married. We're supposed to pretend this is real. And what woman would refuse to kiss the man she just married? This is meant to be the happiest day of our lives. I have to work with it. Pretend. I swallow thickly as Roman steps forward, his amber eyes softer than I've ever seen them, and he lifts his hand, cradling the side of my face, his hard, rough fingers slipping into my hair. His eyes bounce between mine a few times before he closes the gap, and his warm, pillowy lips press to mine. He tastes as good as he smells, a little spicy and a lot warm. My skin pebbles and my heart kicks up a few beats as I part for him, my tongue sweeping out for a better taste. And for a moment, this doesn't feel fake at all. He meets my tongue with his own, angling my head to delve deeper, the hair around his mouth tickling against my skin. I feel his fingers flex against my scalp as my own hands run up the front of his shirt, feeling the ridges and dips of his hard abdominal muscles. A throat clears, and the moment is shattered when we both jump away from each other. I meet his wide eyes, my breath coming out in heavy pants, my lips still tingling from his kiss. Swallowing thickly, I drop his gaze and look to my best friend, who's gaping at us from the front row of chairs. I'm sure I match that look. I'll have this sent to the courthouse. How quickly can we get the certificate? I hear Roman reply, but I'm already moving to Ashley, leaning against her for support. What the hell did I just do? Ashley doesn't say a word. She simply puts her arms around me and supports me silently, knowing what I need without me ever asking. Roman finishes speaking and starts toward us. Let's go. His tone is cold and flat. The ring on my finger is a weight I'm not used to, and I fiddle with it as I follow him out of the courthouse, toward his truck parked on the side of the road. He opens the back door for Ashley and then mine silently, and the trip back to Sunstone Ridge is much the same. Not even the radio is playing to ease the weight of what we just did. We're going to need to talk, Ashley says as we hover at the gate leading up to the house. I know. That kiss looked real, Neve. Well, it wasn't, I assured her. Just a show. It's all for show. She purses her lips. Call me later, yeah? I nod and give her a hug before she kisses my cheek and heads up the path to her house, leaving me and Roman alone for the first time since we got married an hour ago. He keeps his eyes forward as I climb back into the car and then pulls away from the sidewalk, following the road that leads us back into town. "We'll grab you a bag from your place, and I'll arrange a company to move the rest of your things," Roman announces, that indifferent tone from back at the courthouse still there. "Okay, there's no point fighting." "We will get the certificate in a couple of days," he continues. "It'll be fast-tracked, but in the meantime, I've requested the money be transferred to you." "You're not going to wait?" "We're married, Neve. You signed a contract." I nod. "Okay, thank you." He dips his chin before he opens his window and rests his arm on the door, a chilly breeze sweeping through the truck. I tuck my arms around myself and look out to the chilly mountains, my thumb twisting my ring. The bar is packed when we pull up outside, and it just makes me realize how thankful I am for my staff and managers. I won't be working today. I'm not sure I'll have the mental capacity to do so, but I know it's covered, so I don't have to worry. I open my door and start for the bar, but the steps following me stop me in my tracks. "You don't need to come." Roman frowns. "Why not?" "I'm getting an overnight bag," I point out. "It's hardly worthy of an audience." "Let's go, Neve. I have work to do." My brows shoot up, but he continues, not looking back at me once. It takes me a few seconds to follow after him, finding him talking with a couple of my regulars. He's laughing and joking with them, his left hand in his pocket, so I do the same, hiding the ring on my own finger. I give a quick greeting to the staff working today's shift, and then head through to the stairs, taking them two at a time so I can get this bag packed. If he's only going to stay down there, then what was the point of him coming in at all? How long before we have to start telling people we're married? People will notice me not being here. They'll see me leave with him, and the moment they do, all the rumors will start. This is going to be the hardest part. The way people will talk behind my back, what they'll say. I shouldn't care what they think, but it's hard not to when I've grown up around these people. They know me. I pull a duffel from my closet and throw it onto my bed before I go through the clothes hanging on the rail inside, pulling out a couple of pairs of jeans and tees as well as a few sweaters, my second set of cowboy boots and sneakers, before I move to the drawers for my underwear and pajamas. My head snaps around when the door to my studio opens and Roman steps inside, his left hand still in his pocket. "Are you ready?" he asks. "Does it look like it?" I snap, every single nerve on overdrive. "An attitude already?" He smirks. "We haven't even been married a couple of hours." My shoulders sag. "Sorry. This is just a lot," I tell him, remembering how it felt to be kissed by him. I'm not sure anyone has ever kissed me the way he did, how he poured his entire being into it. But I have to remember it's nothing special, that he's probably kissed hundreds of women the very same way, and he's just good at it. We've all heard the rumors. Every woman in Sunstone Ridge has heard them and wanted a piece of it. I get it. Who wouldn't want to be the center of Roman Knight's attention? Well, now I am, and I have yet to decide if I like it. Packing everything into the bag, I head through to the bathroom and pack up my toiletries and shove them inside, zip it up and pull the strap onto my shoulder. It's barely settled before it's tugged right back off. Roman heads out without a word, my bright pink duffel hanging off his shoulder and his left hand holding the strap. For a moment, I stare after him, my mouth agape. But then I hear the door open and close downstairs, and I know I need to follow. I grab my keys and lock up before I rush down to the bar. There's a quiet in here now that wasn't there before, and once the staff door swings shut, every pair of eyes turns to me. I see Roman waiting at the door with my bag, that ring on his finger catching the light streaming through the large windows. No words need to be spoken. It's as if everyone just knows. It feels like a walk of shame as I cross the space, my toes tapping on the wood floor as I go. Eyes follow me, and as I reach Roman, the whispers begin. His free hand goes to the small of my back to guide me outside. His face purposely blank where mine is crumbling. Walls are closing in on me, forcing me to my knees. "You're okay," he whispers. I flick my eyes to him. "You're okay," he repeats, guiding me into his truck. I take a deep breath and allow his words to settle in me, willing them to be true. I am okay. Everything is fine. I had to do this. 12 months will fly by. I'll be working a lot anyway, and the time I'm not, I can just hold up in the room he gives me or spend it down at the falls. That ranch house is huge. I doubt I'll even see him that much. He's got to be busy, right? Ranches don't run themselves, and with one that size, I'm sure it'll keep him even busier than me. Beside me, Roman slides behind the wheel and switches on the engine. Glancing at him, I see him flexing the fingers on his left hand and fiddling with the gold band, twisting it round and around. I'm just going to treat this as I treat all business, with a straight head and an end goal. I did this for the bar, after all, like everything I do. And this doesn't have to be any different from when I sign contracts with suppliers. A business arrangement that benefits us both. I can survive Roman night. It's not like I'll fall in love with him. Chapter 9. Neve. I spent the entire afternoon hiding in the room Roman has given me for the year. I hadn't expected the money to be transferred so quickly, but I'd used it as a distraction and an excuse to stay in this room, and I'd called everyone I needed to start paying off the debts. I'd expected to feel lighter, but as the figure had dropped and dropped, my gut had churned even harder. Now the day is closing, the sun barely holding on as it paints the sky in fiery oranges and reds, tipping the mountains beyond the window in gold. The room is nice, bigger than my studio apartment, with a 4-poster bed and its own fireplace. There's a private bathroom and a walk-in closet, and so much space it almost feels cold in here. Beyond the door, I can hear Roman moving through the house. We didn't say a word to each other after we made it back here. He showed me the bedroom and then went and did some work outside, which I only know because I'd watched, somewhat fascinated by it. It had absolutely nothing to do with the fact that he had no shirt on. But fuck, the man has muscles. I only stopped watching because he happened to look up while I'd had my nose practically pressed up against the glass, and I'd hit the deck so hard my elbows still hurt several hours later. I'm pretty sure they're bruised. Climbing off the bed, I head to my bag but pause when I hear his steps coming up the stairs. My breath stops altogether when his knuckles rap against the door. Maybe if I don't move or breathe, he'll think I'm asleep and leave. "Neve?" Roman's voice sends a shiver down my spine. My eyes flick to the ring on the bedside table. I'd taken it off the moment I was alone, as if that could somehow undo what I had just done. "I know you're awake, Neve." There's a touch of frustration in his tone. "You need to eat." As if the words are enough, my stomach rumbles in response, reminding me I haven't eaten since breakfast, and it's now past 8 in the evening. "I'll grab something in a bit," I call to him. "There is dinner downstairs," he says, "and it's getting cold." "You want me to eat with you?" I hear him scoff. "That is what civilized people do." Shaking my head, I pad across the room, the aged wood under my feet warm as I go, and I yank it open to find him leaning on the wall opposite. He's since changed from earlier, now in a simple pair of gray sweats and a white t-shirt that molds to the shape of him. His hair looks messier than earlier, like he's run his hands through it a few too many times. But I like it. This slightly unkempt look, with the scruff around his mouth and a tendril of dark hair that falls over his forehead. Amber eyes clash with mine, and one dark smudge of a brow lifts. "That easy, huh?" "I'm hungry." I huff, pushing by him to head for the stairs. The smell of the food wafts up, and my stomach answers with an obnoxiously loud rumble. I can hear that. Roman is at my back, and a touch of heat blooms in my cheeks. I follow the smell of the food to the dining room, but freeze when I realize it won't just be me and Roman eating tonight. At the table, Silas wrangles 2 small children. A young girl with the blondest hair I've ever seen is hanging from his shoulders, while a boy tugs on his arm, attempting to get an iPad he's holding above his head. Tired eyes, slightly darker than Roman's, look toward us helplessly, silently begging for one of us to do something. Roman is moving without hesitation, a chuckle rumbling from him as he scoops the girl up and throws her over his shoulder. Now that she's taken care of, Silas is able to extract the boy from his arm, while I just stand and watch the show. Roman has the girl in fits of giggles as he tickles her belly, and Silas is trying to calm his son, who is crying for not getting the tablet. I didn't even know he had kids. No one really knows Silas at all, or any of the Knight brothers for that matter. The youngest, Remy, is some famous bronco rider, and I only know that because my regulars demand we play it on the TV whenever he is riding. For small-town royalty, they all keep very much to themselves. I mean, they only came into my bar for the first time the other night. Can I help? I shift awkwardly. My experience with kids is limited, but Ashley's 2 don't seem to hate me, and I see that as a win. As if only just noticing I'm there, the little girl turns big blue eyes toward me and lets out a dramatic gasp. A girl! Panicked eyes meet Silas's, who simply puts the bridge of his nose between his fingers while continuing to soothe his son with gentle back pats. Rosie. Roman keeps the girl held back. This is Neve, my wife. Neve! She overpronounces my name, but then her head whips toward her uncle. Wife? You got married, Uncle Roman? Now you've done it. Silas sighs before he turns his attention to me. They're not usually this feral. They've just come back from a birthday party, and there was no limit on the sugar they were allowed. I wince. It's okay. Rosie escapes Roman's hold and launches herself at me like some pocket-sized rocket, her tiny hands gripping my wrist. You're so pretty. Can you sit next to me? I never get to sit next to girls. It's always yucky boys. I chuckle and let the girl guide me to one of the chairs at the dining table. But Roman gets there before me, pulling out my chair before I can. Thanks. I attempt to smile and lower myself, watching as he does the same for Rosie. This one here is Caleb. Silas tucks his son close, who's watching me with a mix of curiosity and trepidation. Hi, Caleb. I give him a small wave, but he tucks his face into his dad's chest. He looks a lot like both Silas and Roman, with that dark mop of hair and eyes to match his dad's, while Silas settles Caleb into the chair beside him. Roman takes the seat beside me and starts lifting the lids off the food waiting in the middle of the table. Are you really married to Uncle Rome? Rosie asks, stealing my attention. She stares right at my face, practically vibrating in her chair. I am, I confirm. Is that okay? Is it okay? She gasps, eyes comically wide. It's the bestest. Can you braid my hair? Yes. I laugh. Daddy! Rosie whips her head to her father. She can braid hair. She can teach you how to do mine. Then Becky won't make fun of me no more. Oh, shit. I meet Roman's eyes over the top of Rosie's head, but he just shakes his and jerks his chin to the food, silently telling me to eat. Come on, Rosie, Silas urges her. Let's get some food, okay? I've had food. She crosses her arms. Cake isn't dinner. Once the kids have been served, I place some of the food onto a plate and settle back, watching them all interact. This isn't what I had been expecting at all. This is normal and amusing. Roman attempts to keep Rosie focused on her food, but it really isn't working when she keeps firing questions at me. I don't mind at all, and I answer each one the best I can, looking for permission each time just in case I say something I shouldn't. Like I said, I haven't been around many children and don't really know what's okay and what's not. "How are you finding the ranch, Miss Calloway?" Silas asks while Rosie is focused on getting some peas onto her fork. The question coming out of him so formal it catches me off guard. "Mrs." Roman grunts. Silas smirks. "Of course, Mrs. Calloway." I feel like he did that on purpose, but I don't comment and answer the best I can. I haven't been here long enough yet. "She hasn't left the house," Roman fills in. I throw a glare at him. It's not even been a day. "And he's not offered a tour?" Silas tuts. "Brother, that's not like you." "I'm sure Neve can find her own way around." Roman grinds out. "She has a talent for finding things not meant to be found." My lips pop open. "Oh, that's right. The falls." Silas chuckles. "So you really swim out there?" "You told him?" I gasp at Roman, though I'm not sure why I'm so offended. It's not like it was our little secret. "Your secret is safe with me, Neve," Silas assures me, but he's grinning like all of this is amusing to him. "But Roman should really take you on a tour." "Wait!" Rosie yells. "You swim out at the falls? Can you take me? Please?" The smile on Silas's face drops. "Rosie, you can't swim." "I can too," she pouts at her dad. "I'm learning." "Maybe one day," I placate her. "No, right now." Beside her, Roman chuckles. "Your daughter wants to swim, brother." "If Rosie can go, can I go too?" Caleb pipes up. "I can swim, Dad. Can I go?" Silas groans and slumps in his chair, shaking his head in defeat. I eat the rest of my food quietly, simply observing the Knight family. Roman barely talks now, but when his niece speaks to him, it's like he's a different man entirely. He's softer, kinder, and it isn't hard to see he has a lot of love for his family, which I can respect. My father was my only family. Losing him felt like I lost a part of myself. And even now, I find myself talking to him, knowing I won't hear his voice, but hoping I do. I kept paying his phone bill for months after he passed, just so I could call it and listen to his voicemail. But after the debts got too much and the repayments were taking every cent I had to stop and cancel the contract. Grief is a funny thing. Some days it's easy, but then it creeps up on you, knocks you on your ass and reminds you that the loss has left a fracture inside your soul, one you're not sure will ever be fixed. My biggest fear is forgetting what his voice sounds like, or how the creases at the edges of his eyes deepened every time he smiled. It's the little things, the smell of his cologne, the way he rapped his knuckles on the table 3 times before standing up. What if I forget it all? Once dinner is finished, I help clean up, but then I sneak away when the guys are trying to settle the kids enough for Silas to take them home. Rosie is still bouncing off the walls, so I know they're going to be in for a long night. I can still hear them once I've shut myself in my bedroom, heading straight through to the private bathroom where a huge clawfoot tub is waiting. The room is already stocked with everything I could possibly need, but I've added all my favorites anyway, mixing them in with the expensive soaps and bubble baths on the shelves. I turn on the faucet and leave the bath to run while I pad back to my bag. The moon sits above the mountains, not quite full but close, and a silvery light reflects off the craggy edges. It's peaceful, quiet, like nothing can touch us here. Pulling out some flannel pants and a cropped tee, I lay them all on the bed ready for when I get out of the bath. The prospect of sinking into the tub is enough to have a little burst of excitement bubble up in my stomach. It's been years since I've been anywhere near a tub. There was no space back at the studio where I have one installed, and I rarely leave town to stay in a hotel or anywhere else for that matter. Stripping off my clothes, I leave them in a pile on the floor and move toward the steam billowing out of the bathroom door, scented like lavender and honey, and release a breath. I don't know how to take tonight, how normal it all was, how easy it was to sit in that room with Roman and his brother. I didn't hate it when I thought I would. I spend so much time alone, even when I'm surrounded by people. And I like that. My own company is all that I have ever needed. But tonight had reminded me just how lonely that life has become. I can't get too comfortable with this whole setup. Not when it's temporary. But I can allow myself to enjoy it while it lasts.
Chapter 10. Roman. It's just after 4 in the morning when I head out to start work for the day. We are coming into calving season, and with only a few weeks left before our first lot of heifers are due, I need to get the maternity barn ready and the cows moved so I can then drive the rest up to the pastures in the mountains. I need to give the fields a break so they can grow back fresh and ready for when the new arrivals are here. I'm always the first to start the day in this place, as it should be. I've become so accustomed to the early mornings I no longer sleep past 4. My body just can't do it, even if I get to bed late like last night. I'd been too wired after having Neve at the table. How she had watched with a softness to her I've never seen. She was sweet with Rosie, patient with Caleb, and entertained Silas's ridiculous need to stir the metaphorical pot. The dimples had even appeared as she giggled at one of Rosie's feral antics, but they still weren't directed at me, and I can feel it becoming a need. Make Neve smile for me. I can only imagine what it would feel like to see those dimples aimed in my direction, but it doesn't help that I want to touch them, feel them, taste them. No. Nope. That's not what I want. The floodlights illuminate as I step beneath the sensors, making my way toward the barn closest to the house. There's not much more left to do, and if I can get it finished in the next few hours, it means I can start working out the logistics of the drive. I'm just about to head inside when I hear movement behind me. It's far too early for any of the morning shift to start, and too late for the night shift to be out. There's about an hour or two between the two shifts, so I wasn't expecting anyone to be out this early. Looking over my shoulder, I watch Neve sneak out, her swimming bag in tow. She moves slowly, quietly, as if trying to get out without being detected. Clearly she hadn't heard me get up or leave. Neve creeps as she goes, avoiding detection from the floodlights. But I see her as she moves between the few cars parked in front of the house. She makes it to the fence and then starts to walk more freely. She's just about to slip away when I step away from the barn and activate the light. "Where are you going?" I know where she's going, but there's no way in hell I'm letting her go into those woods alone. Here at the house, we are safe. We have the working dogs and plenty of people to keep predators away. But out in the woods, it's too dangerous when darkness still keeps the ranch in its grasp. She shrieks, dropping her bag as she spins on me, clutching her chest. "Roman," she hisses. "What the fuck?" I cock my head. "I sure hope you're not thinking about going to the falls at this time." "Stop." She rolls her eyes, releasing a breath. "It's fine." It is not fine. My arms cross over my chest. "We've had reports of wolves. You're not going to the falls now." "I am," she replies stubbornly. It wasn't so bad when she was venturing out there during the day, which was less dangerous. But why she is choosing to do it before sunrise is beyond me. "Go back to bed," I order. "You can do whatever the hell you like when the sun is up." A loud laugh bursts from her, but it's far from amused. "And just who do you think you're talking to? I'm not your employee. You don't tell me what to do." "No, you're my wife." Her eyes roll so hard I wonder if she's able to see inside her own head. "Yeah? No. I'll catch you later." She starts walking again, shaking her head as she goes. I can hear her mumbling to herself. A couple of my dogs coming away from their posts to inspect the new arrival. She pauses to pat one of them on the head, but then continues, following the path through the pastures. I assume the 12-month time requirement means my wife does, in fact, need to remain alive. So I divert and head to the barn where I have several ATVs parked. Plucking the keys to one from the hook, I throw my leg over and get it started. The rumble of the engine, loud in the quiet of the morning. I twist the throttle, the tires spinning on the gritty earth beneath me, and peel out of the barn, taking the same trail she just walked down until I spot her almost at the tree line. Fine. She wants to go swimming at this ridiculous time? Then she'll need a chaperone. I speed by her and then twist the handles, turning into her path, and come to a stop. "What are you doing?" She skids to a halt. "You're not going out there alone." "I do this every day," Neve huffs. "In the daylight? Now get on." "No." "And here I thought you might have some survival instinct." Her glare turns downright molten. "Fuck you. Get on the back, sweetheart." She wets her lips, and a smirk turns up her mouth as she dips her chin toward her chest. The challenge lighting up something inside of her. A part of me rises up to meet it, and a giddy kind of feeling blooms deep in my gut. Oh, how it's been a long time since someone wanted to play. "No." I watch as she starts walking again, going around where I block her and heads toward the trees. Leaving the engine running, I hop off and eat up the space between us, my arms coming around her waist to stop her. I pull her back to my chest, tightening my hold as I curl my body over hers. "Get off me!" she yells, clawing at the arm that holds her. I won't allow my wife to just go wandering off into the trees in the dark. Do you even have a gun on you? What if something attacks you, You reckon you can defend yourself against a pack of wolves? What about a bear? Her body feels so damn warm pressed to the front of mine. Almost too good. I lean down closer, feeling her body, how it shivers for me. Her ass pressed into my lap, back to my stomach, and at this angle, my mouth is close to the curve of her neck, soft skin tempting me to taste it. Get on the fucking ATV. Neither of us moves. Her breaths come out in heavy, quick pants, while I keep her caged against me, my hand flattening against her stomach, just below her ribs. "You need to let me go," she whispers, turning her head into mine until our breaths mingle. "Are you going to do as you're told?" I challenge, secretly praying she doesn't, just so I can keep her here for a bit longer. "Fine," she concedes, turning her face up slightly. Her lips meet the corner of mine. Well, can't you be a good girl? I reluctantly let her go and turn back to the ATV, grinning as I hear her sharp intake of breath. I climb back on and wait for her to get on the back. She's slow, but at least she's coming. When she's behind me, I reach around and grab her arm, tugging it so she has it wrapped around my waist. And then I grab the other, pulling until I feel her body pressed up against mine, thighs on either side of me. "Hold on," I order, and twist the throttle, taking us both into the cover of the trees, where the dark seems impossibly fathomless. She tightens her arms, and I feel her press her cheek into my back, holding on as I take the winding trail through the woods. Her heart is thumping against me, and her nails are biting where they push into my abs. I shouldn't like the way it feels, the way she feels, pushed up against me like this, but I do. My dick twitches at the feel of those nails, and it's hard not to imagine what they'd feel like clawing down my back. She'd leave marks, maybe even draw blood, and I know damn well I'd fucking love it. I slow, and then come to a stop at the pool, cutting the engine and the light. The inky water lapping at the sandy banks while the mountain looms over it. Neve doesn't hesitate to undress despite the temperature and the darkness. She strips down to her bikini, and with the little light, I can just make out the curves of her, the dip at her waist and the flare of her hips. I remain where I am, watching her wade into the water until she can no longer touch the bottom. And then she swims out to the center, to the same spot she always goes. I can't help but wonder what it is about swimming that has her coming back every morning. It's like a ritual for her. She swims until the light leaks over the mountains, and I stay, watching her the entire time. She eventually swims back to the shore, pulling the towel out of her bag. "You should try it," she says to me. "Try what?" I watch her turn to face me, tucking the towel around her chest as she moves to her bag. "Swimming." "It's colder than hell in there," I huff. "Absolutely not." "That's the point." A soft laugh sounds from her. "It's refreshing." "No." I shake my head, turning away when she starts to dry herself off. Out of the corner of my eye, I see her tugging on the strings of her bikini, freeing herself of the wet material, but she keeps that towel tight to her body. It doesn't help that I'm picturing her naked body beneath it, or how I remember the way the water droplets rolled over her skin. The ground is suddenly the most interesting thing between us, and I watch it like I could see a flower grow from the soil while she changes into her clothes. Finally, she's fully clothed again, and I'm able to release the breath I was holding. "Can you give me a ride back?" she asks. "Somewhere to be?" I press. "I've got a gig at the bar tonight." She throws her leg over the ATV, pressing into the back of me. "So don't wait up. It'll be a late one." I don't answer her as I start it up and take her back to the house, parking the ATV in the barn. We both set off to get started for the day. But then several blurs of orange fluff dart across our path. Neve comes to a dead stop. "Sweetheart?" I press. "Kitty!" she cries, and I realize a moment later I've completely lost her. Her knees hit the dirt, and she becomes overwhelmed by a whole litter of kittens, their little bodies launching themselves at her. "Oh my gosh!" she cries. "You have cats!" If I had known that would be the ticket to win her over, then I would have used it days ago. But no, it appears the cats have found her. We have several on the ranch. They're great pest control, and as much as we try, we aren't able to sterilize every single one that chooses this ranch as their home. Feral cats have always come here. We try our best to ensure they are healthy and look after them, but some things are beyond our control. Just like the she-cat finding a home in the barns and having 7 kittens. She's relatively new to the ranch and was already pregnant when she got here, so we just had to make sure she was comfortable and had a warm spot to have her kittens. "Go careful," I warn her, eyeing the mother cat as she comes trotting toward where Neve loves on the babies. 3 of them are in her lap, another in her arms as she nuzzles her face into its fur, while 2 more play fight by her knee. Behind the mom, the final kitten follows. "Have you named them?" Neve asked, watching the last kitten arrive, a knot forming between her brows. She's spotted what I have. It looks too thin, its fur sparse, and its eyes look weepy and sore. No, I tell her. We have too many to keep track of. She pouts and puts the kitten she was holding down so she can reach for the newest one. It comes willingly, and the mother just sits and watches, content with Neve handling her babies. I don't dare move in case I scare them. This one is sick. She strokes it softly. Really poorly. We have a vet on site. Crouching down, I pick up the kitten, currently using the toe of my boot as a scratching post, and use my finger to tickle under its chin. Can I take her? I can see the concern twisting her face. We can right now, I promise, rising to stand. Her eyes light up, and she gets to her feet, cradling the kitten like it's made of glass. We have a resident vet who works and lives on site. She's the very best in the state. So, if there's anyone who can help this kitten, it's her. I guide Neve to the truck and then climb in behind the wheel, getting the engine started a minute later. She doesn't say a word. All her focus is pointed toward the baby in her arms. She's soft and warm, but I see the way her watery eyes worry for the kitten. It cracks something in my chest. It shouldn't, but it does. I shouldn't care. I shouldn't care what makes her sad. But I don't want to see that look. I want her sharp thorns, the bites, the glares. Not this.
Chapter 11. Neve. It's likely parasites. Darcy, Roman's resident vet, says as she handles the kitten. Her touch gentle but thorough. She has a no-nonsense approach. Something I picked up on the moment we stepped foot into this office. But I'll run the tests and let you know. Could it be anything else? I press as I pick at the skin around the nail on my thumb. The vet flicks her eyes to Roman before they come back to me. And I know what they say. Why do I care? Animals are innocent. They always have been, and I've never been able to turn a blind eye to an animal in need. It's how I ended up with a baby raccoon in my care when I was 13. I found it in a dumpster, thin and crying out for a mother that was long gone or dead. I looked for her, but it was only the baby around. My dad and I got it the help it needed, fed and loved it until a rehab could take it in. It's also how I had a crow with an injured wing, a squirrel, and a couple of chickens. Did I have the knowledge or experience? No. But I couldn't leave any of them when they needed my help. There are a number of things it could be, Darcy says, but the tests will give a better insight. I don't like to speculate, but I promise to be thorough. Have you named her? I nod in agreement and run my hand down the small orange kitten, feeling its body vibrate as it purrs. Not yet. Well, when you decide, let me know. We'll use it so she gets used to it. Thank you. I release a breath. Can you just keep me updated? Even if it's small, I can give you my number. Of course. Darcy picks up the kitten. Just write your number down at the front desk, and I'll update you once the results start coming in. Thanks, Darcy. Roman's deep, whiskey-warm voice sounds from behind me. I'd forgotten he was even there, which seems impossible since he's a force all on his own. But I'd been so focused on the kitten. Everything else was just noise. It kickstarts me back to reality, puts me back in the real world where I have a bar and a gig I need to prepare for. I hate it, not being here. But my bar needs me. I'll call, Darcy promises, as if sensing the shift, her hand coming to rest on my arm. She's in safe hands. I don't doubt it. I give her a smile, or what I assume is a smile since it rarely comes out naturally anymore. Leaving the kitten with the vet, I follow Roman back out to the truck, and we ride back to the house in silence, a light breeze flowing through the cab from the open window. I'm surprised he didn't steal you away for some fancy honeymoon, Linda, one of my regulars, says as she nurses her glass of wine. She only ever comes in for one, around 5 p.m. every day before she goes off to the care home to have dinner with her husband, who is a resident there. She'd spotted the ring the moment she sat down at the bar. And while my first instinct was to lie through my teeth, I realized I couldn't. This marriage is meant to be as real as hers, and I can't exactly pretend the ring on my finger isn't precisely what it is. She isn't the first one to notice it either, though they're more subtle about their curiosity. Oh, we're much too busy for that. I wave her off. He's got the ranch, and, well, this place won't run itself. She tuts, taking a sip of her wine. Oh, nonsense. You've got a great team in here, honey. They'd look after it for you. That is true, but you know how I am, Linda. This is my home. Well, it looks like the ranch is your home now. She winks. Wouldn't mind seeing a cowboy like that every day. I laugh and nod, pretending and agreeing. But she also isn't wrong. Roman isn't bad to look at in the slightest, so it's not like it's a hardship. I leave her to her wine and finish setting up for the night. The band is due to arrive in the next hour, and I still need to move all the tables and chairs out of the stage area opposite the bar. We don't schedule live music too often, which is why I use the raised section for seating most of the year. But doing events like this now and then helps bring in business from towns over, and it's good for the locals to have a bit of variety. With us slowly coming into full spring and summer around the corner, tourists are trickling in. The spring festival is in a couple of weeks, which brings more people to this tiny little town. Tourist season sets the tone for the rest of the year. Most businesses earn enough money to set them up for fall and winter. But it's important to get people talking, hence the live shows. The bar continues to thrive around me as I shift the furniture to make room and then hook up the sound system and lights. By the time everything rolls in, it's busier, and when the band finally arrives, there isn't a single seat left vacant. My staff work overtime at the bar as they try to get through the several people deep queue that stretches the entire way down and beyond them. The floor is packed, covering every available inch. I say hello to a few familiar faces as I make my way back behind the bar to help my crew. A crawling sensation prickles at the back of my neck as I work, preparing drinks and cocktails, and I try to shake off the feeling, but it persists. I glance over my shoulder, expecting someone to be standing right at my back. Of course, there isn't, but there is an older guy sitting at the very end of the bar and his eyes are on me. There's something so familiar about him, and yet I don't recognize him at all. That's nothing new, not when we get so many fresh faces passing through. But it feels like I've seen him somewhere before. Dark eyes remain on mine as he slowly lifts his beer bottle to his lips and takes a swig. His stare holds no warmth. It isn't quite expressionless, but there's something there behind his eyes that burns, a churning, endless pit. The hair on my arms stands up in response, a sense of unease making my muscles bunch up. Shaking it off, I turn away from him, distracting myself with my customers. But as the hour passes, my unease grows. I can feel his glare pressing right into my spine. I don't like it, and I won't stand for it anymore. Slipping out from behind the bar, I glance back to make sure he's still there, and then turn to the security I hired for the night. With this many people, things can turn quickly, and I wasn't going to take the risk. I'm almost there when a hand grasps my arm. My response is immediate. I spin and shove up with my knee, connecting with the guy between the legs. He grunts loudly and doubles over. And it takes me a few long seconds to realize it isn't the guy from the bar groaning in pain before me. It's Roman. Oh my God! I gasp, reaching for him. I'm so sorry. What the fuck? He wheezes. Well, why would you grab me like that? I shriek as I help him over to the corner, pulling up an empty chair for him to sit in. He slumps down, eyes squeezed closed as he manages his pain. I called your name. He sucks in a breath and pushes his hand into his lap, fidgeting in discomfort. His eyes meet mine with a grimace. Do you need ice? I wince, looking to his lap. Can you even ice balls, or will they, shrivel up? Maybe heat? His fiery gaze melts into a glare. "I'm really sorry," I cringe, unsure what I can do to fix this. "I hit him pretty hard. You really shouldn't grab people like that. I thought you were someone else." "Someone else?" His eyes narrow, the pain forgotten for a moment. "Who?" I look back toward the bar, searching for the guy, but the spot he was in is now empty. His beer bottle left on the bar top. "No one. It doesn't matter." I shake my head. "Can I get you anything?" "Who was it?" He pushes, looking beyond me to the same spot. "They've left." I shrug. "It's not a big deal, and I was handling it." He opens his mouth to speak, but the band starts up with a new set and the music blasts through the bar, making it impossible to talk. I try to tell him the best I can that I've got to get back to work. He doesn't stop me as I push through the crowd, leaving him to nurse his wounds, and take my spot back behind the bar, getting to work immediately to clear the queue that's built back up. I sing along to the songs as the band plays, laughing as I watch a couple attempt to line dance on the tiny dance floor set up in front of the band. They trip over each other as they go, but their laughter is contagious. I spot Roman sitting in a booth next to the stage, looking entirely too comfortable with his knees spread and an arm resting along the back of the bench. His hat is still on, shielding much of his face, and he nods his head along with the beat of the music. The stage lights kiss him just right, turning the skin I can see golden. There's an allure you can't deny or look away from. "Earth to Neve." One of my bartenders touches my arm and I jolt, snapping my head around. "Sorry," she winces. "You were staring, like, really hard at Roman." I blink and shake my head, thumb immediately moving to fiddle with the ring on my finger. "Wait!" She widens her eyes at the ring. "The rumors are true?" "What rumors?" I clear my throat and purposely keep my eyes on her so I don't go back to staring. "You two got married," she grins. "Is it true?" "Yes," I swallow thickly, pushing down the need to run and hide. "How? When? Tell me everything. I didn't even know you two were dating." Shit. I knew this would happen eventually, but naively I had hoped I'd be able to avoid it for a while longer. I am a terrible liar at the best of times, but when I'm put on the spot like this, I fumble. Confirming we're married is one thing. Having to provide details of our non-existent relationship is another. "You know, Roman, he likes to keep to himself. We didn't want to become small-town gossip." I rush out breathlessly. "Listen, I've got to get some stock from the back. You all good up here?" "Oh, we're fine." She has a dreamy look on her face. "But really, I want to know it all. Definitely didn't have that on my bingo card for this year. You've been holding out on us, girl. I mean, he's the Roman knight. Swoon." "Sure," I squeak and start backing up toward the door. "Of course. Let me just get this sorted." "Okay." I spin and make a break for it, slipping out of the bar and turn the corner, heading to the back room to hide. The door closes behind me and I lean on it so I can catch my breath. We really just rushed into this and what? Just hope no one would ask questions? Simply telling people we've been dating in secret will never be enough. We need a better story.
Chapter 12. Roman. It's a little after 3 when Neve shows the last customer out the door and sends her staff home. I've remained in the booth, but now it's empty and quiet in here. I unfold myself and cross the space to her. Busy night, I muse. It had been packed when I got here and didn't let up once. And Neve looked in her element. She's a natural when it comes to people. Knows exactly what to say and get a laugh or a smile from her customers. "Why are you still here?" she asks, moving through the bar to collect the empty glasses and bottles people have left on the tables. So I do the same to help. She looks tired now, though. Her movement sluggish, feet dragging over the sticky floor. To take my wife home. A scoff sounds from her. You're loving this whole my wife thing, aren't you? It has a ring to it, I rasp. I didn't figure I'd like it as much as I do. Well, get it all out now. She flicks her eyes to me, a smirk playing on her lips. You only have it for a year. Maybe I should start saying Mrs. Knight instead, I suggest, cocking my head to watch her reaction. I have no right to feel any sort of possession over her, but damn, Mrs. Knight sounds fucking good. A flurry of images flick through my mind. Nights spent at home in front of a fire, a bottle of wine shared between the stars while we sit beneath a blanket, her legs draped over mine as my fingers leisurely trace the constellations we see on her skin. Walking up beside her, sleepy and content, life ticking on beyond the window, a world of possibilities that are out of reach. I didn't take your last name, she reminds me coolly, and I clear my throat. That can be changed. Absolutely not. She pins me with a sharp glare, but I just meet it with a slight grin, unable to erase the fantasy of her from my mind. It won't be much longer. You can head home. She shakes her head, letting her hair fall down to cover the slight tilt of her own mouth. But I saw it anyway. I'll drive you. I have my truck. I'll drive you, I repeat, knowing she's far too tired to make the drive now. Listen, I'm sure you get what you want most of the time with everyone else, but you don't control me. Just let me drive you home, Neve. It's dark, and it's late. You're tired. It's been a busy night. I can see it all over you. Just let me drive you home. An exhausted breath slips from her lips. All right. With both of us working, it doesn't take too long to get the bar into a more manageable state, and then I'm walking her to the door. The night air has taken on a chill. The sky is clear with the shadows of the mountains looming over the town. Taking the keys from her, I lock up the bar and then, with a hand on the small of her back, guide her past her truck parked at the sidewalk and to mine across the street. Her eyes are sleepy as she settles into the passenger seat, and I barely got the engine running and the heater on when she passes out, her head leaning against the door. It hardly looks comfortable, but she doesn't stir once on the short drive home or when I shut off the engine. Her soft face and slightly parted lips show the peace she's found in sleep. The tension she carries gone as her chest gently rises and falls. I have a feeling this woman never truly stops. Early mornings and late nights, and I can relate to that, but I also know the exhaustion that comes with it, the bone-deep fatigue that weighs down every step. Gently, I pull her away from the door and then climb out, making sure I don't slam my door before I head around the hood and open her side. She mumbles something and then rolls her head away, attempting to curl up. Keeping my moves slow and soft, I unbuckle her seatbelt and tuck my arms under her, gentle, as I slide her out of the car and hold her against my body. I freeze, my skin prickling, when she nuzzles into my neck, her warm breath whispering against my skin. I feel my arms tighten around her, using my body to keep her warm and make my way to the house. Since this place is so far out and there are people always working, even through the night, I leave the place unlocked, which makes it easy to get inside. I know this place like the back of my hand, can navigate it blindfolded so I don't bother with the lights as I walk us through the house and up the stairs, knowing exactly where to step and which planks of wood squeak on the way. Neve doesn't wake once, not even when I get to her bedroom and push through the door. Her scent wraps around me, that floral, wildflower smell so strong inside here. I wonder if I'll ever get it out of the walls when she eventually leaves this place. She's tidy, her clothes folded neatly on the vanity unit instead of in the wardrobe. I lay her down on the mattress, watching as she curls onto her side and snuggles into the pillows. For a moment, I watch her, taking in the way her dark hair spreads across the sheets, the color seeming darker against the white. Her lashes rest on the apples of her cheeks, fluttering every few seconds in her sleep. With a sigh, I reach for the boots on her feet and slip them off. But that's as far as I go. She may have stripped in front of me earlier, but that doesn't mean I have her consent to take off her clothes now. The door clicks closed as I leave and head straight through to my own bedroom, lowering to sit on the edge of my bed. I hadn't planned on going to the bar tonight. After this morning, I'd planned on staying far, far away from Neve Calloway. So I worked until my clothes were wet with sweat and my hands were blistered. But at the back of my head, I kept seeing her. The way she looked in the morning sunlight, how the rays had kissed her skin and the water rolled over her curves, and how her face crumbled when she realized that the kitten was sick. It's dangerous. This is meant to be a contract. I shouldn't be remembering all the small details of her face, or how the sun highlights red tints in her hair. If I'm doing all this now, how the hell am I meant to survive a year? Yet, as the day bled into night and the ranch fell quiet, the itch under my skin grew, and I had found myself in my truck, on the way to her. I hadn't expected a knee to the dick, though. That shit still hurts several hours later. Pulling the hat from my head, I toss it onto the chair beside the bed and then groan as I stand, body stiff from a day's work on the ranch. No matter how long I've done this, some days are harder than others. There's still a shit ton to do, with it being calving season, and several of my heifers being due any day now. There isn't a minute to spare, and not enough hours in the day to get it done. We have most of them set up in the calving barn, but we still have another one to get ready for the rest of the cattle that are due next month. It'll be another busy day tomorrow. Plus, we have more horses coming in for training with Silas and his team. Scrubbing a hand down my face, I strip out of my clothes and head through the bathroom to wash my face and brush my teeth. My reflection stares back at me, deep shadows under my eyes. Despite it all, she's still standing front and center. Neve Calloway, my fake wife. I should not be fantasizing about a future that will never exist. With a shake of my head, I splash water against my face, running through the evening. "I thought you were someone else." The words had caught my attention, red flags waving in warning. Was there someone there tonight she felt she needed to defend herself from? It's a bar. It was busy, and I doubt she's never run into trouble before. But it's like I am missing something. I'd searched the bar, but nothing had stood out to me. When I got up this morning, Neve was still sleeping. Now it's past 10. The sun is beating down against my back as I shift bales, stocking them up beside the calving barn. And she still isn't awake. Part of me wants to go check on her, make sure she's okay. But I also know she could use the rest, so I ignore the instinct and continue with my work. Any day now, the first calf will be born, which always adds a new level of pressure to our daily workload. Tourists will start coming in to attend the riding school we put on through late spring and summer, and our training facilities will get booked out, leaving little time to do much of anything else. While February through to October are the busiest months, they're my favorite. I don't have time to think. I don't have time to stew on the past, the unanswered questions, or the ranch that sits on the plot across the road. None of it matters. I won't have time to fantasize about my new wife, either, and even less time to follow her down to the falls to watch her swim. I should see it as a blessing. As if the thoughts alone have conjured her, she steps out of the house, her long, dark hair braided and pulled across her shoulder. She looks rested, bright, softer as she walks toward me. "Morning." Her eyes dip low, and her throat works on a swallow as she begins to fiddle with her ring. And I may just stand a little taller since it's my body she's checking out. "You slept," I state. She mumbles and rubs the back of her neck, looking away. I work hard. Long days spent on this ranch has hardened my body, forced it to be stronger, and it shows. "Feels wrong not to swim." "You're not heading out to the falls?" She shakes her head. "I need to get to the bar and get it cleaned for today's shift. Maybe I'll go later." "Okay." I lift my hat from my head to wipe at the sweat on my brow, stifling my smirk when I see her eyes roam over the muscles on my arms. She tugs her lip between her teeth and then shakes her head, clearing her throat. But when she lingers a little longer, I know she has more to say. "What is it?" I press. "We need to come up with a story." Blue eyes meet mine. "Telling people we were dating in secret isn't really believable when that's all we've got. I don't like lying, but I think we need something more." I nod in agreement. "All right." "Maybe we met at the bar or something? You asked me out, and it went from there?" "I'll say whatever you want me to say, Neve," I assure her, "and whatever makes you comfortable." "Okay." She offers a small smile. "Was someone bothering you last night?" I ask the question that's been at the back of my head since she kneed me in the balls. As if, remembering herself, she winces, her eyes dropping to my crotch. I clear my throat and have to suppress my amusement when her cheeks turn pink. Fuck me. She blushes so pretty. "Nothing I haven't dealt with before." She wets her lips. "I had it under control." I don't like it. Not one fucking bit. "I've got to get going. Do you mind giving me a lift into town? We left my truck there." "Sure," I answer. "Just give me a minute." She nods and makes her way to wait by the Ranger while I locate my shirt and tug it over my head, pulling my keys from the back pocket of my jeans. "The vet called this morning," she says, once we're in the car and driving down the long drive out of the ranch. "The kitten is doing well. It was just parasites, so she started her on treatment, but her weight is a concern. Asked what my plan was once she's released." I already know where this is headed, but I let her continue anyway. "So," she fidgets in the passenger seat, "we have a cat now. I've named her Pumpkin." "We have a cat," I chuckle. Should have seen it coming. "Are you mad?" She turns to me fully now, and I swear her eyes are bigger, and she's pushing out her bottom lip. She flutters her lashes and tilts her head. "Don't be mad." I shake my head. If I had had any objection to keeping this kitten, then that look alone would have had me agreeing immediately. I'm not mad. You can keep the cat. Wait, really? I shrug. Why not? Well, okay then. She deflates. I thought that was going to be a fight. I'm not a monster, Neve. I turn the corner onto Main, and the bar comes into view. But there's something very, very wrong. Glass is scattered across the road, and Neve's truck looks like it went head-to-head with a tree and lost. Shit, I hiss, but Neve's already seen it. Is that my truck? She yells. I come to a stop behind it, but she's already out and sprinting to her car before I can tell her to stop.
Chapter 13. Neve. No, no, no! My voice cracks as I rush to my truck, seeing but not believing this to be true. Why would someone do this? Every single window has been smashed, new dents and scratches on the bodywork. Even the head and tail light have been shattered. It looks like someone took a baseball bat to it. Inside, the fabric on the chairs has been torn, and a blade is sticking out of the front tire, left there after whoever did this slashed the other three. Neve. Roman's arm comes around my waist, stopping me from getting any closer, glass crunching beneath our feet. Why? I feel hot tears on my face. Maybe I'm overreacting, but this truck means everything to me. Is she pretty? No, but I've had her for years. My dad got this truck for me and worked on it himself to get it working. It's the only thing I have left. We need to call the sheriff. His arms tighten when I attempt to escape him. Don't touch anything. Why would someone do this? I stare at all the damage, spotting new things every time I do. Wires hang out from beneath the steering wheel. There's paint on the roof. This was done in anger. It's raw violence, but I don't understand why it was done to me. What did I do? People know this is my truck. They see me driving it. They see it parked here every day. I've had it for years. Roman slowly releases me so he can get his cell out. But now he's not holding me. I can't help but go to the truck. I need to see how far the damage goes. Neve, he warns. But I don't stop as I pull open the door. He's right behind me, but he doesn't restrain me this time, just hovers at my back like a guard. I listen to his voice speaking into his cell, but I don't hear a word. A buzz forms inside my ears, muting everything around me as I lean into the car, using the seat to rest on as I swing my gaze around. There's a bite of pain in my palm, but it's as if it's happening to someone else. The disconnection making it so I don't feel my skin splitting from the shattered glass. A hollow ache throbs inside my chest as the true extent of the wreckage becomes clear. My cheeks turning wet as more tears slip down them, dripping from my chin. They'll be here soon. Roman's voice is right at my back. Shit, sweetheart. You're bleeding. I blink, my eyes hot and swimming as I look down, seeing the blood welling around a piece of glass sticking out from the middle of my palm. Oh, I frown. Come on. Roman pulls me away from the truck and toward the bar. Do you have your keys? I'm still watching the blood pool in my hand, willing myself to feel the pain in hopes it distracts me enough to forget the way my heart aches. With a nod, I reach behind me and pluck the key from my back pocket. Roman takes it from me and unlocks the bar, ushering me inside. He guides me into a chair in the front of the bar, and then spins on his heel, storming behind it before he rummages through it to find what he needs. All I can do is watch him, tracing the concern etched into his face, the way his brows knot in the middle. He finds what he is looking for and heads straight to me, lowering to his knees in front of the chair. With a gentleness that seems almost impossible for a man like Roman, his fingers wrap around my wrist, and he coaxes my hand toward him, palm up so he can get a better look at the glass and cut on my hand. It means something to you. His gravelly voice rumbles from him, eyes down while he cleans up the blood smeared on my skin. My dad bought it for me. It's the last thing I have from him. A heavy breath pushes from him and his shoulders lower. Do you know who could have done this? He gets a pair of tweezers from the first aid kit and gently pulls out the glass, immediately putting pressure on when more blood rushes out. I hiss through my teeth, the pain finally registering. No, I finally answer. Nothing like this has ever happened. He nods quietly and continues working on my hand. With a sterile wipe, he cleans up the cut and then pulls out a bandage from the kit. He gently blows against my palm, breath warm while the rough pads of his fingers scratch against my skin. The calluses evidence of the years of labor on the ranch. Do you have cameras? He asks as he wraps my hand. Shame washes over me. I had a company that used to look after the cameras and security, but I had to cancel the contract. With all that debt, I had to cut back on some things. Neve. The scolding edge of his tone as my defense is rising. Don't judge me, Roman. He closes his eyes as he takes a deep breath. We'll speak with the sheriff. It's not worth fixing. A defeated sigh has my body curling in on itself. It'll cost me more to have the truck fixed than it's worth. Don't worry about the truck, he grunts. I chuckle humorlessly. Easy for you to say. Sweetheart. He pins me with his warm whiskey gaze. Cowboy, I fire back. With a shake of his head, he finishes wrapping up my hand, tucking in the ends of the bandage to keep it tight. But behind him, the bar door swings open and my best friend barrels through, her eyes wide with concern. What the fuck happened? Why are there cruisers pulling up outside? She demands before anyone else can say a word. I'll go handle them, Roman says, leaving me with Ashley. I watch his large body disappear through the door she just came through, noting the tightness in his shoulders, the tension lining every edge of his body a match to mine. Neve? Ashley presses. Someone vandalized my truck last night. I blink away the heat that returns to my eyes, holding myself together by wrapping my arms around my middle as if it can contain everything that wants to spill out. Why would they do that? She growls out. Do you know who did it? No. And we don't have cameras anymore. Oh, Neve. I'm so sorry. I'm sure the sheriff's office will find whoever did this. We will. A new voice enters the room, and we both snap our heads up to see a deputy in the doorway. He's young and somewhat familiar, but I can't place his face. Neve. He greets me by name, that familiarity niggling at my brain. It takes me a minute to realize who he is. Oscar? My brows shoot up in surprise. He winks. Or Deputy Wright, if you prefer. I haven't seen you since junior year. He walks toward me while my brain attempts to catch up. I never even knew he went into law enforcement. But then we never stayed in touch. He left Sunstone Ridge after his father passed away back in high school. It's certainly been a while, he agrees, taking a seat in front of me before he pulls out his notepad. It's a shame to be meeting again like this, though. It's strange seeing Oscar in a uniform, when all I remember about him was how much he was into sports. He'd been untouchable, the quarterback for the high school team, and expected to go on and play college football. He took it hard when his father passed, missed months of school until he just disappeared. We later found out he had moved to live with his uncle. We were never really friends, just shared a few classes together here and there. But I remember how sorry I had felt for him, and I'd hugged my own dad extra tight. Can you tell me what happened? I go through it with him, and he writes every word I say, the pen scratching over the paper while he nods and asks more questions I don't have the answers for. We'll figure it out, he assures me when I've finished recounting this morning, his dark eyes soft. It's good to see you, Neve. I shift a little when his eyes drop to the ring on my finger. And for a second, it looks like disappointment flitters over his expression. He schools it quickly and rises to stand. I'll be in touch. Roman hovers by the door, his chin dipped low, eyes on where Ashley fusses over me, making me coffee, taking over my hands and the first aid job Roman did. She mothers me in a way she's always done, and I love her for it. It reminds me of when we were kids, how we acted more like sisters than best friends. And it gives me that sense of safety when it feels like the world is just fallen apart, even though I know it's too much. It's just a truck. I know that's what everyone else is thinking, and I need to think of it that way too. I have insurance. Sure, the payout won't cover the damage, but I can use what I get from it to buy another car. It won't be anything fancy, but I don't need fancy. I just need to get from the ranch to the bar. That's all. I watched the truck get towed away earlier, and now only shattered glass remains on the road. They suspect it was a couple of kids causing trouble last night, probably out-of-towners simply picking an easy target. It's never felt unsafe in Sunstone. I've often left my truck unlocked, windows down, and never doubted it. I guess it was just the wrong place at the wrong time. We delayed opening the bar since we had the sheriff's office here. But now it's almost 3 and we have a group gathered outside, ready to come in for food and drink. Go home. Ashley touches my arm. Take the day. I'm fine. You're not. You have bandaged hands, and you look about ready to cry. Go home. Take the day. I've had so much time off already, I defend. A few days in several years is nothing. I'll look after this place. You always do, I sigh. Roman looks ready to drag you out, she comments, her eyes on my husband. I'm going to let him. Stop it, she chuckles. What? He does. He hasn't stopped staring since he came back in after the sheriff left. It's intense. I roll my eyes. That's just Roman. She cocks her head from side to side. If you say so. But I'm serious. Go back to the ranch. Get some rest and sort out your insurance. I've got this handled. Guilt swirls in my gut. But I also know she is right. My head isn't in it today. Are you sure? Positive. But when you're feeling better, we really do need to catch up. Her dark eyes flick back to my husband. Fake husband. And I stifle my cringe. Considering you two are faking, he sure makes it look real. It's only been a few days, I shake my head. Don't be ridiculous. Dylan said he knew on hour 2 of our first date that I was going to be his wife. She shrugs. Please, I laugh. That is not what this is. We'll see, she sings. Now go. Call me later. I will. I give her a squeeze and then make my way out of the bar and towards Roman where he lurks, a shadow against the wall. He pushes away from his resting spot, eyes on my face. You ready to go home? I guess. I nod, allowing him to guide me through the door. I purposely don't look at where the glass still litters the road or the spot now empty. It's just a truck. Silver linings. They could have targeted my bar instead. I'll have to figure out how to get to work until I can sort a vehicle. But if all else fails, I can walk. It'll take an hour or so, and won't be fun at 1 a.m. But it's not impossible. Roman opens the passenger door and guides me inside with a gentle hand on the small of my back. The nape of my neck prickles, and I glance over my shoulder, searching the street. Nothing stands out. No one is looking my way. Maybe I'm just spooked. But after many years of looking after myself, dealing with drunks and men that get a little too handsy, I've grown a sixth sense to the type of attention that makes your skin crawl. Neve. Roman claws my attention back. You okay? I do another sweep of the street, double-checking the alleys and the parked cars. But I don't see anyone. So I climb up into the truck, the door closing once I'm settled in the seat. I know Roman wants to talk, to ask questions, but I keep my gaze away, to the window where the town bleeds from buildings to rolling fields, the mountains reaching for the sky on the horizon. And even after we make it back to the ranch, I remain quiet, slipping into the house to hide away in my bedroom.
Chapter 14. Roman. How quickly can we get it installed? I ask Silas, my brother sitting across from me. eyes reading the screen of his laptop. In the next room, the kids are watching TV. It's been a few days since Neve's truck was vandalized, and I've barely seen her. She's up and at the falls in the early morning, and hasn't been returning until gone midnight. But the small glimpses of her I've stolen reveal just how hard she's taken this. The truck was released back to her yesterday, and it's now sitting out in one of my barns. She's been driving one of my ranch vehicles to and from work, since she doesn't have a car anymore. I'd nearly lost my damn mind when I caught her trying to walk to work. Once the equipment arrives, I can have the guys in the same day to get it up and running. Silas closes his laptop and meets my eyes. I nod. Fine. Order it. Already did. It'll be here next week. I huff a laugh and lift my glass to my lips, taking a sip of my whiskey. No leads? Silas continues. Sheriff's office thinks it was just a couple of kids. And what do you think? I glance out the window, where the night has started to roll in, a few stars peeking out of the darkness. That there's more to it than that? Silas nods. You think she was targeted? It's a statement, not a question, but I answer anyway. It was violent. I run my finger across my bottom lip, remembering how she had cried, the way her eyes watered and her bottom lip trembled. She was utterly broken. And I'd never felt so helpless in my life. I fucking hated it. Hated it even more when I found out she had compromised her safety by not paying for security. No one should ever be put in that position. Ever. Which is why I am paying for cameras and a company to monitor them. Have you heard from him? The question is asked quietly, but it may as well have been shouted with the way it affects me. My heart thumps just a little bit harder, my blood moving faster, as a light hum begins in my ears. I try my hardest not to think about him, because every time I do, I get dragged back to the night she died. I have to live through that phone call again, have to see her broken body again, and remember how he smirked when we came face to face in the hospital. There is no evidence to suggest this was anything more than a tragic accident. It was not an accident. We all fucking know it. But proving it is impossible. So we try to forget he exists until things like this start to happen. People get hurt around him. But I haven't seen the man in years, even though he lives in this town. I haven't. I roll my neck from side to side. The idea of her being anywhere near him has rage boiling to the surface, because the man is capable of doing anything if he thinks it can hurt me or my brothers. We'll keep her safe. Silas pushes to a stand. Maybe it'll be wise to tell her, just in case. Tell her exactly what? I pin my brother with a stare. That we think our mother was murdered but have zero proof of it? Or that the same man we believe killed her could possibly be targeting her, but again, we can't prove it. Neve is a smart girl, Roman. Don't underestimate her. I am fully aware of what my wife is. Are you? He challenges, but doesn't stick around to continue the back and forth, and instead heads out, the door slamming behind him. Our exchanges always become tense whenever he's mentioned. It's a mechanism, a defense that we have been using since we were kids, shielding ourselves from him. We're all adults now, but some things stick. Something you don't grow out of. Their roots, buried so far into our DNA it's impossible to get them out. That's what happens when you're raised by a monster. I jerk awake to the sound of a loud thud and immediately groan as my back smarts from where I passed out in the chair. I've been waiting up every night for Neve to return home from the bar, but today has been especially grueling, so it makes sense I passed out. The thud sounds again, and I get to my feet, eyes moving to the clock. It's a little past 1 a.m., and the ranch around me sleeps. Moving toward the door, I listen for the noise, only to be greeted by the sound of sniffling, followed by another thud, and yank the door open.
Hi, cowboy.
Neve sits on the porch step with a half bottle of whiskey beside her. She doesn't turn to me as she lifts that same bottle and takes a swig directly from it, and then puts it back down with the same thud that woke me. What are you doing out here, sweetheart? I close the space and lower onto the step beside her, turning my head to face her. She's staring straight ahead, her spine arched over with her shoulders curled in. She just shrugs and lifts the bottle again, but I reach out and take it for her before she can take another swig. Half of the bottle is almost gone already. She releases a heavy sigh, defeated, and doesn't fight me for it. Replacing the cap, I put the bottle out of reach, and then lean my arms on my knees.
I didn't think you'd be awake.
There's a slight slur in her words, and mascara tracks on her cheeks. Her eyes a little red from her tears. Something twists inside of me, knowing she's hurting, and there's little I can do about it. I've waited for you every night, I point out.
You don't need to do that, she sighs. I can take care of myself.
Fully aware you can take care of yourself, sweetheart. Doesn't mean you should have to all the time.
You know this isn't real, right?
Bloodshot eyes land on me.
I'm not your responsibility.
Like fuck you are not my responsibility. There's a bite in my tone. You're my wife. You live under my roof. She chuckles.
My wife.
There it is again. I've got nothing to say about that. I like calling her my wife. I shouldn't, but I do. Relationships and I don't work. They never have. The moment I feel someone getting too close, I end it. I had planned to remain single forever. No girlfriends, no wife. But my grandfather made sure that wasn't a possibility with that clause he added. Now I have Neve. And I'm finding I don't hate it at all.
You know,
she sways a little where she's sitting.
I didn't think you'd be like this.
Like what?
Nice.
Her blue eyes bounce around my face like she's tracing the details. What did you think I'd be like?
I just assumed you were an asshole,
she shrugs.
A rich asshole. Most millionaires are assholes.
Do you know many millionaires?
No,
she pouts. My shoulders shake with my silent laughter. Why are you out here?
Drinking, duh.
Why are you drinking? She starts to fiddle with the ring on her finger, the diamond in the center glistening under the warm porch light. I don't know why I gave her that ring. I shouldn't have, but I'd felt the pull to do so. It was my mother's ring, and before that, it was my grandmother's. I had tried to find a different one, but there was nothing that felt right. It shouldn't have mattered, not when the foundation of us is built on a lie. Silence settles between us as she contemplates her answer. The sound of the crickets in the long grass and owls in the trees filling the void.
My mom took off when I was a kid,
she finally speaks.
So it was just me and my dad. He wasn't perfect, but he tried really hard. He often went without so I could have the things I wanted. I didn't realize it at the time. I was just a kid. But even as I got older, he kept doing it. He'd sew up holes in his old clothes just so I could have the sneakers every other kid was wearing. He'd work overtime so I could have presents at Christmas. She wipes away a tear that slips out of the corner of her eye. The truck was a gift after I graduated. It was a pile of metal when he brought it home. She laughs, but the sound is hollow, grief-stricken. He worked for weeks after getting it working, bought all the parts, and taught himself how to fix it. I shift on the step, moving closer to her. After he died, I realized I had nothing else. I'd sold a lot of our things to try and pay some of the debt. The truck was the last thing I had. I'm sorry, Neve. I reach out and tuck her hand into mine, hoping to offer her just a touch of comfort. I'm sure you think it's silly. She uses her free hand to wipe away more tears. It's just a truck, right? Maybe it was time to let it go. I shake my head. Nothing you care about is silly, sweetheart. It meant something to you, and there's nothing wrong with that. She turns to look at me, those watery eyes breaking something inside of me. It's probably the alcohol talking, loosening her lips. But if she needs someone to listen, then she can have my ear for as long as she wants it. I miss him. I lift my hand and cradle her face, using my thumb to wipe away her tears. She leans in and releases a long breath before she opens her eyes again. The blue looks almost neon now as she searches my face. For a moment, it feels like the world stops spinning. The crickets don't chirp, the leaves don't stir. And then she moves. Her mouth lands against mine, warm and inviting. The taste of her a mix of whiskey and the saltiness of her tears. My own lips part as she seeks entry with her tongue. She angles her head as I thread my fingers into her hair, allowing me in deeper. She tastes so fucking good. Her lips pillowy, her body warm as she curls her hands into my shirt to keep me close. A whimper leaves her as she tries to move closer, getting to her knees so she can throw a leg over my thighs, and my hands move to her waist, tugging her into me. My cock jerks as she settles her weight over me, pressing down, her hips rolling against me. Fuck me. It's only when her leg knocks into the bottle of whiskey I'd taken away from her that I realize what the hell I'm doing. She's drunk and sad. Not a good combination. Shit. Roman. She says my name on a breath as she moves her mouth down my jaw, following the line until she lowers more and her teeth graze my throat. My skin prickles and my cock hardens even further, jerking and leaking into my boxers. Fuck. She feels so damn good. But I have to stop this now. If I don't stop this, it's going to go further. I'm going to strip her bare and sink between her thighs right here on the porch. I'm going to have her screaming my name with her nails in my back. But she's drunk. She cannot consent. Fuck. Neve. Her name is a rasp on my tongue, a pained sound that scratches from my throat. She rolls against my dick, but my hands come down onto her thighs to hold her still, and I pull away. A frown tugs down her brows. What's wrong? We shouldn't. The words scrape out of my throat, burning as they come. They taste sour and wrong, but I know they're right. We shouldn't do this, not when she is like this. She freezes as my words register, going cold and stiff
in my arms.
I'm sorry. I shouldn't have done that.
She moves quickly, removing herself from my lap, and then rises to her feet, curling her arms around herself.
Neve.
I reach for her, but she moves away.
Good night.
She hurries into the house, leaving me alone out on the porch. I hang my head, releasing a breath and regretting every single decision that led us to this point. I want her. Fuck, do I want her, but not like this. Not when sorrow and alcohol fuel her every move.
Chapter 15. Neve. What did I do? Shit. What did I do? My head is pounding and my stomach flips as I sit up in bed. I'd promptly passed out after I'd left Roman out on the porch. But now morning is here, and the memories are right there. Shit. I kissed him, got all up in his lap and grinded against him like a damn horny teenager. I press my hand to my stomach as if that could stop the way it rolls, nausea making my throat feel tight. Taking that bottle of whiskey from the bar home seemed like a great idea. I just wanted to numb the pain for a minute. What I didn't want, however, was for it to turn me into whatever that was last night. I can feel how hot my cheeks are. How am I meant to face Roman now? I made a fool of myself and, sure, for a minute, I thought he was into it until he pushed me away. He was just there, and he was being sweet, and it seemed like a good idea. Whiskey 1, Neve 0. I run a hand down my face, the pounding at my temples a reminder of my own stupidity, and throw off the sheets that are tangled around my legs. I managed to get my pants off at least, but I'm still in the shirt I wore to work yesterday and my underwear. Gross, I mumble to myself, and finally get up, my knees feeling a little wobbly beneath me as I make my way into the shower. I get in before the water is even warm, letting the cold wash over me for a few seconds, before it heats up and I get to work scrubbing away the whiskey and bad decisions from yesterday. Hopefully Roman will be out working today and I can escape to the bar before he spots me. I'm not even entirely sure what time it is, but the sun is up, the skies are clear, and I already know it's going to be warm when I do eventually step outside. When I'm done in the shower, I make quick work of getting dressed and brush my teeth extra hard to try and get rid of the taste left behind by the alcohol. I need coffee and food, otherwise today is going to be torture. I'm already debating whether I should clock out early tonight. My staff are amazing and they can run the place without me. They like to remind me of that fact a lot since all I seem to do is work. What they don't realize is that the bar has been the only thing in the last year that has kept me sane, even with all that crippling debt and the grief that weighs down every step I take. It's been the only constant thing that has distracted me enough. After I've braided my hair, I sneak to the door and carefully push down the handle, hoping not to make a sound in case Roman is still here. I hear nothing but the clock ticking downstairs, so I release my breath and make my way down. I still go quietly, just in case, taking the stairs one at a time. Maybe I can pretend I don't remember it happening. I had been drinking after all, and maybe if I act like nothing happened, he'll do the same. At the bottom of the stairs, I pause, waiting, watching, but I still don't see or hear him. So I head through to the kitchen only to come to a dead stop in the doorway. Whiskey-colored eyes lift to me where he's leaning on the kitchen counter, ankles crossed, one hand holding him up while he nurses a coffee. His white tee molds to the shape of him. His sleeves stretch to fit his thick biceps, ropes and ropes of veins protruding from his forearms. His tee is tucked into a pair of Levi's that fit his body like a glove. And suddenly my mouth is dry. This would be so much easier if the man didn't look like a fucking god. Who works on a ranch when they look like they just stepped off the pages of a cowboy magazine? Good morning, sweetheart. One edge of his mouth curls up in a knowing smirk, his fiery gaze sweeping down me, lingering on my legs. I'd picked a pair of denim shorts since the weather looked good and paired them with my sneakers. "Roman?" I squeak. He finally lifts his eyes to me. "How are you feeling?" I push down the memory of my thighs stretched over his lap. Push away the tingle I feel in my lips, remembering how he'd pushed in deeper with his tongue. The scratch of his facial hair, or how the tips of his fingers dug into my scalp just a little. "I'm just fine." "That right?" He cocks his head. "Fresh as a daisy." I grab a cup and pour myself a coffee, keeping my head down so he doesn't see the burn in my cheeks. "Nothing you want to talk about?" This is my opportunity. Pretend it didn't happen. "Not that I can think of." I shrug nonchalantly, finally lifting my eyes to him and praying my acting skills are better than I remember. I was never good at lying. It's why I never play poker on poker nights at the bar. I can't bluff to save my life. His brows twitch with a frown, and he opens his mouth to speak. But I'm saved when a small orange ball of fluff darts between my legs. It startles me enough that I almost throw my whole cup of coffee across the kitchen. "Pumpkin!" My eyes widen when the tiny kitten finally comes to a stop at my feet. Its thin tail wiggling as it sets its sight on my sneaker like it's the ultimate enemy to take down. The cat lunges, sinking its claw into the toe of my shoe. "Darcy called this morning." Roman scrubs a hand down his face. "She's all yours." Putting my coffee down, I bend down and pry the baby off my foot and bring her up to my chest. Her whole body begins to vibrate with her purring as I pet her gently. "She's still on some meds," Roman continues, "and a high-calorie formula for her weight. The vet left some instructions for you." "I'm going to take the best care of you," I promise her, melting a little when she starts nudging my hand for more pets. "Neve." Roman's voice is closer, and his scent wraps around me. That spicy, earthy aroma that just seems inherently him. My skin prickles with it. "We need to talk." "We do?" My voice gets high-pitched as my heart begins to race. "Last night," he starts, but the front door slams open and Silas comes barreling in. "We've got a problem," he rushes out. Roman looks torn, but ultimately he chooses his brother, and I release the breath I was holding. "What is it?" "Someone opened the gate. Half our fucking herd is missing." "Shit." Roman hisses and springs into action, grabbing his hat from the table as he storms from the house. "What does that mean?" I turn wide eyes to Silas, who is turning to follow his brother out. "A problem," he grunts, the door slamming hard enough that the frame rattles behind him. Moving to the window, I watch Roman sprinting to the barn, Silas following as orders are shouted to the men working for them. Everything becomes a flurry of activity. Horses are mounted, ropes are grabbed, and I watch in rapt attention as Roman comes galloping out of the barn on the back of the painted mare he was on the first day we met. He doesn't pause or wait. He moves with focus and determination, and everyone simply follows. Silas comes up the rear on his own horse, following the trail of cowboys. A quiet falls on the ranch as the thundering sound of hooves grows distant and then stops altogether. Unsure what else to do, I grab Pumpkin and all of her meds, bundling them into a bag before I head out to the car Roman has let me borrow. "Neve?" I look over my shoulder to see Darcy walking toward me, her hands in the pockets of her white tech coat. She stops ahead of me, looking at where the horses went, no longer visible. But the dust they stirred up has left a cloud hovering over the road. "What happened?" she asks. I shake my head. "Something about a gate being opened. I think the cows escaped." She cringes. "Damn it." "What are they going to do?" I ask, since she's the only one around now and likely has the answer. I'm not sure how long she's worked for Roman, but she seems at ease here, comfortable with everyone who calls this place home too. I've seen her a few times, laughing with the stable hands or Silas when he sticks around long enough to talk. "Well, they'll have to herd them back, but there's no way they'll catch them all." "What'll happen to them?" She shrugs. "It depends. Other ranches might take it as an opportunity to take them themselves. Livestock isn't cheap. And if they're out wandering, we have a lot of heifers pregnant, too. They won't get hurt, will they? I hope not. Is there anything I can do? I tighten my hold on Pumpkin. You know how to wrangle cattle? She chuckles. Well, no. Yeah, me either. She shrugs. The cowboys know what they're doing. All right. I sigh. It'll be fine. I'm not sure if she's saying that for me or for herself, but I nod anyway. I've got to get going. I want to stop at the pet store on the way to work. You've got a little ball of energy there. Darcy chuckles, reaching out to scratch Pumpkin's head. Thank you for taking care of her. Of course. The vet smiles. You let me know if you need anything. I will. I smile, watching her leave. I get Pumpkin settled in the back seat and then climb behind the wheel, getting the car started. The entire drive into town, I'm watching for Roman or any of the other guys, but it's empty. There's no sign of them and any of the missing cattle. But even from here, I can see the herd is considerably smaller than it was yesterday. Could it have been an accident? It doesn't seem like mistakes like that happen all that often around here. Could someone have let them out on purpose?
Chapter 16. Roman. Sweat rolls down my temples, the sun beating down on the back of my neck as we close in on the herd. We have them surrounded, pressing in at the edges in an attempt to get them turned around. It's taken us nearly 3 hours to find them, and I'm not entirely sure this is all of them. It's going to be a long day of scanning their tags once we have them back at the ranch. On the right, I yell, watching as the herd attempts to flee through a gap on the right side. I could really use a damn cutter right about now. But the one we had retired, and no one here has the skills to do it. They're hard to come by, good ones at least, and I'm not about to employ someone who could do more harm than good. We push them, as a team, back down the road, keeping the trees on the left closed off, and herd the cattle back in the direction of Night Falls. I don't know who the fuck let them out, but I'm going to find them. This not only puts the cattle in danger, but the risk it has put on the ranch is unfathomable, and the time it has taken to herd them back up means an entire day has been lost. Pippin's hooves clack against the ground as we continue to push, her body strong and steady while Silas remains at the rear, making sure we continue to move in the right direction. Despite the fact that we moved into the training management side of the ranch, this is second nature to us. We were out here herding cattle with our grandfather the moment we were able to stay on the back of a horse. 2 hours later, I finally see the sign for Night Falls, the plank of wood engraved with our logo swinging from an arch at the end of the drive. A silver truck, however, is blocking the entrance, the sun's glare making it impossible to see through the windscreen. I call for the guys to halt, keeping Pippin steady beneath me. Warning bells start to ring when she becomes nervous, prancing as she throws her head back, pushing against my control. Her restless energy tightens her body, muscles going taut, huffs of air blowing heavily from her nostrils. They say horses have a sixth sense. They know when something bad is about to happen, and I've learned to listen to her. She saved my life a few times. Easy, I soothe her, patting her neck. But the truck up front revs its engine before the sound of tires screeching fills the air. Move! I roar, but Pippin is spooked, and she rears up. I'm not prepared. My grip isn't tight enough, so the moment she's up, I'm coming off. For a moment, I'm airborne, falling to the sounds of shouts. Then my back hits the tarmac, and the air rushes out of my lungs before pain explodes through my upper back and chest. It tightens like a steel band around my ribs. The truck swerves at the last minute, speeding by, but I can't fucking breathe. Pippin doesn't stick around, and though my eyes are blurry, a fog
creeps in at the edges. I watch her run off, galloping up the drive to the ranch. She'll take herself home, and one of the guys will get her, I'm sure. I bring my knees up and tuck my arms around my chest as I roll onto my side, vaguely aware of the noises I'm making. Fuck, this hurts. It feels like something has shattered inside of me. "Roman!" Silas bellows. "Someone call a fucking ambulance!" Beside me, my brother drops to his knees, his hands on me. "Where does it hurt?" "Everywhere," I groan, squeezing my eyes closed as a throbbing pain starts up in beat with my heart. But my breaths are shallow, and every time I try to get in more air, it feels as if I'm being stabbed straight in the chest. "Can't breathe." "Where the fuck is the ambulance?" Silas demands. "They're on the way, boss," one of the workers yells back. "Shit," Silas mutters. I don't know how much time passes, long enough for Silas to call out orders to clear the cattle and the herd moving away. A jacket is placed beneath my head as my vision swims, my head feeling entirely too light. There's a buzzing in my ears, a fog descending at the corners of my mind. "Not much longer," Silas assures me. "The truck," I wheeze. "I didn't see the driver," he snaps. Finally, blue flashing lights appear, and Silas has to step back while the paramedics get to work. This was deliberate. It's the only thing I can think as I'm worked on, the pain a distant thought while I try to put the puzzle pieces together. An oxygen mask is put over my mouth and nose, but breathing still isn't easy. What about Neve? Is she safe? Could this be the same person who damaged her truck? Reaching for the mask, I pull it away from my mouth and try to find my brother before they load me into the back of the ambulance. "Neve," I rasp when I finally catch his eye. "Call Neve." He jerks his chin in a nod, but that's all I get before the doors close and the sirens blast, leaving me entirely helpless.
Chapter 17. Neve. I watch as half my bar fuss over the kitten secured in the playpen across the room. I couldn't put her behind the bar, and I didn't want her to be alone upstairs, so I set up the pen where I could see her. Now everyone is loving her, taking it in turns to pick her up for pets and playtime. "You brought a cat to work," Ashley laughs. I shrug. What else was I supposed to do? Why do you even have a cat? It's a long story, but she's mine now. Her name is Pumpkin. You and Roman have a cat. Her brows shoot up. Damn, girl. You're really not selling this whole it's pretend thing. Shh. I panic hiss, much to her amusement. You'll be having babies next and still declaring it isn't real. I stare at her blankly. Stop it. But she just shrugs. I'm not wrong. You are so wrong. I huff and turn away, hiding the way heat has settled in my cheeks. You like him, she gasps. Ashley, I groan. I do not like my husband. She chuckles. Liar. But that's okay. When you're ready to fall head over heels in love with Roman Knight, I'll be here, cheering from the sidelines. You're ridiculous. I laugh, but quickly school my features as Officer Wright comes through the door, dressed in the Sunstone Ridge deputy uniform, his hat low to shadow his eyes. Neve? He greets me with a smile, glancing around the bar. Deputy? I frown. Is everything okay? I was just passing by, he assures me. Wanted to check in after the other day with your truck. Heard it was just a couple of kids. I nod and pick up a towel to dry my hands. I'm fine. But yeah, that's what they said. I've got the truck back now, so I just need to figure out what to do with it. We added more patrols. His eyes roll down me. If something like that happens again, we'll catch them. Okay. I try to give him a smile, but it comes out strained, a little tight. He rubs the back of his neck. I wanted to actually ask you if you wanted to grab a drink sometime. Oh, I cringe. I'm sorry. I'm married. As friends, he rushes out. Just to catch up or something. I open my mouth to decline, but I'm cut off when the bar door is slammed open, and for the second time today, Silas storms in. He finds me immediately and eats up the space between us with big strides, ignoring everyone around him. I glance behind him, expecting to see Roman too, but the door swings closed. I tried to call you, Silas snaps out, making my head jerk back in response. Excuse me? I called. There's a harsh bite to his tone that has me pulling out my cell only to see several missed calls from an unsaved number. But the cell is in silent mode like it is every day. Oh, I'm sorry. I frown. Is everything okay? No. We need to go. Is there a problem here? Oscar asks, his demeanor changing from casual to on duty. Silas curls his lip toward him. Who the fuck are you? They stare at each other for a long, tense moment, Silas glowering, a storm cloud over his head, while Oscar debates on what to do next. He's my brother-in-law. I rush out before someone does something reckless and focus back on Silas. Ashley touches my hand. What happened? Roman's in the hospital. We need to go. My heart drops into my stomach, and a chill rushes through me. I stare at Silas, willing those words to change, that maybe I just didn't hear him right. Worry and anxiety churn into a nauseating mess in my stomach, and I press a hand to it, trying to ease myself, though it doesn't work. What? My voice comes out weak, barely above a whisper. Go. Ashley rushes out, her deep brown eyes wide as she urges me to leave. But I'm frozen, panicked. I can't just... I've got it, and I'll look after Pumpkin. Go. I nod, but I'm still not moving, my eyes on Silas. But it's like I don't really see him. Miss Calloway? The voice crackles over the phone. That's me. I tuck the phone between my ear and shoulder as I continue to unload the delivery and stack it on the shelves. My name is Dr. Hall. I'm afraid we need you to come to the hospital. The glass bottle I'm holding slips out of my fingers, smashing onto the floor as the liquid inside soaks the bottoms of my jeans. I know. I already know. My name is called once, twice, the sound crackling against my ear. But I can't move, can't speak, can't breathe. No, not yet. Not yet. Dad? My voice is but a breath, a squeak that rattles out of me. Yes. It's the only confirmation I need. My phone drops to the floor and my throat closes up around a sob. Neve? Ashley grasps my arms, shaking me a little. I didn't even hear her come out of the back room. But here she is, dark eyes wide as she tries to bring me out of the shock. He's dead. They didn't need to say the words for me to know it to be true. Ashley gasps but catches me as my knees go weak, stopping me from landing in the glass. We need to go, she says as softly as she can. Okay? I think I nod, or maybe I do nothing at all. I hate hospitals. Watching my dad grow weaker and weaker has left me with nightmares. He's withered away in that room with the 2 bright lights and the scratchy sheets. But they said he had at least another month. They lied. They lied, and now I've missed my chance to say goodbye to him. I knew I shouldn't have left this morning, but I got the call about the delivery while in the room with my dad, and he'd insisted that I sort it. That life doesn't just stop, and obligations must be met. I'd left with the promise of seeing him later. Now, there is no later. My legs are numb as Ashley guides me to the door and into her car. Each move a disconnect that feels as if I am watching and not doing. The drive to the hospital goes by in a blur. It feels as if it's been seconds and hours at the same time. My eyes burn, but no tears fall. Somehow Ashley gets me inside, a guiding hand while the world continues to move around us as mine falls apart. My dad's usual nurse spots us as we step off the elevator, and pity flashes across her face. "I'm so sorry." "Neve?" Ashley shakes me, just like she did when I got that phone call. I haven't stepped foot in a hospital since that day, and I'd hoped I never would have to again. Silas is staring with a concerned frown, waiting for me to do something while Deputy Wright continues to watch from the side, all but forgotten now. Shaking my head to clear it, I grab my purse and hurry around the bar, following Silas out the door into his waiting truck, the engine still idling like he abandoned it to come in here. I get in, and he's moving the moment the doors are closed, speeding through the town and onto the highway that'll take us to the hospital. We have an urgent care here, but nothing that can deal with big traumas, and that just makes everything worse. "What happened?" I find my voice, though it's rough and croaky.
"He came off his horse."
Silas weaves through traffic, ignoring the cars that blare their horns at us, and we somehow make the 40-minute drive in 25. The truck is barely in park before he's shoving the door open and waiting for me. I have to practically run to keep up with his long strides, and we go into the hospital through the ER entrance. The sterile smell inside burns my nose, and the memories of seeing my father, lifeless and cold in the hospital bed, try to claw me down. Somehow I keep one leg moving in front of the other, each step a weight that's dragged behind me. The fluorescent lights have the headache from this morning returning, a knock at my temples. Silas is speaking with the nurse behind the desk while I try not to crash out in the middle of the ER. I follow after him when he's shown through a set of doors, the corridor seeming to never end, just door after closed door. We are eventually shown to a private room and told to wait. My heart does a painful thud when the door closes behind the nurse, the four walls pressing in.
"You don't like hospitals,"
Silas states, watching me as I attempt to sit and calm down in one of the hard blue chairs pressed against the wall. There's a cheery-looking photo across from me, a splash of vibrant color that seems out of place to the tornado of emotion wreaking havoc on my nervous system. Bad memories. I suck in a large breath, filling my lungs before I blow it out slowly, staring at that kaleidoscope of color. My molars grind together, my jaw aching with it, and my nails bite into the palms of my hands.
"I have to ask you a question, and I need the truth."
He's no nonsense, a little cold if I'm honest, which is a complete contrast to how he was back in the dining room so many nights ago now. I've seen him a few times since I moved on to the ranch, but I guess I paid little attention to how he was when I've been so focused on not falling for his brother. Okay, I stutter.
"Did anything unusual happen today?"
He fixes me to the spot with his stare, the color of his eyes a match to Roman's.
"Anyone suspicious come into the bar?"
I wet my lips and shake my head. No, nothing.
"No one loitering outside? No cars?"
I try to think of everything that had happened today, but there's a misfire in my mind. After I left the ranch, I went to the pet store. The couple of girls working in there had fussed over Pumpkin, and after I had left, the only thing that I suppose could be odd was the silver truck blocking in my car. They left quickly, though, when they saw me walking toward my car. After that, I headed to the bar. I shake my head again. Nothing happened. Why?
"Nothing that happened today was an accident."
You said he fell off his horse. I jump up from the chair.
"He did, after someone drove at him. Pippin spooked and threw him off."
Oh, God. I run a hand down my face. Someone deliberately tried to hurt him.
"We believe so,"
Silas confirms. Is he going to be okay? I swallow thickly, pleading with Silas to tell me the truth.
"You care about him?"
He cocks his head, his analytical stare pulling me apart, like I'm a problem he's trying to solve. What? I defend, shifting uncomfortably. Of course I care if he gets hurt. This may be fake, but that doesn't mean I want him to get hurt. His eyes narrow at me.
"The nurse didn't have an update. They were working on him, is all she could tell me."
I bite the inside of my lip as I nod. pacing back and forth in the small box room. The air is stifling in here, almost stale, but there are no windows to crack. Who could want to hurt Roman? It makes no sense. His entire family is loved in this town. People want to be around them. On the other side of the room, Silas's cell phone rings and he steps out to take the call, leaving me to my spiral. I just need to know he's okay. It feels as if Silas is gone for hours when he finally opens the door again. But it isn't to come inside. "We can go see him," he tells me. I'm quick on his heels, following him a few doors down. He doesn't pause or knock when he gets to the room, just lets himself inside. But I'm much slower to enter. Through the open door, I can see Roman lying in the hospital bed, a heart monitor beeping steadily on the side, and an IV hooked up on the other. Molten gold-colored eyes meet mine, somewhat drowsy, and it looks like he relaxes, his lips parting on a breath. "Careful, sweetheart," he rasps. "Keep looking at me like that, and I might let you kiss me again."
Chapter 18. Roman. Silas clears his throat, and I finally drag my eyes away from Neve. He'd come in first, but I only had eyes for her. I'd done a quick check of her body to make sure she was okay before I'd landed on her face, but I hadn't expected to see my own reflection staring back at me. It was a relief that she was okay and that I was okay. Well, somewhat. I have a couple of broken ribs and bruising to my upper back from the fall, but none of that matters when she's looking at me like that, like she cares. Shit. I think I might like my wife. No, I don't think. I know. And I want her to be closer. That itch has transformed, changing to a burning need to taste her again, to see her, to feel her. I want her silky hair threading through my fingers, those pillowy lips pressed to mine, so I can have her on my tongue. I'm not going to let her pretend she didn't kiss me last night. She can blame the alcohol, but that want I felt coming from her matched my own.
"Are you okay?"
She finally steps into the room, eyes on everything but me. "It looks worse than it is," I assure her, tracking her every move. She's wringing her hands, her nervous energy, an aura that vibrates around her body. I glance at Silas, who gives a subtle shake of his head and pulls out his phone, typing something before he turns the screen to me. She doesn't like hospitals. I dip my chin, understanding before I focus back on my wife. "Neve." She rolls her lips inward, eyes on her wringing hands while she stands too far away from me. "Talk to me." But she doesn't. Instead, she turns around, moving her attention to the window and the view of the city beyond. "I'm going to get coffee," Silas mumbles, showing himself out and leaving us in private. Silence settles in the room, Neve remaining at the window with her back to me. She's stiff, her spine ramrod straight. I want to ask her about hospitals, help her, but I don't want to cross boundaries too soon. "You going to look at me, sweetheart?" I press. A heavy sigh leaves her as she finally turns to look at me, eyes flicking between the heart monitor and the IV.
"Are you really okay?"
she asks.
"Silas said you were targeted. Is that true?"
"We can talk about that later." I sigh, pissed that he told her. She purses her lips.
"Roman."
"I want to talk about last night." Her throat works on a swallow.
"I don't know what you're talking about."
A chuckle leaves me, followed by a hiss of pain when my ribs and the bruising smarts. Pain flaring through my chest. She steps closer, reaching for me, but stops herself, tucking her arm around her middle instead. "You don't know what I'm talking about," I say once the pain has eased and I can catch my breath. "Are you sure about that?" She meets my eyes before they drop to my mouth, and she wets her lips.
"I was drunk. It was a mistake."
I don't believe that.
"This wasn't part of the deal, Roman."
She shakes her head and points between us.
"This isn't going to happen."
Yeah, fuck that. Does she really think I'm going to let go of the only woman who has ever made me want more? We've moved way past the danger zone and straight to obsession. She shouldn't have kissed me like that if she didn't want me to fucking chase her. Yeah, we'll see, sweetheart.
"You're literally in the hospital. This isn't important."
I beg to differ.
"What do you want from me?"
She suddenly bursts, a bite to her tone. Her wide blue eyes latch and hold mine, swirling with so much pain and fear and anxiety. If I could curl myself around her right now, I would. Take all that pain into myself so she could just breathe for a moment. But with Neve, it will take time. Trust will need to be built. My brows lift. I want you to talk to me.
"We're married on paper, Roman. That's all. I don't owe you anything."
What are you afraid of? I push just a little harder. She lifts her hand and pinches the bridge of her nose.
"Everything."
There's so much to unpack with that one word. But I get it, because I feel it too. Letting people in, letting people see. There's a vulnerability in the action, something I have refused to allow for a long time. Exposing parts of yourself only opens you up to being hurt. But sometimes, the risk is worth the reward. Or at least that's what I hope. Who am I to talk? I can only do. Come here, I order her gently. She shakes her head a little.
"I need to go. I'm glad you're okay, Roman."
A heavy sigh leaves me as I watch her leave. Steps hurried like she can't bear to be in the same room as me. She's in such a rush, she knocks into Silas as he's re-entering. But he's quick to dodge, watching her run. "What did you do?" Silas blinks at me. "I like my wife." He squeezes his eyes closed and shakes his head. "You like your wife?" I nod. "Is one of them for me?" I point to the coffee. "How many drugs did they give you?" Silas asks, handing over one of the coffees. I mean, I've taken many drugs, mostly for pain management, but I'm thinking clearly. It's not the drugs. So why was she running? I shift on the bed and wince with the pain. Because she likes me too. I feel like a damn teenager with a crush, a little giddy. Silas shakes his head. You're so fucked. Totally aware. But now, I've got to put in the work. Something I've never fucking done because this has never been a possibility. Is this what my grandfather wanted? I've never been more confused. Remy is getting on the next flight home. Silas settles into the seat beside the bed, sipping his coffee. I should have guessed he would call our younger brother, but with the way things have switched, it wouldn't be a bad idea for him to be home. I didn't see the driver today, but I have a feeling. I just need confirmation. Proof. Just like I needed all those years ago when we lost our mother. Turning to the window, where the sun has started to set, my mind goes back to Neve's truck. Puzzle pieces click together, and it doesn't make me feel any better. If anything, it has dread sinking into my stomach. I just have to hope no one gets in the crossfire and the people we care about don't get hurt. Go easy, Silas growls as we head down in the elevator the following morning. There's no need for me to be in the hospital. After all, there's not much to be done about bruises and broken ribs. We make it to the lobby and are just about to leave when a loud whistle cuts through the space. Several heads whip toward the sound, including mine and Silas's, and we spot the source of the sound a moment later. Remy leans on a pillar, a grin splitting his face. "I get paid to be thrown off a horse," he hollers loudly, "and you go and do it for free." "Remy," Silas grunts, pinching the bridge of his nose. But I just laugh at my younger brother, or at least try, since it fucking hurts. He closes the gap, all big grins and reckless spirit, slapping Silas on the shoulder. But he has at least some softness to him when it comes to me. He stops the hand coming down on me midair and winces before he pats my shoulder. "Did you miss me?" He grins. "Like a hole in the head," Silas replies seriously and then pushes by him, heading for the exit. "Glad to see you in one piece," I tell him. "More than you are," he retorts, shaking his head. "Seriously?" I shake my head. "I'll fill you in back at the house." But his eyes are on the ring on my finger. Shit, I didn't tell him. "Did you get fucking married?" "Blame Pops," I huff, walking out the door with him. "You mean to tell me you have a whole fucking wife?" "I do." "Well, where is she?" He looks to where Silas waits, alone, by his car. "It's a long story," I sigh. "Let's just go back to Night Falls." "I am so fucking confused." Remy shakes his head, bundling into the back of Silas's truck. "Wait! Where are my besties?" he demands, referring to our niece and nephew. "At school," Silas replies, no nonsense. "Buzzkill, man," Remy grunts. "We can't all be reckless," Silas snaps back. The two of them have always butted heads, the most out of the three of us. Always have since we were kids. I didn't have time for that, so the two were left to their own devices. We drive back to the ranch as Remy catches us up on his life on the road, the cities he has seen, the horses he has ridden. He's always been the wild card, the one to push boundaries, the one who thinks his life doesn't have an expiration date. They don't call him 9 lives for nothing. My brother rides like he has them, like the risks do not apply. It's why he gets on the back of horses that shouldn't be ridden, puts his body to the limit, gets thrown about. At any point, he could be injured or killed, but he does it anyway. No one was able to talk him out of it. We couldn't tell him no. It is what he wanted, so it's what he did. Consequences be damned. Half the time I'm waiting to get that phone call, the one that tells me his choices have finally caught up. I have no fucking idea how he does it. It's not often I get thrown off a horse, but yesterday was no joke. And he does that shit for fun and a paycheck. There's no denying he's good at what he does. He's world champion, has medals and belts and trophies, but fuck that. The pain I feel right now is almost enough to stop me from ever getting back on a horse, even though this is not the first time. But enough about that. Remy leans between the two front seats. Tell me about your wife.
Chapter 19. Neve. Things I didn't expect today. Number 1. Pumpkin finding a spider the size of my hand and delivering it to me like a little prize while it was still alive. And 2. 3 Knight brothers walking into the house one after the other. They even came in order. Roman, who paused and did a slow perusal of me, my skin prickling with every place his eyes touched. Then there was Silas, who grunted his greeting, and finally Remy, the youngest, the bronco rider. He grins and looks me over. The way he does, making me feel like I'm at an auction, circling me so he can see every angle. "Well, I'll be damned," he hoots. "He actually found one." My assumption is that he doesn't know about the claws. I remember him from high school. He was loud, charismatic. Everyone loved him. We were never in the same circle. Hell, I wasn't in the same circle with any of them. But Roman and Silas were the quiet type, something they held to their chests, even now. Remy, however, has always had an air about him that opened him up to people. "Hello," I say to the youngest Knight brother. It's scary how very similar they all are, but different in the same way. They share the same eyes, that whiskey honey gold, and the same dark hair, but each of them is different in their own way.
"What did he do?"
Remy stops in front of me.
"There was a bribe. No one willingly marries that fucker."
"Remy," Roman scowls. I look toward him. He's holding his side, a frown pulling down his brows.
"What?"
he responds incredulously.
"Am I wrong?"
I remain quiet, not sure what to say or if I should say anything at all.
"There was an agreement."
Roman sighs.
"I knew it."
Remy laughs.
"She's much too pretty to be married to you."
My cheeks heat. I'm just going to go."
"You don't have to."
Roman steps closer, reaching for me. But I move just out of touch. This is all too much. None of this is what I agreed to at all. There were supposed to be no feelings involved, and I thought I'd be able to control the attraction I felt toward him. But the man is like a magnet. He pulls me in, even when I'm desperately trying to run in the opposite direction. "I'm just going to take a swim," I tell him. "Pumpkin is around here somewhere."
"Not working today?"
he asks before I can leave. I'd called in expecting Roman would need someone here for him. But since his brothers are here for the moment, I can head down the falls. "Not today."
"Be careful,"
he says, eyes holding mine. My stomach does a little flip as my heart beats just a little harder. I make a quick escape, taking the stairs 2 at a time so I can get a bag together. When I return downstairs, the 3 of them are talking in Roman's office, a gap in the door allowing their voices to carry. He's telling Remy about the marriage clause and how I came to be the one he chose.
"You want more,"
Remy says. That's my cue. I dart for the door, slipping out into the warm spring sunshine. It's been busier than usual, or as far as I can tell, since the whole cattle incident, with more people and more eyes watching. I think back to what Silas had said, how it was done on purpose, and a shiver runs through me. A couple of the guys say hello to me as I pass them, but it doesn't take long before I'm all alone, the sounds of the ranch becoming a distant hum. I slip into the trees and follow the trail, a sigh leaving me when the sound of the falls replaces all the noise inside my head. The sun is hitting the water just right, making it sparkle, and there's a small rainbow being thrown off by the waterfall spray. A sense of peace settles into my bones as I strip down to my bikini, leaving my clothes in a pile on the bank. The water feels slightly warmer, but it's still chilly, making my skin prickle as I wade deeper, my hands swishing over the surface. It's been a few days, the longest break I've had from swimming in a year, and it's like my body knew, like I had starved it, but now it's being fed. I push deeper until I can no longer touch the bottom, and then swim out to the center. I don't know what happened, what changed. We had both been pretty clear. We knew how it was meant to go, but I messed up. Kissing Roman was the catalyst. Or was it? It could be the way he cares so damn deeply, or how he watches when he thinks no one is looking. Maybe it's his smile and the lines that appear every time he does. He's caught me off guard, and now I'm frantically trying to get all those walls back up. I don't know anymore, and I don't know how I'm meant to move on from the kiss. Not when all I do is think about it, flipping between wanting it and being too afraid to take it. Could we just do this for a year? Enjoy it and then part ways? I suppose that's an option. I guess it's somewhat inevitable when there's an attraction between two people, and they're forced to be together in proximity, orbiting one another but never touching. The tension builds and builds until finally it snaps. We are on a collision course, and unless something changes, I won't be able to stop the inevitable crash. There was a reason I didn't seek out relationships. I didn't have the time, mostly. I didn't want to commit and compromise the things I loved. Sure, that might be selfish. But I didn't see myself happy in any other scenario. Yet, since being here with Roman, I've had more time off from the bar than I ever have since it opened. It just feels messy and wrong. So fucking wrong. I am paid to be here. He literally gave me $500,000 to be here. Surely that makes going further with the man questionable at best. What kind of person does that make me? We should have made rules, tough rules, thrown in some legal jargon or something. I push onto my back and adjust a little until I'm floating in the middle of the plunge pool, staring up at the clear blue sky. It feels like a promise of summer, a long, warm summer, and it gets me excited. This town comes alive in those few short months. At the shore, I hear a branch snap and immediately right myself, treading water as I search the trees that surround me. I don't see anything or anyone, but I definitely heard it. It could have been an animal, but worry runs through me regardless. I swear I hear shuffling too, like earth and old leaves moving. But I still see nothing. If it were Roman, he would have shown himself. To the left, another branch snaps, and I spin in that direction the best I can. He's too far away to make out anything more than a simple silhouette. Dark clothing. "Hello?" I call, my voice cracking just a touch. I suddenly feel exposed, vulnerable. Two things I have never felt being here. Not even when Roman caught me out here the first time, or when he watched me. "Who's there?" They move again, quicker, not even attempting to be quiet. My heart starts to pound, and real, heavy fear floods through me. It tightens my gut, constricts my throat, lodging a scream there. I can't tell whether they're moving away or coming closer. It's definitely a person. No animal moves like that. But what do I do? Where is safe? They have eyes on me. They'll see whichever way I go. The falls to hide? They'll see it. To the shore? They could be right there waiting. And if I remain in the middle, in the open, I'm basically a target. What if they have a gun? I don't know what to do. I watch the person move again, darting away further into the trees and toward the boundary line next to the road. My eyes stay on him for as long as they can, until he becomes a blur in the trees, and all the shapes around him look the same. A quietness forms once more, but I hear everything. The rustle of the leaves as they sway with the wind, the roar of the falls, the gentle lapping of water at the banks of the pool. I don't dare move. Instead, I scan the trees over and over again, until the cold sets into my bones and my fingers prune, my muscles screaming for relief. I don't know how much time passes, but fear keeps me here regardless. The mind plays tricks on you when you're scared. So, what if this is a trick? What if they didn't leave? I can't keep this up much longer. I'm a great swimmer, but treading water is tiring, and I'm already faltering. Nothing else has happened. No new branches snapping or movement in the trees. I have to risk it, or I'll drown. I don't particularly like either option, but there's only one choice. I have to get out of the water. Taking a deep breath in the hopes it'll help my nerves, I swim toward my clothes at the water's edge. There's no grace to it. It's water splashing and kicking as I try to keep my eyes clear so I can see any waiting threat. I swim until I can't physically swim anymore. the gritty bed of the pool scratching against my legs and hands, and left to stand, my arms coming around myself like a shield. Still, I watch, looking for movement. But I'm also searching for a weapon, a thick branch or a rock I could use to defend myself. Grabbing my towel from the branch, I wrap it around myself. But I don't get dressed or dry off. Once I've shoved everything back into my bag, I hoist it onto my shoulder and then pick up the rock I'd chosen as a weapon. It'll do if I need something. Stun them enough that I might be able to escape. My sneakers rub at the backs of my ankles, the mix of wet and skin and rough fabric leaving a sore spot behind. None of that matters. I'm about halfway out of the woods when a hair on the nape of my neck stands on end, and a branch snaps behind me. Fuck! I hiss, taking off in a run. Behind me, they do the same. No. Shit! I drop my bag and clutch the rock, a scream bubbling at my throat. Panic and fear make me want to both run and fall at the same time. I can see the break in the trees up ahead. The ranch, right there. But it looks so far away. Part of me wants to look behind me, to see what I'm up against. But I know better. That will only slow me down. I could trip, fall, and then I'll live up to every horror movie where the main character does that exact same thing. And we all sit and yell at the TV screen, asking them how they could be so stupid. I'm so close. So close. A man steps out onto the trail right in front of me, and I don't have time to dodge them. We collide in a mess of limbs and screams, landing on the forest floor hard. Help me! My voice rips out of my throat, the sound so loud it stirs birds from the branches above. Arms tighten around me, pinning me down. Fighting is useless. They're heavy and strong, and I can't fucking move. Please, I cry, struggling in their hold. Please don't.
Chapter 20. Roman. Neve! She writhes in my arms, jostling my body and my ribs. Pain is a throb that matches the frantic beats of my heart. But I don't care about that right now. I'll deal with whatever damage happens once I have her calmed down. Sweetheart, it's me! But it's like she doesn't hear me. Her nails claw into my arms and chest in her attempt to escape. She's been gone longer than usual, and when 20 minutes turned to 30 and then 40, a sense of dread had spurred me on. My brothers had followed quickly after, but they're both somewhere else in these woods. We'd split up to look for her with a plan to meet at the falls, but Neve found me first. What had scared her so much that she was sprinting through the forest in just her bikini and a towel? She doesn't even have her usual swim bag with her. Her skin is pale, eyes wide and full of terror. Neve, baby! I tighten my arms even further, her body pinned to the ground beneath mine. Look at me! Look at me! Her body freezes, goes completely still, as she finally brings her eyes to my face, and she sees me. Roman? There's a raw scrape in her voice. It's me, sweetheart. It's me. She swallows quickly, her breathing still too quick, chest heaving. Water still clings to her. There's a pool of it in the dip between her clavicles and caught at her lashes. Or maybe those are tears. Was it you? She croaks. Was what me? In the woods. Someone was watching me. She rushes out her words. They were at the falls, and then... Did you see them? I demand. What did they look like? Shit. I should have known something like this was going to happen. The quiet around here doesn't stay quiet for long. It's always something. The past always has a way of catching up with us. Unfinished business, vendettas, and revenge. The ring on Neve's finger is a target. Was it you? Her eyes are glazed, more tears pooling along her lower lash line. Her plump bottom lip trembles as she searches for her answer on my face, throat working to swallow. It wasn't me, I assure her, grunting in pain when she moves beneath me. I'd forgotten for a moment about my ribs and bruising, my narrow-minded focus on her and her alone. The pain meds are good, but not that good. "Oh, God!" she cries. "Your ribs!" "I'm okay." But she's shaking her head, disbelief and horror replacing the fear on her face. "I ran right into you," she gasps. "Roman, you have broken ribs." "I don't care," I snap out. "I don't care. I only care about you right now. Are you hurt?" "Me?" she scoffs. "Are you insane?" "Maybe." "I'm fine," she hisses back. "We need to get you up. Can you stand?" I broke a rib, not a leg. I release a breath and finally loosen my arms, pushing up with the palms of my hands so I can settle onto my knees. The burn in my chest and back has my breath coming in short bursts, my vision going foggy at the edges as I work myself through the wave of pain. It doesn't feel like I've done any more damage. It's still just that steady ache that's been present since I came off Pippin. "Roman!" Neve gets to her knees in front of me. "Why did you do that?" Her hands are on my face and then my neck, touching, assessing, until they come to a stop on my side with the broken ribs. It's a butterfly touch, a whisper of her hand as she runs her fingers over the hurt. "You were scared," I grit out, like that solves everything. Truthfully, it does. I'd throw myself into a fire if it meant I didn't have to see that look of terror in her eyes ever again. She is meant to be safe here. I am meant to keep her safe. Her thumb moves in circles over the fabric of my shirt, a soothing touch to ease. Lifting a hand up, I cup the side of her face, needing to feel, to know she is okay. I can't see any obvious injuries on her, just remnants of her fear and pale skin. A breath stutters from her lips, shaky, but her shoulders loosen, and she subtly leans into my palm, her eyes closing for a fraction of a second, as if allowing herself a moment to ground herself. I want to drag her to me, pull her in and wrap her against my body. "Sweetheart," I rasp, my thumb trailing to her bottom lip, running along it, the pillowy softness searing the pad and reminding me what it feels like to be kissed by her. "Let's get back," she suggests, gently pulling back. "I'll help you." I dip my chin in agreement and allow her to help me to my feet. She puts my arm over her shoulder and holds on, but I keep my weight off. She's so much smaller than I am. She won't be able to get us both back. With her this close, that wildflower scent of hers wraps around me, mixing with the warmth and softness of her body. It takes longer than usual to make it to the ranch, but once inside, she leads us through to the living room before she helps me lower onto the couch and then spins, reaching for the meds I left on the table. "How many do you take?" she demands, picking up the different bottles to read each of the labels. "I can't take them yet." I lean back, studying her, the way the ends of her hair curl now they're wet, how her muscles flex as she moves. Looking at her is far better than focusing on the pain throbbing through every inch of my body. I'd do it again, catch her again, despite the agony. "What do you mean you can't take them yet?" She pins me with her icy stare. "I can have them every 4 hours. I took them 2 hours ago." "Ice," she blurts. "I'll get you ice." She doesn't give me a chance to respond as she dashes into the kitchen and rummages around in the freezer, pulling handfuls of ice cubes out to bundle into a towel. "Where does it hurt?" She lowers next to me and waits for me to show her. With a sigh, I lean forward and gesture to the ribs just below my shoulder blade. Tenderly, she places the ice there and holds it. "It'll take a minute." The ticking clock fills the silence between us. "We need to call the sheriff's office," I finally speak.
What for?
Someone chased you through the woods, Neve.
Someone tried to run you over.
She deadpans. Who told you that?
Silas.
She moves the ice to get a better position. But it is helping, a little. The cold taking away the edge of the pain. That son of a bitch. I knew he'd mentioned something, but didn't realize he'd told her everything.
Why is that a problem? She asks. Should I not know?
I don't want to scare you, I admit.
Do you think it's the same person?
She pushes.
Yes. How do I tell her? How do I explain to her what happened all those years ago?
Everyone in this town heard about the accident. It was splashed across every newspaper and on every local news station. Beloved mother and ranch owner dead in horror crash. A tragedy, they claimed. A horrible, horrible accident. Everyone here on this ranch, though? We know better.
Roman?
She leans around me so she can meet my eyes. I can't meet them. If I do, I'll have to admit I come from a monster. My father hasn't been a part of our lives for a very long time, but he was there throughout my younger years. He raised us before our grandfather took over. We witnessed his anger and his violence, was subjected to it time and time again. But that man was smart. He had people on his side, false alibis. When he hurt us, he made sure it wouldn't leave a mark or was in places people couldn't see. And if we talked, our mother would take the fall. He had us under his thumb. He wanted more. He always wanted more. His greed drove him. His need for control and power and money. I'm not even entirely sure what my mother saw in him in the first place. He never hid that he was a monster. Or maybe he did, until my mother had no choice but to stay. 3 boys, a ranch to run. Ultimately, it got her killed. There was no accident, but we could never prove it. My father had pestered my mother for years to sign Night Falls Ranch over to him. It had been our grandfather's, but he'd handed it down once she got to age. And she had been running it successfully for years before she met our father, with Pops helping in the background. They married, had me and my brothers. But then he started. Kept saying how it wasn't right that she was the one in control, how it was her name on the letters and on the deeds, how it was her money. I remember vividly how angry he would get when she said no. It went on for years, and eventually he wore her down, forced her to take out a will just in case. But my mom was the smartest woman I knew. She lied. She told him he would be sole beneficiary should the worst happen. That seemed to appease him for some time. We all believed it too. My grandfather was pissed to the point that they didn't talk for at least a year after she had signed those papers. We didn't know she had lied or faked it. My father settled in the years that followed after that. Little did we know he was just waiting. It happened on a quiet mountain pass road. There was ice, but we're all experienced here when it comes to winter driving, and she was driving alone. We didn't find out about the crash until the morning. According to reports, she hit a patch of ice, and her car careened off the side of the road and down a steep incline, only coming to a stop when it crashed into a tree at 50 miles an hour. They say she died on impact. At first we believed the reports until it came to her last will and testament, and her lie was revealed. She never left the ranch to my father. She made sure it would go back to her own dad regardless of his age. She knew. My father had exploded. He destroyed half the house in his rage. "That fucking bitch," he'd yell. "All that for nothing? She left me nothing?" He'd gone after my grandfather, demanded he hand it over to him, but of course that didn't work. "You think I can't get to you too, old man?" I'd been standing on the other side of the door when he'd said those words. Words that had chilled me straight to the bone. Anger and violence had never been my go-to. I didn't fight unless I had to. I didn't resort to violence. But I saw red in that moment. I had no control over it. "Get to you just like I got to her. This place is mine." The door had slammed so hard into the back wall from the force of me ramming through it that several framed pictures mounted had fallen and shattered. In the next moment, a simple blink of an eye, I had my father pinned to the wall by his throat. His eyes bulged out of his head as his hands wrapped around my wrists to get me off. But I was fueled by more than just anger. It was revenge. Pent-up frustration of what we all had to suffer from him. "Roman!" My grandfather had attempted to pull me off, but he couldn't. I wanted to hurt this man like he'd hurt us for years. Like he'd hurt her. "You killed her!" I'd growled. Grief as strong as the anger wrapping around my heart. My grip loosened, and my father was able to rip free of my hold while my grandfather pulled me back and held on tight. He straightened his clothes and wiped a hand over his mouth before he smiled right at me. There was nothing but cold calculation and cruelty staring back at me. "Prove it," he smirked. "This place is going to be mine, boy." No amount of money could get the investigation reopened for my mother's death. No one believed the story. Not when my father put on a fucking good show of grieving her. He tried fighting the will to get the ranch, but it was solid, and there was nothing he could do. I should have known it wouldn't be that simple. That even now, when her body is nothing but bones in the ground, he'd never stop. And I've just made it easy for him to get to me. When he married the widow from the ranch across the street, I thought it was a way of getting what he wanted. It was a ranch. Sure, not nearly as lucrative, but she gave it to him like he always wanted. Part of me knew it was to stay close, to always be able to watch. He hasn't been able to reach me or my brothers, not without getting caught. We've always been prepared. But Neve, fuck. I should never have pulled her into this. I should have let Silas take the ranch. We could have figured something out when it came to the day-to-day running of this place. Worked out a better plan, a way around the claws. "Hey." Neve's voice brings me back to the present. She's since moved away from the side of me and is crouching on the floor between my parted knees. Concern has her arched brows pulled low, eyes flicking between mine. I don't know how long she has been there, or how long I was locked in those memories. Fuck. She's so pretty. Not in a delicate way, either, but like a storm that rolls down off the mountains, or the sharp thorns on a rose bush. I didn't want her. I didn't want this, and I certainly shouldn't still knowing what I do. But I've been given a single taste, a small tease. So how am I meant to stop wanting more?
Chapter 21. Neve. I'm getting whiplash. We're dancing around each other, pulling too close and then pushing too far. It's been 4 days since his accident, and 3 days since I was chased in the woods. They sent a few deputies from the department to come out and search the woods. Thankfully not Oscar, because after the last encounter, I can't handle the awkwardness. But of course, they found nothing, and I know nothing more now than I did then. But I see him watching me. I see how he watches me. But I pretend I don't. I'm sure he's purposely putting himself in my path, too. Just like this morning when I was making coffee, when he came right up to my back to reach over my head for a coffee mug. He was shirtless, still in a pair of sweats since he had to limit how much work he can do on the ranch while his ribs heal, and his heat had wrapped around me. "Morning," he rasped gruffly. "Sleep okay?" I'd mumbled a reply and scurried away, but not before I got a look at the bruising that covered half of his back and wrapped around his side, over his ribs. A mix of purples and blues and yellows. I've only worked a few hours over the past 4 days, too. I've made the excuse that it was for Pumpkin. She's still so little and is rather demanding for a cat that was meant to be somewhat feral. But in reality, every time I left, I worried about Roman. It's not even like he's alone out here. He has the men who work for him and his brothers. Yet every time I got in my car, I got straight back out, mumbled an excuse as to why I was still here, and subtly watched him all day to make sure he didn't need anything. So stupid, I muttered to myself, my steps a little angry as I come back from the barn. "Whoa!" Remy chuckles from the back of a white and gray horse. "Who are you calling stupid?" I roll my lips and look at the youngest Knight brother. I was talking to myself. "Now that's no way to talk about my sister-in-law," he tuts, running his fingers over his mustache. "Don't know if you know, but round here we protect family. I won't have you bad-mouthing family." A sudden laugh erupts from me. I can't help it. I grin up at him with a shake of my head. "Clever. That's my middle name, darling." He winks. A sudden shrill whistle cuts through the air, and we both turn our heads to the house where Roman is standing on the porch, his hands wrapped so tightly around the banister, the skin across his knuckles has turned white. The smile on my face drops when I glimpse the hard look on his face. He looks pissed. "Oop," Remy clucks his tongue. "Who pissed him off?" "Don't look at me," I defend. "I haven't even been in the house today." "Maybe that's the problem." His wide shoulders shrug. He turns his horse around, leaving me to deal with his brother. Other than the few run-ins and me watching him when he isn't looking, I have been successful in avoiding him. I don't want to go and do something stupid again, like, I don't know, climb him like a tree. He jerks his chin in a request I come to him, and then turns his head back into the house. At least the man is dressed now, I suppose, even if I do miss looking at all that hard, defined muscle. My steps are a little less angry and more hesitant as I make my way up the few porch steps. I find him in the kitchen, facing the window with his shoulders hiked high and his palms resting on the counter. "What does he have that I don't?" The words hit me straight in the chest. "What?" "You smiled at him," he says. "You've never smiled at me." "That's not true," I defend. "It is," he sighs. "You smiled, but they've never been real. You got a real one." What does that even mean? "When you smile, Neve, you get dimples. Deep little dimples on each side of your mouth. They're so fucking pretty. But they're never aimed at me." My lips part on a breath, and I watch him turn around, crossing his arms over his wide chest. It hurts to look at him sometimes, with that face, those eyes, and the intensity with which he looks at me. It feels like he could pull me apart with that look alone. And what's even scarier is the fact that I want him to. "Roman," I start, but he shakes his head and changes the subject. "There's going to be a company at the bar today to install security cameras." "Wait, what?" "I have paid a company to come and install security," he repeats. "I heard you the first time, but why?"
Because I don't like that you're there late with nothing to protect you. Your safety is not a compromise. And after..." He stops himself. "You'll be provided with all the details and the software once they have the job done."
Do I get a say in this? I quirk a brow.
Only if your answer is yes.
You're infuriating, I snap at him.
Ditto, sweetheart.
See? Whiplash. What do you want from me, Roman? I sigh.
Too much,
he answers honestly.
Didn't think I would, but here we are. So if you hit this button here,
the guy who had installed all the cameras says,
it'll bring up the feeds.
He demonstrates, and several little boxes appear on the tablet screen.
And then you can click on each one to make the feed bigger.
Oh, that's great, I say. Thank you.
You'll get a link in the next hour.
He starts to pack away his equipment.
So you can set up a permanent account and have all of this on your own tablet. Make sure the alarm code you set is one you'll remember. It's rigged to call the police after 3 attempts.
Got it. After seeing him out, I stick around for a bit longer, using the bar as a safe haven. And when I get the email, I set up the account and get it all logged in. It's high-tech. The entire bar area is covered. The stairwell up to my apartment and the areas outside and in the stockrooms. Other than my studio and the bathrooms, not a single part of this place is missed. They also installed a new alarm system on the doors and windows, with a code I need to enter within 5 minutes of unlocking. It's new, and while I'm feeling a little salty about Roman just doing this without my permission, I'm quietly grateful. I had compromised on safety, and though this town is safe, not everyone in it is, especially when we get so many out-of-towners. It's a little after 6 when I finish my shift, leaving the bar in the capable hands of my manager, and head back to the ranch, stopping by the pet store on the way through to get more of the high-calorie kibble Darcy recommended for Pumpkin. When I finally make it back, I notice Silas's truck parked next to Roman's. Inside, the sound of childish laughter reaches my ears, and my eyes immediately find Rosie hanging off of the back of Remy, who runs around the living room with her swinging behind him. Caleb is laughing from the couch, while Silas watches them both like a hawk, his whole body strung tight. I almost feel bad for him.
Just in time, sweetheart.
Roman's voice is at my ear, his scent wrapping around me. My stomach tightens. For what?
Family dinner.
His fingers brush down my arm.
Want to help?
I meet his eyes and nod a little before I follow him through to the kitchen, where he hands me the silverware to lay on the table, and he collects the dishes for the center. It smells good. Something rich and spicy that has my stomach growling in response. Do you always cook? I ask to fill the silence in the dining room.
Silas does it sometimes, but for the most part.
He nods. It smells good. The smile that breaks across his face makes my heart do a flip. It looks so boyish, charming, and fuck, if that doesn't make him 10 times more attractive. He has smile lines I want to trace with my finger. I wonder if that's how he feels about my dimples. Dropping my eyes, I continue laying the cutlery down at the placemats.
I like it when you look at me like that.
Roman, I breathe, unable to bring my eyes back up. It's why I hadn't seen him move closer, but I hadn't heard him either. He'd closed the gap between us so quietly, as if I were an animal easily spooked. Perhaps I am. A rough finger curls under my chin, tilting my face up, and my breath stalls in my chest.
I shouldn't fucking want you the way I do, Neve.
He says it so quietly, I'm wondering if the words were even meant for me.
But damn it, I do. It's so fucking selfish. I'm so fucking selfish for it. And yet every damn day I'm waiting for you to kiss me again. Praying for it. And I am not a man of God, Neve. But for you, I'll pray to whoever I need to.
My skin prickles and a shiver runs down my spine.
And one of these days, I'm going to snap and I'm going to kiss you first. And I'm not going to stop. Say you want me, sweetheart, and I'll give you it. All of it.
But this is pretend, I squeak.
Not for me.
His whiskey eyes drop to my lips, and I watch the bump in his throat bob as he swallows.
Not anymore.
He drops my chin and moves his hand to my left finger where he brushes over the diamond on the wedding band.
You ask, and I'll give you anything you want.
I don't want anything. I breathe.
Then want me.
The plea in his tone makes my knees shake.
Need me. Have me.
I've experienced a lot of heartbreak in my life. Not in relationships, but in life itself. I've lost people, grieved and broken myself over it. Loving Roman Knight would be easy. So damn easy it should scare me. But it's the heartbreak that truly stops me. How do I survive another one? How much risk am I willing to take?
If we lived life by the rule book, Neve, none of us would want to get up in the morning.
The words my dad once said to me, back when I was an anxious hormonal teen, echoes through my head. I can't even remember what it was about, but I remember exactly what was said. But what if I'm scared? I'd replied. He'd chuckled and leaned back in his chair, a can of beer in one hand and sports playing on the TV.
But what if it's not as scary as you think?
I swallow hard, my heart thumping so wildly I hear it inside my ears. Roman is looking at me with a softness that has parts of me melting, burning down walls I've constructed to protect my heart.
Say you want me,
he rasps, so close his breath whispers over my lips. It would be so easy to just lean in and take what I've been craving since that night out on the porch. The brush of his tongue, the feel of his fingers as they dug into my flesh, holding me so close like he was afraid I'd disappear if he let me go. I wet my lips, skin prickling in anticipation.
Say you need me.
My breath rattles from me as those words brush against me, as warm as whiskey. My body aches for him, from the way I am holding myself back. The craving is a very real physical need that has claws in deep. I push forward on my toes, lifting just a little to close the gap between us, and the dining room door slams open.
Miss Neve!
Rosie's sweet little voice has the two of us jumping apart.
You got a cat!
Chapter 22. Roman. I love my niece. I'd burn the world for my niece, slay any monster and any dragon for her, but right now? God damn it. You found Pumpkin? Neve crouches down low, picking up the tiny ginger cat so she can show the little girl. Immediately, the purring begins, so loud it could rival my truck. And I know for right now, the moment we just shared is lost. I walk by the two of them, but a hand brushes my thigh as I pass. Glancing down, I see Neve's eyes on me, looking up from beneath her lashes. And for once, there isn't a guard popped up in front of her. She gives me a smile, not a dimpled one, but this is real. It's soft and it's open, and it damn near makes my heart skip a beat. Scrubbing a hand down my face, I move through the doors to grab the rest of the dishes for dinner, ordering my two brothers to get what I can't. Caleb hurries along in front of us, drawn by the noise of Rosie's giggles. When we re-enter the dining room, Neve is sitting on the floor, legs crossed, as she helps Rosie cuddle the kitten. Can I hold her? Caleb asks shyly, standing right beside Neve as he stares longingly at the kitten. I look at Silas, his brows in his hairline as he watches his son speak to her. Caleb doesn't talk to many people, especially not people he doesn't know well, not unless he feels safe with them. His mom leaving did a number on him, and while Silas has him in therapy to help, these things take time. This, in itself, is a huge step.
Of course you can, Neve tells him softly. Come, take a seat.
She pats the space beside her. Caleb gets down onto the floor, crossing his legs as he watches his sister love on the cat. Only for a minute, Silas tells his two kids. Then wash your hands so we can have dinner.
Okay, Daddy,
they reply in unison. They're fantastic fucking kids, all things considered. Rosie passes Pumpkin back to Neve, and she immediately hands her over to my nephew, helping him adjust his arms so the baby can sit right in them without falling. The cat's loving it, the sound of its purrs filling the room as we watch the three of them on the floor.
Pet her right here.
Neve shows Caleb a spot behind Pumpkin's ear, and it's like a button for the cat. She immediately curls in deeper to Caleb, going soft and closing her eyes.
She's so cute,
Caleb whispers as if afraid he'll wake her. They do that for a couple more minutes, but eventually they have to let Pumpkin go so the kids can eat. Neve takes the cat out to the bed she's set up in the living room and comes back to take her spot at my side. She keeps her eyes to herself now, but from beneath the table, something nudges against my foot, and I swear my heart drops into my stomach. A subtle glance under shows her booted foot pressed up against mine, and I feel like I just won the whole damn world. "What's up with your face?" Remy hollers over the table, staring at me hard. "Remy," Silas scolds. Neve snorts beside me, using her hair as a curtain to shield her face from me. Damn. I feel like I'm fucking blushing. There's a foreign burn on my cheeks, and my scalp is prickling. Picking up a green bean from my plate, I launch it across the table. The long, stringy vegetable hits my youngest brother right in the middle of the forehead, leaving a buttery grease spot on his skin. He snaps back in his chair, as if he just got shot before his mouth drops open in shock. "Did you just throw a fucking green bean at my head?" Rosie gasps at his side.
Uncle Remy said a bad word.
"Remy?" Silas scolds for the second time in less than a minute.
"He needs a timeout,"
Rosie says matter-of-factly.
"I get a timeout when I say a bad word."
Neve's shoulders are shaking, her head bent toward the table, still with her hair as a shield to cover her face. My hand moves on its own, reaching to tuck it behind her ear. "I want to see that," I tell her when she snaps her head toward me. Remy makes a gagging noise. "Get a room! Remy!" And there's the third telling off. The rest of dinner goes just how it started, with a lot of ribbing from Remy, a lot of scolding from Silas, and me trying to sneak glances at the woman sitting beside me. Even Caleb is laughing. It feels good after the heaviness of the past few days. When dinner is done, Neve and Remy take cleanup duty while Silas and I wrangle the kids into the living room to try and calm them down after all the activity.
"Is she staying?"
Caleb settles on the couch beside me, a book in his lap. "Neve?" I look down at him. He nods, blinking eyes that match my brother's. "I hope so," I admit.
"I think I like her,"
he sighs. "You think?"
"Yeah."
"Well, that's good, buddy. I think I like her too."
"Well, duh."
My nephew rolls his eyes like he's the wisest one in the room.
"You married her."
"That's true," I agree. "It's okay to like her." I make sure to reassure him. He shrugs his little shoulders.
Yeah, I guess so. I like her cat, too.
Maybe we should convince your dad to get one, I whispered to him. I heard that! Silas snaps from the other side of the room, where he has a lap full of dolls and stuffed animals, which Rosie keeps taking from to build her little tea party around the coffee table.
Can we, Dad?
Shit. I wince when Silas glares daggers at me. We don't have time for a cat, Caleb.
We can make time, though,
Caleb defends.
Please, Dad.
Fuck, I put my foot in my mouth there. Maybe we should revisit this in like a year, I say. He'll forget in a year, surely. Caleb mutters something under his breath and then goes quiet, turning his attention back to the book. I can feel my brother's eyes burning into the side of my head, but I don't look at him. I know better than to suggest shit like that, and that's my bad. Rosie runs from the room like a bat out of hell, followed by a oof that sounds from the kitchen, and then she's back, Neve in tow. Rosie is dragging her by her hand, a towel thrown over her shoulder.
Sit,
she demands, pointing to a cushion thrown onto the floor in front of the table.
It's tea time.
Neve chuckles as she lowers onto the cushion, entertaining Rosie, pretending to sip from her plastic teacup, little pinky out and everything for the next hour. At 9, Silas rounds them up and heads out, leaving just me, Neve, and Remy. But I'm about to remedy that. Flicking my eyes to my brother, I jerk my chin to the door, silently telling him to get the fuck out. But all he does is grin. Roman tells me you own the bar in town. Sunstone Saloon, is it? Remy asks her. Huffing an irritated breath, I push up from the couch and go to the small drinks cart I have set up in here. I pour 2 glasses with a small serving of whiskey and hand one to Neve. Remy lifts his hand to take the second, but I ignore the fucker and return to my spot on the couch, groaning a little when my ribs smart. I'm due to take my pills for the pain soon, but they'll knock me out, and I'm not ready to let the night go just yet. I just need my brother to leave so I can pick up where I left off with Neve in the dining room.
That's right.
Neve nods to my brother, not picking up on the silent conversation we're having. How long have you been doing that? Remy continues, getting comfortable. He spreads his arms along the back of the chair, a shit-eating grin on his face, knowing he's pushing my buttons.
About 5 years, I think, she responds. I opened it with my dad.
Ah, Remy nods. A father-daughter duo. I like it. Is he working there tonight? Maybe I'll pop down there, introduce myself since we're all family now. Fuck. I filled Remy in, but not every single tiny detail, like why Neve was in so much debt to begin with. It's bad enough Silas knows everything, which I get was inevitable, since he was the one to get me the information in the first place. But things have changed since then. Neve stares down into the ember liquid.
He actually passed. A year ago now.
Shit, Remy hisses, all humor he had slipping away. I'm sorry, I didn't... Fuck. I'm sorry. Neve shrugs and wets her lips.
It's all right.
Grief is a funny thing, isn't it? How it can hit you out of nowhere. It could be days, months, even years, where you feel okay. But then someone says something, or you smell a scent, or hear a song, and it drags you way back to when you were in the thick of it. Neve is still very much in the thick of her grief. That much is obvious, and no one can bring her out of that. It takes time, and how much time depends entirely on the person grieving. It's the cost of loving someone so deeply that when they're no longer here, a part of you leaves with them. It isn't about getting over it. It's about learning to live with a part of yourself that's missing, a part you never get back. And we all do that differently. I should probably go. Remy fidgets uncomfortably now that he's put his whole foot in his mouth, and then gets up. I really am sorry.
Don't sweat it,
Neve assures him, but she can't look him in the eye. Me, however, I'm glaring at him, my fingers twitching to slap him upside the head. I'll walk you out, I grind out, leaving Neve in the living room to show my brother the door. Why the fuck didn't you tell me? Remy hisses. Why the fuck did you need to know? I fire back. If you weren't so determined to mess with me, you wouldn't have said anything in the first place. He scrubs at the back of his neck. Shit. I'm sorry, bro. I grunt and shake my head. Just keep your mouth closed, yeah? Got it. He mimics closing a zip over his lips and throwing away the key. Are you two you know? I don't know. I open the door, the chilly mountain air sweeping in through the house. I'm happy for you, Remy says, stepping out onto the porch. Even if the way you started was all the way fucked up. Shut up, I shake my head. Well, it was, he shrugs. I knew you had a stick up your ass, bro, but a contract to get married? His laugh is boisterous. Can't believe Pops would do that, though. Yeah, me neither. I move to close the door. I'll see you tomorrow. Once he's out of sight, I completely shut and lock the door, returning to the living room, where Neve is perusing the bookshelf tucked into the corner. I doubt there's anything of interest there for her. It's all books on agriculture and town history, a collection my mom started back when she was still alive. She'd often curl up in the chair right by the fireplace, a book in her lap and a hot chocolate resting on the arm. Are you okay? I pause at the couch, leaning against it to watch her.
I want to be.
She flicks her blue eyes to me.
Some days are harder than others, and then some days I think I'm okay, and then feel like I've been hit by a truck.
It takes time, I assure her. There's no rush. She nods gently.
I guess.
Dropping her hand from the weathered spines, she turns to me, and then closes the gap, coming to a stop in front of me, an inch between us. She looks over my face with an intensity she's never shown before.
You've made it easier, she whispers.
My throat works on a swallow, and I force myself to keep still so I don't reach for her.
I tried to pretend you didn't, but tonight made me realize I had been lying to myself. And part of me feels guilty for letting myself feel something other than sadness. But I also know my dad would turn in his grave if he knew how the last year has been for me.
Life isn't meant to be easy, sweetheart. My fingers curl into the palms of my hands. It's meant to be messy, unpredictable. Her eyes drop to my lips.
Thank you.
What for?
Making me feel something more.
The world stops spinning for a moment as she presses up onto her toes, and then so fucking gently, as soft as the whisper of a butterfly wing, presses her lips to the corner of my mouth. The kiss is chaste, but it lasts. I still feel the tingle of it long after she's left the room.
Chapter 23. Neve. I take my coffee out onto the porch the following morning. It's still early, and the sun has barely risen, so I drag a blanket with me to curl up on the hanging chair. Horses are already being moved out into the pastures. So many of them I lost count after the 17th one. Roman is out there too. I catch glimpses of him on the back of Pippin, despite his still very broken ribs. Every now and then he looks toward me, his eyes under the shadow of his hat. And each time my stomach does this weird little somersault. Too easy would it be to fall into him, to lose myself in him, to let him take everything that feels entirely too heavy on my shoulders. But I am scared, and no amount of repeating my father's words helps. I've never been in love. I've never even looked for it. It hurts, though. That much I know. I saw my dad after Mom took off. I see Linda with her husband and how much pain it's causing, knowing he's ill and will one day leave her. Say you need me. A shiver runs through me, making my stomach clench and my thighs ache. Say you want me. I'd almost said exactly what we both wanted to hear. Let go of the ties holding me back. With his body so close to mine, it had been easy to forget the world around us existed. He's such an imposing man, a dominating presence, and I've no doubt that expands to every corner of him. How would he feel? I wet my lips, unable to stop myself from imagining that big body moving on top of mine. How he would feel between my legs, or how that thick beard around his mouth would feel scratching over my skin. I have a feeling he would own me so thoroughly I'd struggle to figure out where I end and he begins. I need to go for a swim or something. Finishing my coffee, I head back inside and take the stairs 2 at a time to get a bag together and my bikini on. When I have everything ready and a towel thrown over my shoulder, I move to leave, only to come to a stop when I see Roman standing at the front door. Slowly, he takes the hat off his head and he lets his eyes drag down me, his mouth lifting just a touch at the corner. But it soon drops when he realizes where I'm going. No. That's a cold bucket of water. Excuse me?
Have you forgotten already, sweetheart?
A muscle in his cheek twitches.
You're not going into the woods alone.
I brought a gun this time. I say, like that makes it better.
Not alone.
He punches out the 2 words. Then send one of your cowboys with me.
Absolutely not. Give me a minute. I'll take you.
My brows shoot up. Are you not busy?
Not too busy for you.
He moves past me and into the kitchen, plucking a set of keys from the hook.
Let's go.
When I don't immediately follow him, he glances over his shoulder and quirks a brow.
What? Afraid to be alone with me?
His tone is light, teasing, a spark lighting up the amber of his eyes. We're alone now, I challenge, rising up to meet him.
Don't tease me, Neve, he rasps. I'm close to breaking point with you.
And what happens when you pass that point? I swallow, warmth blooming low in my stomach. I shift my weight, rubbing my thighs together to try to ease the ache that forms from the promise in those words.
You want to find out, Neve?
I'm speechless, unsure how to answer it. I do want to find out, but I'm too chicken to admit it. He chuckles warmly.
Come on.
We head to the ATV parked beside the barn, and once Roman's on, I climb on behind him, wrapping my arms around his hard abdomen. And even though they're tight, he adjusts them, pulling them to tighten even further. My entire front is pressed to his back, my thighs spread on either side of his hips. He twists the throttle and pulls away, following the trail toward the woods. It only takes us a couple of minutes to make it to the wood's edge, where he brings us to a stop and I climb off.
We hear anything.
His arm curls around me.
You run. You hear me?
Yes, I breathe.
Don't wait for me.
He holds my eyes.
You run.
I understand. He stays close to me as we take the walk through the woods, shoulders brushing every couple of steps until the sound of the falls thunders through the trees. A breath of relief slips from me. When I made this agreement with Roman all those weeks ago, I figured I'd be down here more. And yet, the times I've been swimming have been few and far between. But I've found that I haven't needed it as much. Like I've been able to breathe without it. I wasn't sure that would ever happen. Roman lowers my bag to the ground and then takes up a spot on a fallen tree, lowering to sit with a full view of the plunge pool and the water falling over the slick and mossy rocks. His eyes are on me the entire time I strip out of my clothes, down to the light blue bikini I picked out. "You coming in, cowboy?" I call over my shoulder, walking into the shallows of the pool. "I'd rather watch." My whole body warms. Enough to fight off the chill the water attempts to wash over me. I do my usual routine. Get in so far until I can lift and swim, moving into the center of the pool where I then turn on my back. The water ripples around me, and the sky opens up above my eyes, birds sweeping over to land in the thick canopy. I'm not sure how long I float there, long enough for my fingers to prune. And when I right myself, Roman is still on that log, though he's leaning forward now, his elbows resting on his knees, watching. He looks as content as I feel, soft, shoulders relaxed. I cut through the water, back to the shore and stand once I'm able to touch the bottom. He immediately straightens, eyes following the path of the water that rolls down my body. "Enjoying the show?" I tease. Whiskey eyes flick up, and he wets his mouth. "I am." Picking up my towel, I get a little confidence boost as I wrap it around myself, and then reach for the strings securing the fabric around my neck. His throat works on a swallow as I pull them loose, and then reach down the back of the towel for the back strings. Once they're released, I pull the top free, dropping it onto the floor. Any other man looking at me the way Roman is looking at me would get a quick and sharp slap. But him, I could have him watch me all day. It's hungry, a little desperate, a match to the growing need inside of me. I tighten the towel a little further before reaching up and pulling on the strings, keeping my panties in place. "Neve," he growls, his eyes darkening, a muscle in his jaw ticking. "Yes?" I ask innocently. Reaching into the bag, I pull my black lacy panties that I'd tucked into one of the side pockets out and pull them up beneath the towel. I grab my oversized bar tee next. "I'm gonna need you to put some clothes on, sweetheart." I flutter my lashes at him, but then turn around, giving him my back. With shaking hands, I undo the knot securing the towel in place. "Why? It's not like you haven't seen it before." The cool air of the forest kisses my skin, sending goosebumps down my body. When he doesn't deny it, I chuckle. "I knew it was you that day." God, it feels like so long ago now. "So, what's the big deal?" Pulling the tee over my head, I turn back to him, adjusting the stretchy fabric. It's long enough to cover most of me, stopping just at the top of my thighs. A hiss of breath leaves him as he leans forward once more, resting his head in his hands so it covers his mouth. Eyes roam over me, following every line, every curve. It's not hard to see the bulge in his pants, the way the denim of his jeans molds to the shape of his hard cock. That can't be comfortable. Not seen a naked girl before? Perhaps taunting him isn't the wisest idea, but I'm feeling free and a little reckless. I want to push just to see what happens. "Don't worry, cowboy." I purposely drop my eyes to his lap. "Your secret is safe with me." His eyes burn into me. "Keep that up, sweetheart, and I'll make you deal with it here and now." "You can try." I laugh. "You want to play, Neve?" His voice drops an octave lower. "We can play." "Not sure you can keep up," I challenge. His shoulders shake with his laughter.
You have no fucking idea what I'm capable of. But if you're a good girl, I can show you.
I think my brain short-circuits. His grin is mischievous as he rises to stand, stepping closer. His hand goes to the hem of my shirt, and he lifts it up until he can curl his palm around my hip. And then he tugs me closer, until my body is lined up against his. I can feel his cock pressing into my lower abdomen, warmth blooming between my legs in response.
And you'd fucking like it.
He purrs. His fingers curl into my flesh. Roman.
It would be louder than that.
He dips his head, running his nose along my jawline.
You'd scream it. Claw my back until I bleed.
Jesus fucking Christ.
And then I'd do it again, until I painted you mine from the inside and marked your thighs with my fingers. Left bites on your neck and your lips swollen from my kiss.
My breath is coming out in short but heavy bursts. Oh my God. My core throbs. I feel every part of his touch, hyper-aware of his presence and every part of him that touches me. The scratch of his stubble, the hardness of his fingers, the words that are promised against my skin. His hand releases my hip, but he doesn't like...
You've been listening wonderfully. Now take a brief musical break to recharge, breathe, and simply enjoy the moment. We're grateful to have you here.
go. Instead, he follows the curve down, over the strap of my panties before he comes to a stop at my thigh, fingers drumming against my skin.
Tell me, wife.
His voice is all growl, deep, rasping, and warm.
Are you wet? If I slip my hand inside your panties, will I find out just how much you want me?
Yes. He keeps his eyes on mine, and as he traces his fingers inwards to my inner thigh and then up, I shiver.
Tell me to stop.
My lashes flutter. I can't.
Fuck.
He groans, and his fingers slip under my panties. On the first swipe, my knees wobble. On the second, a loud moan slips from my lips.
God damn,
he groans.
Lift your legs, sweetheart.
Shakily, I do as instructed and rest my foot on the log beside him, giving him access to me. And he fucking takes it. Lowers his fingers closer to my entrance to tease me there, circling and dipping only a little inside.
You were drenched, baby.
He rasps, focused on his task.
You feel that? How wet you are?
More, I beg, shamelessly, my head tipping back. Fuck. He gives as I ask, sliding his fingers further inside of me and curling them just right as he slides them back out, only to press the pad of his thumb to my clit. I reach out to steady myself on his shoulder, my body tightening in response to his fingers. Nipples pressing against the material of my shirt, skin pebbling, heart racing. Fuck me. He keeps going, pushing further and further, in and out with his fingers while he circles his thumb over my clit. It isn't rushed, and not a single spot is missed. He's meticulous, absolute, playing my body like it's an instrument that only he knows how to play.
You're so fucking warm, Neve.
He groans.
I feel you sucking me in. So greedy, baby.
The rasp of his words only adds to the inferno burning up inside of me, winding me up so damn tight. Any moment, I'm going to snap.
You're going to sing for me, aren't you, pretty girl?
His pace quickens, thrusting his hand into me harder, faster. All the while, his thumb works my clit. Oh, God! I cry out, my hips now moving to chase the high.
Give it to me, Neve,
he demands.
Come on. Let me see it. Relax.
My fingers curl into his shoulder as every single muscle tightens, my pussy convulsing, squeezing. It all releases at once, and I can't stop the sound that leaves my throat. I moan his name as I convulse, my orgasm ripping through me. He keeps going, working me through it until I can't stand any longer. And even then, he catches me, his fingers still buried inside me. With one arm banded around me, the other between my legs, he dips his head and buries his face into the side of my neck, licking and sucking my skin.
So fucking pretty when you fall apart for me, sweetheart.
Chapter 24. Roman. The last thing I want to do is let go of her. But if I don't, I'll have her pinned to the nearest tree with my cock buried between her legs in the next second. I right her panties, but keep a grip on her as her knees wobble. There's a pink flush on her cheeks and a heaviness to her eyes. Lids hooded as she looks at me, completely sated. So fucking pretty. The first time I fuck her will not be up against some tree. I want to take my time, taste, and tease, and learn. I want to read her body like it's a book, push every button, lick every inch. We both take a moment to catch our breaths, and when she's ready, she reaches for the shorts lying on top of her bag. Her blue eyes meet mine once she's fully dressed. But there's doubt there that doesn't belong. Grasping her chin, I lower my mouth to hers, not hesitating, just taking. I haven't kissed her. Not since our wedding day. She's always been the one to initiate anything. But I'm taking that back now. I won't settle for that look on her face. I'm not going to hide how much I want her. I sweep my tongue between her lips, feeling her melt in my arms. If I could just hold all of her, I would. Keep her in my arms and glue every piece together. She kisses me back with as much as I give, matching the strokes of my tongue with her own, angling her head to allow me in further. Eventually, I have to let her go. I feel on edge with her as it is, and the longer we remain here, the more likely it is I'm going to have her on that tree. We remain close as we both catch our breaths, and then step apart. I fucking love the way she looks right now, lips wet and swollen from my mouth, that post-orgasm glow still making her skin a little flushed. Are you going to say it? I can't help but reach for her again, seeking the feel of her.
Say what?
That you need me. As my words hit, she pulls away.
Roman.
It's okay, I assure her. We'll get there. There's a surety to my words that probably shouldn't belong, but I know it. We will get there. I've gone so long not wanting this, not wanting someone close, and now that I have it, I'm not going to let it go. Even when that part of me knows it's selfish, that she's in danger when she is with me. How do I let go of something that's made me feel more than anything has ever made me feel? God damn, I want her. All of her.
You're so confident,
she chuckles. I am, I agree, pulling the keys from my pocket for the ATV. This may have started temporary, but I plan to make it permanent, sweetheart. I'll wait however long it takes, but one day, you'll say the words. But I don't mind saying them for both of us. I need you, Neve.
We've barely started, Roman.
I simply shrug. One of the things I had to learn real quick in this place is to watch. Always watching, Neve. I see you. I see how you want to hide. Bury those feelings down deep so you don't get hurt, and put up those walls so no one gets close. You're prickly, and that's what drew me to you. I figured it would work in my favor.
With the whole fake marriage and all.
Neve smiles. Not quite what I want, but close. So close. Yes, I admit. You were the one person who didn't want more from me. In fact, I was sure you downright despised me. And I figured it would be easy to leave it all when our year was up. But they're just thorns, Neve, I tell her. But I see you. How you escape to the falls to clear your head. And you use the bar like a shield. But you care so fucking deeply. You take in semi-feral animals to help them. You're scared, Neve, but that's okay. I'm going to show you that with me, there's nothing to be afraid of. You just have to trust me. Her eyes bounce between mine as my words settle beneath her skin. It won't be today. It won't be tomorrow. But it will happen. I've gone my entire life not wanting this. It wasn't about finding the right person. And then, the right person fell into my lap. Let's head back. I turn to the trail that'll take us from the woods.
I want to.
I glance back over my shoulder, waiting for her to continue.
I just don't know how.
First, I give her a grin. You've got to stop pretending this is pretend.
And how does that look?
She wets her bottom lip and drops her eyes to my mouth. By looking at me just like that, baby, I rasp. by letting me kiss you any time I want. Step by step, sweetheart.
Step by step, she repeats. So where do we start?
You let me take you on a date.
Okay,
she breathes.
Are you sure you don't mind?
Neve fidgets with the truck keys in her hand. We can do it tomorrow or the day after, I assure her. Your bar and your staff are more important right now. The reservation I had for the restaurant in the city can be changed. And as much as I've been dying to get this woman alone again since yesterday morning, it can wait. We have time. We were ready to go when she got a call from Ashley, letting her know they were now short-staffed due to 2 of her staff members coming down with a stomach bug. And while Ashley had tried to manage it, it was too busy. I understand business, and I know when to push. This isn't one of those times.
Okay.
She steps closer, that pretty dress she put on just for me swishing around her legs. Did I tell you already how beautiful you are? I ask her. I don't think I've ever told her. Her cheeks turn a little pink as she shakes her head. You are stunning, I tell her. More than that, I never want to look away. Pushing onto her toes, she kisses me firmly, slipping her tongue between my lips. But it's over way too quickly.
I'll see you later, cowboy.
My grip on the counter turns firm as I watch her walk away from me, grabbing her cell and purse on the way out. And only when the door shuts behind her do I release my breath and my hold. I feel fucking feral when it comes to her. I never want her to leave. I want her here with me, on me. So far under my skin, neither of us will be able to tell where one begins and the other ends. Running a hand down my face, I start for the office. But sitting behind the desk right now is probably going to make this worse, so I spin and change direction. A ride. I need a fucking ride. And the fences haven't been checked today. It's a long job, meaning I won't be able to get in that damn truck to follow Neve into town. I have to remember to give her space. I can't be with her 24/7, no matter how much I want to be. Yanking the door open, I head into the late afternoon sun, my legs eating up the space between here and the barns. But a loud whistle stops me. Silas is heading this way, a thick envelope in his hand. Saw Neve leaving, he says. Figured this was a good time to give you this. What is it? Does it look like I opened it? Silas deadpans. Smartass, I fire back, taking it from him. Our lawyer dropped it off this morning, he adds. You want to see what it is? I ask, but my brother shakes his head. Nah, I've got a call with a ranch out of town. They're looking at bringing in a trainer for one of their new fillies. All right, I'll let you know. Slipping my finger under the tab, I open the envelope, pulling out the first page so I can see what it is. Deeds. I pull the paperwork from the envelope, but as it comes out, a smaller, white envelope falls out with it, landing by my feet.
Roman.
The handwriting makes me pause. I'd recognize it anywhere. Tucking the rest of the paperwork under my arm, I reach down for the letter from my grandfather and turn back around, staring at the envelope like I might be able to see inside without opening. Lowering onto the top step of the porch, I place the deeds beside me, and I open the envelope.
I know you're probably pissed at me, but if you've got this, it means you did as I asked. I knew you were smart, and you'd figure it out. It's why I put that clause in my will. But everything I did was for you, Roman. You know me, son, and I know you. I raised you like you were my own, and after your mother died, I saw what it did to you, how you shut yourself off to the world. I couldn't reach you, and neither could your brothers, but I couldn't watch you do that to yourself. Is this extreme? Possibly.
But there is a method to my madness. I can imagine him writing this, bent over the desk in the office, holding that pen far too tight. I can feel the indent left in the paper. He had a heavy hand, and we all used to joke about how he was trying to tear through the paper instead of actually writing. When our grandmother was still alive, she used to do all his writing for him, because he never learned to stop being so hard with the pen. It seems ridiculous, and a part of me always thought he did it so he didn't have to handle paperwork. I know you think love is meant to doom us, but that couldn't be farther from the truth. I loved your grandmother more than I can even explain, and losing her was the hardest thing I have ever experienced. They take parts of you, little pieces of your soul that you never want back. You were adamant you didn't want it, never wanted to experience it, and you didn't even try. Love is the most precious thing in the world. To never experience it is a life wasted. Maybe this won't work out the way I hope. Maybe the woman you choose to marry won't be the one to change your mind. But then, what if she is? What if you finally get to see what you've missed out on all along? Your mother would have wanted you to find happiness as much as I want the same for you. What happened to her is my biggest regret. I wish I had done more. But you knew your mother, how fierce she could be. I raised her that way, and I am still proud of the woman she became. One day, he will pay for what he did to our family. And for you, son, I want you to try. That's why I put the clause in. That's why I forced your hand. You can hate me for it, but I don't regret it. The ranch is yours now. It is our name, our legacy, and you are now responsible for it. But don't lose touch with who you are, Roman. Live. Keep living. Find the small things in life, the things that you can't live without, and protect them, earn them, and cherish them. I did it with your grandmother. I found it again with your mother, and then again with you 3 boys. I'm proud of you for everything you have done and achieved. Proud of the man you are. Now go find more. P.S. Give my apologies to whichever poor woman is going to have to put up with you. I know she's going to be a tough cookie, and maybe she'll teach you a thing or two about living. All my love. Pops. My shoulders shake with laughter. That fucking bastard. I glance at the deeds and then at the ranch sprawling before me. The horses in the pastures, the cattle grazing on the hills, and the mountains that tie it all together. I have the ranch. Now, I have to figure out how to keep the girl.
Chapter 25. Neve.
He did what?
Ashley thinks she's being quiet with her whisper hiss, but she may as well have just screamed it across the bar. Several heads whip our way, and I bundle her toward the supply closet, pulling the door firmly closed behind us. Would you keep your voice down? I whisper even though we're behind a door. I don't trust anyone not to come snooping.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Ashley's voice has taken on a high-pitched quality that makes my ears itch.
Was I supposed to act calm when you told me you let Roman...
I slap my hand over her mouth.
Don't say it.
She mumbles something, so I let her go.
Finger fuck you in the middle of the woods?
Ashley! I think I'm a puddle on the floor.
What?
She laughs and then wiggles her finger in my face.
You're blushing.
I press my palms to my cheeks. Is this stupid? I ask her seriously. Am I asking to get hurt?
Neve.
Ashley wraps her fingers around my wrist and drags my hands away from my face. Do you have feelings for him? I shouldn't, I rush out. I shouldn't. Should I? Babe, breathe, Ashley orders. Why shouldn't you? He paid me. My shoulders sag as I let the door take my weight before I slide down it to land on my ass on the floor. In the beginning, Ashley joins me and crosses her legs under herself. But it's not like either of you saw this coming. So what if that's how you started? You deserve to be happy, Neve. What if being happy is the thing that makes me forget? It's already started happening. I don't think about my dad as often throughout the day, especially when I'm with Roman. He takes all my focus, pushes all that sad away, and I don't know if I'm ready to let it go. You and I both know your dad would be so pissed if he heard you talking like that. Ashley pins me with her dark eyes. You don't forget people, Neve. It just gets a little easier to be without them. If Roman is giving that to you, I say let yourself have it. And then what happens when he hurts me? I fire back with a shrug. How many blows do I have to take? But what if he doesn't hurt you, Neve? When I don't answer, she reaches forward and grasps my hand, holding on to it tight. It's okay to be afraid. But what's not okay is letting fear control you. You were afraid of opening this bar, and look what you made. I knew what to expect with the bar, I huff. She laughs. No, you didn't. Stop being stubborn. You're supposed to be on my side, I remind her. I am on your side. She rises to her feet. I will always root for your happiness. This is no different. I hate that she's right. And I hate that I'm a fucking coward. Come on. She jerks her head toward the door. They'll all be having a meltdown out there. I take her hand and let her pull me off the floor. We were supposed to have a date tonight. What? She shrieks. Then why are you here? I lied. I wince. Wait, that actually makes sense in why you're wearing that. Looking down at the dress I picked out for the night, I smooth my hands down the soft skirts. I don't wear things like this often. I don't have time to, and the bar is hardly the place. I'd felt pretty after I put it on, but then I chickened out and lied about the staff's sickness and call. I told him we had a staff shortage and you needed me. Her eyes roll so hard I'm surprised she doesn't see the back of her own head. You're leaving. Wait, no. Yes. No. Yes. No take-backs. I open and close my mouth. That's not fair. Bitch, don't push me. I'll drive you there myself. I roll my lips. Fine. But how am I meant to explain myself? You tell him everything. She says it like that doesn't make my gut cramp with anxiety. How about I do that tomorrow? I reason with my best friend as I follow her out of the closet and into the bar. Nope. She pops the pea. I'll do whatever you want. I flutter my lashes. Absolutely not. With a firm hand, she snatches my keys from the counter and plants them in my palm. Now off you go. You've got a cowboy to apologize to. Ash, I whine. Off you go. She points to the door. You're cut off for the night. You can't kick me out of my own bar. I just did. She lifts a brow in challenge. Fine, but you're in timeout. Timeout for what? She chuckles. Me. That's fine. You'll be too busy saving the horses and riding the cowboy. I gasp and clutch at my imaginary pearls. Ashley. She wiggles her brows. Have fun. I watch her slip into the fray, collecting glasses as she goes, and I have a breath. I know she'll have my ass if I don't leave. So I reach for a bottle of whiskey from the top shelf and then grab a bottle of wine from the fridge. Offerings always soften the blow, right? Like, here, have a present. I fucked up. God, this is going to be awful. Say you need me. I'm in so much trouble. Saying a quick goodbye to those who noticed me leaving, I make my exit, heading toward my truck. A quick honk of a horn catches my attention before I manage to unlock the door and lift my head to see Oscar in his cruiser parked across the street. He offers me a wave, which I return, but I don't stick around for him to ask me out again. Laying the bottles on the passenger seat, I round the hood and hop in behind the wheel to make the journey back to Night Falls. The drive back goes by entirely too quickly, the ranch signage swinging in the slight breeze as I pass under it, following the long, narrow road up to the main house and pull to a stop beside Roman's truck. I haven't even got the door open when Roman steps out onto the porch in nothing but a pair of gray sweatpants. Holy shit. My mouth goes dry as I look him over, from his bare feet to the thighs that stretch out the material of the sweats, the very obvious bulge at his groin, and then to the V that carves into the lower part of his abdomen, a trail of dark hair traveling from his navel down, disappearing into the waist of his pants. I follow the bumps of his abdominal muscles to his chest covered in a smattering of hair, and then up, past the strong clavicles and the thick neck to his mouth, and then, lastly, his whiskey eyes. Taking a breath in the hopes it'll soothe me, I reach for the bottles, and then get out of the car, my steps short and slow as I make my way toward him.
You're early, sweetheart.
He frowns, taking the bottles.
What are these for?
An apology? My eyes are down, focused on the dip between his collarbones.
What for?
Can we go inside? I ask instead.
Neve, talk to me.
I lied, Roman. I didn't have a staff shortage. They didn't need me. I chickened out, okay? I finally meet his eyes, expecting outrage, disappointment, something. But all I'm met with is amusement.
Okay.
His head cocks as he studies me.
So, what do you want to do?
I want to make up for it, I say, my voice catching a touch, guilt making my stomach roll, but then I sigh. I'm scared. Admitting it to Ashley is one thing. Admitting it to Roman, it feels like I'm bearing a part of my soul, opening myself up to be vulnerable. Placing the bottles down, he steps closer and lifts his hands to my face, cupping it gently as he tilts my face up so I can meet his eyes.
Lift your hand and put it on my chest, Neve.
He orders softly.
Over my heart.
A breath stutters from my lips as I do as he asks, laying my palm flat over his left pec, and immediately feel how hard his heart is beating. It's fast and strong, fluttering against my palm. My eyes drop from his to my hand as if I can see it, the way his heart is pumping.
You feel that, sweetheart?
He dips his head to meet my eyes again.
That's what you do to me. The moment I heard you pull up, my whole body reacted, and I haven't been able to come down since. You terrify me. But it isn't the type of fear I want to run from. It's the type I want to chase. Fuck, Neve. You make me feel alive, and it scares the hell out of me.
He's scared too.
And every time I look at you, I find it nearly impossible to look away. And when I kiss you, all I want to do is keep doing it. Keep tasting you. Hold on and not let fucking go. I've been alone for an awfully long time. I thought that's what I wanted. And then I married you. So I get it, baby. And you can keep running if you want to. I'll chase. I'll keep chasing.
My heart thuds inside my chest, and my fingers curl a little against his bare skin, slightly biting.
You feel right, Neve.
He feels right, too.
You deserve to be happy, Neve.
Ashley's words ring in my head. I thought I was happy, or as happy as I could be. But looking back on this past year, maybe even longer than that, I've been stagnant. I've watched the world keep moving while I stand still, doing nothing, going after nothing. I just existed. But I haven't lived. I haven't lived for a long time. The swimming at the falls was the spark of color in the mundane until Roman showed up and asked me to marry him. Ever since, little sparks of color have popped up. They've bloomed in the shadows, in parts of me I thought would never see the light again. Yes, I am terrified of what could happen. But how will I know if I don't take that risk? Kiss me, I demand.
Thought you'd never ask.
He grins before he closes the little gap between us and slams his mouth to mine. It feels different from all the other kisses. It feels like a claiming and a promise. With his hands cradling my face, he angles my head further back, deepening the kiss while his tongue seeks entry. He tastes like whiskey and honey, so damn warm and addictive, I'm chasing it when he pulls away.
If we continue, Neve, I won't stop,
he rasps, eyes turning dark. Then don't stop. I breathe heavily, my body aching with how tightly I am strung. I need you. His eyes widen slightly, but he doesn't hesitate for long. In one swift move, his hands are on the backs of my thighs, and he's hoisting me up until I have no choice but to wrap my legs around his hips. Your ribs, I gasp.
Fuck my ribs,
he growls, using my breaking away from his kiss to drop his mouth to my throat. Goosebumps erupt over my body as he licks and kisses over my pulse point, the sensation of it throwing my body through a loop. It feels so fucking good. My stomach tightens, and warmth blooms between my legs, a moan slipping from me.
You're gonna be my favorite thing to learn,
he groans as his steps eat up the distance to the door.
I can't wait to fucking unravel you, Neve. Learn exactly what makes you tick.
He kicks the door closed behind us, but he doesn't move away from it. Instead, he spins and has me pressed up against it, driving his hips up until his hard cock presses into the very center of me. Oh, God. The back of my skull thumps against the door.
Shit, baby. I need to be inside you. Right fucking now.
Then do it, I challenge. Right here. A muscle in his jaw ticks.
Hold on to me.
I tighten my arms around his neck and squeeze my thighs to keep myself attached to him while he shoves at his sweats, kicking them off when they land at his feet. And then I feel the head of his cock running over the seam of me above my panties. He hisses out of breath.
Fuck me.
He swipes his cock up and down, teasing the small bundle of nerves hidden behind the fabric. And I clench, waiting, wanting, needing more.
I'm sorry,
he rasps, his whole body going still.
I'm not. This isn't.
If you don't fuck me right now, Roman, I'm going to take matters into my own hands.
God damn.
He groans, moving us away from the door and into the kitchen where he lays me down flat on the kitchen counter. I try to move onto my elbows, to look, to take all of him in. He shoves my knees apart, grasps the top of my panties, and then a rip sounds before he tears away the scrap of material that was my underwear.
I've been dreaming of this fucking pussy, Neve.
He groans, bringing the torn panties toward his face. Dark eyes watch me as he stands between my parted legs, my dress shoved up around my hips, my lower half entirely exposed to him. The noise that leaves me as his words register can't be described as human. It's needy and desperate. His hands bite into my hips, his grip almost punishing as he pulls me even closer to the edge, until I'm practically falling off of it, and then palms his cock before gripping it and running the crown through me.
Tell me I can.
He practically begs.
Tell me I can have you.
I nod eagerly.
Words, Neve. Give me that pretty fucking voice. Tell me.
Please, I beg, trying to shift my hips to force the head of him down to where I need him most.
Please what, sweetheart?
He has a gleam in his eye, a smirk on his lips, and a wildness about him that tells me this is going to change my fucking life. Please fuck me, I ask shamelessly. Bear? He wets his bottom lip as he drops his eyes, watching himself move through me, coating himself with the arousal between my legs. I feel him everywhere, pleasure coursing through me, lighting up my veins and wrapping me up until all I think and breathe is him. I'm on the pill. He chuckles darkly. Then fuck. I want to only feel you. He slips the crown of his cock inside of me before he presses his thumb to my clit and circles it. My spine bows off the counter, my thighs tightening on his hips. So eager. He praises, leaning over me with only the tip of him inside. It's a tease that has my pussy clenching chaotically around just that small part of him, urging him to go deeper, to give me more. Made for me, sweetheart. He groans as he flexes, driving just a little more inside. Sweat beads at my temples, and my thighs shake with want. His thumb continues to swirl, applying just the right amount of pressure to have me climbing. Roman! I moan his name, head tipping back as everything in me tightens. That's it, baby. His voice is strained as he speaks, continuing to move his hips, but not enough to be fully inside. Give it to me. Fuck. I hiss, so damn close I could cry. More. You don't need more, sweetheart. He lowers fully, his mouth finding my throat. Give in. Relax and let your body talk. His teeth scrape over the skin on my neck, his thumb working just a bit faster. And I can't stop it. My orgasm barrels to the surface, ripping through me. Muscles clench wildly as my fingers claw at the countertop, seeking purchase they won't find. And he works me through it the entire time, wringing out every last drop of pleasure. Always you first, sweetheart. He kisses my neck one last time before he rises to his full height once more. Now it's my turn.
Chapter 26. Roman. She feels so damn good, warm and tight, and mine. Grasping her hips just a bit harder, firm enough I'll leave my marks behind, I thrust forward, finally sinking into her all the way. She cries out as a groan falls from me, her warm, wet pussy sucking me in as she trembles from the remnants of her orgasm. I pull her into me with every drive of my hips, burying myself so deep inside of her I don't know where I begin and she ends. And she takes everything I give. So damn pretty with her back arched, head thrown back in her pleasure. I've been dreaming of this, of her, and yet nothing could have prepared me for it. Our bodies slap together. The sound of her wetness obscenely loud as I fuck her hard and fast, chasing my own release. But this isn't enough. I want her writhing, sore to walk, skin mottled with the marks of my fingers and mouth. She is a craving I cannot satisfy, and has been since the moment I found her in the pool at the falls. Denying it is futile. I am weak for her. You feel so fucking good, I groan, my chin hitting my chest so I can watch myself sinking into her again and again, over and over. She stretches to fit me, soaking my cock, thighs tight around me. Releasing one of her hips, I press down on her lower abdomen, and she gasps, her head snapping up to watch me. You feel that? I can't help but smirk. You feel how fucking deep I am? I add a little more pressure, making sure she can feel every thrust and every grind, her perfect pussy sucking me in, clenching around me. Oh God, she cries. Fuck, I'm going to come again. I'm going to fuck you until you can't walk, I growl. Make you come again and again until you beg me to stop, Neve. I've waited for this, and you'll be damn sure I'm having every last drop. I punch each word out with a thrust of my hips, keeping her exactly where she is. Her pussy clamps around me so tight, adding an extra layer of pleasure that has a warning tingle rushing down my spine. My thrusts turn jerky, slower, as the weight of the pleasure consuming me completely takes over. My cock jumps inside of her, her pussy still convulsing, drawing out every drop from me. Spent, I release her hips, and still buried inside, I lean over her, burying my face in the side of her neck, as we both breathe heavily, skin slick with sweat. Her fingers thread into my hair, nails scratching against my scalp, and I almost fucking purr as my skin erupts in goosebumps. That was, she breathes. Perfect. I lift onto my elbows to look down at her, my hips still in the cradle of her thighs, cock softening inside of her. Life-changing. Everything stops for just a minute. The world stops spinning. The trees stop growing. I'm pretty sure even my heart stops beating as her mouth tips up into one of her full smiles. Dimples sinking into her cheeks as her eyes crinkle at the corners. Do it again. I breathe as the smile softens. Her brows lower. What? Smile like that? I plead. Give me that smile. Fuck, you're so beautiful, Neve. I kiss that smile, the areas where the dimples just were, as if I can taste it. You say all the right things, she whispers. I'll never stop saying them, I vow. It's a crime they haven't been said before. Oh, I don't know, she jokes. Old Bob from the factory tells me I'm beautiful every day when he comes in for his daily brandy. My eyes narrow. Fucking Bob. She laughs lightly as I gently ease from her, wincing at the loss. But I help her stand, catching her when her legs wobble. She lies between my legs as bubbles pop around my ears, her eyes closed as she hums the tune of a song I can't recognize. She lit a bunch of candles and turned out the lights, and now my bathroom smells like lavender, and I'm getting a cramp in my left ass cheek. This bathtub isn't made for two, but she made us both fit. And now she's relaxing against me, her hair wet, skin a little pink from the heat. And I'll be damned if I disturb her. The tips of my fingers lightly trace shapes on the swells of her breasts just poking out of the surface of the water, the rest of her hidden beneath the bubbles. When I pull my hands away to reach for the shampoo, her eyes snap open. Why'd you stop? My mouth pulls up so I can take care of my girl. You were taking care of your girl. It felt nice. This'll feel nice too, I assure her. Wet your hair some more. She's skeptical as she dips beneath the water and drenches her hair. And then I guide her to sit up between my legs. I squirt a handful of shampoo into my palm. Probably too much, but I mean, she has a lot of hair. Tipping my hand at the crown of her head, I lather the shampoo into her hair, pulling up the ends so I can get those parts too, and once it's all lathered up, I rub the tips of my fingers into her scalp, gently massaging as I wash her hair. She makes a sound, part moan, part sigh, that has my cock jerking in response. I've already had her again since the kitchen, while we waited for the bath to fill. She sat on the edge of the vanity unit while I worked between her legs, my mouth on hers, hands touching, feeling, studying. It was softer than before, but no less satisfying. When I've worked her hair, I guide her back beneath the water so I can wash it out, and then reach for the conditioner I stole from her room. I don't have this in here, but I knew she'd have more than I use. I add some to my palm and then move to repeat the steps I did for the shampoo. But she's quick to stop me.
No, no, she laughs. Not like that.
Well, how? I frown.
You put this on the ends of my hair, not the roots.
Why?
The scalp doesn't need it, just the ends, since they're the oldest and driest parts. So just gather the ends and... Here, let me do it.
She moves to scoop the conditioner out of my hand, but I move it out of reach like another child is trying to steal my toy. I can do it.
Roman, it's fine. I can just put it in, and you can wash it out.
I want to do it. She chuckles and gathers up her hair in one hand.
From here?
She points at one part of her head and then holds out the ends.
To here.
Got it. Following her instructions, I start to smooth the conditioner through her hair, making sure to get all of it until her hair feels like silk slipping through my fingers. Now what? I ask.
We wait a couple of minutes and then we wash it out.
That's an awful lot of work when you can just simply wash it and be done. She winces.
That's illegal.
I bark a laugh. What?
No, you can't do that. Do you do that?
I shrug. Yeah, I just wash and be done with it.
Oh, baby.
She pushes out her bottom lip.
I guess it's your turn now to find out. Lay back.
Neve. I try to reject the idea, but her scowl has me rethinking. You're going to need to shift if you want me to lay back. She scoots down to the end of the tub and orders me to spin around so she can fix my hair. When I lay down, slipping beneath the water, her fingers begin to work through my hair, wetting it before I sit up, and she squirts her shampoo into it. Her fingers move like mine did, and when she's done, she washes it out and puts in the conditioner.
You'll thank me later,
she tells me with a chuckle and spins around.
I need to wash this out now.
I help her with her hair, rinsing the conditioner from it, running my fingers through the dark, silky strands until it's clean of product and glossy, the light reflecting off the strands. She wrings out the water, and then orders me to go under so I can wash it out, and once it's done, I run my hands through my hair. It feels softer, sure, but I'm not sure it makes much difference to me.
See?
She beams. I do, I lie, pressing a kiss to her temple. We finish up in the bath and climb out, wrapping ourselves in towels as the bath empties. She wanders from the room while I get the plug out and do a quick cleanup. And when I come out, she's standing in the middle of the room, staring at the bed, her hair dripping water onto the hard floor. Are you okay? I come up behind her, sliding my hand around her waist to bring her back to my front.
I guess this is good night?
This is. Get dry and in my bed, sweetheart.
Oh.
Letting her go, I move to my drawers and pull out a pair of boxers before I drop the towel and put them on, and then reach for one of my t-shirts. If you don't put yourself there, I'll put you there, I tell her, matter-of-factly, and hand her the t-shirt. She gives me a half smile.
Okay.
She dries herself off, and then I watch in somewhat fascination as she braids her hair, her fingers working quickly before she ties it off with a band.
Which side? She asks.
Pick, I tell her.
You don't have a preferable side?
She quirks a brow. I do. I tip my head side to side, but I can change.
Roman, she sighs. Which side is yours?
Door side.
Oh, that's perfect, she grins. I'm a window side kind of girl.
My t-shirt hits her mid-thigh, but seeing her in my clothes has my cock hardening again. The way she swims in it, how the fabric drapes over her, legs on display. She pulls back the sheets and climbs into the bed, sinking against the pillows as she puts the sheets back up to her chin. Her eyes crinkle at the edges. A shy smile as her eyes land on me. "You've been holding out on me," she teases. "This bed is like a cloud." "It's yours," I immediately declare and cross over to her, climbing in beside her before I reach for her to bring her in close. She shifts until she's facing me, her hands beneath her cheek. "I need to kiss you," I rasp. "I'm here," she replies, shuffling closer until the front of her presses to the front of me. Sliding my arms around her, I bring her in more and lay my lips over hers. The taste, a drug I cannot get enough of. More. Always more. Never enough. She is the beginning and the end, and everything in between. "Say you need me." That's what I asked her. But it's the other way round. I need her.
Chapter 27. Neve. His body rocks above mine, in and out slowly, arms holding tight, teeth grazing against the side of my neck as I try to spread my thighs wider to allow him in deeper. "You feel so fucking good, sweetheart." His rasping voice sends shivers down my spine, a euphoric kind of feeling, like I'm floating in the clouds somewhere above the mountains that surround us. The delicious grind of his hips and the deep penetrating thrusts has me seeing stars. It's not enough, and yet too much all at the same time. I want it harder, rougher, untamed, but he's so gentle there's no bite. Pushing at his chest, I force him to his hands, hovering over me, his cock buried between my legs, and then I lift a leg and push. He could have resisted easily if he wanted, but he allows me to move him, and I follow until he's flat on his back and I'm straddling his hips, sinking down onto him. In this position I feel fuller, a pressure blooming in my lower abdomen as I grind against him, the coarse hair around the base of his dick adding a friction to my clit that wasn't there before. His hands squeeze my thighs as he watches, his whiskey eyes more like molten gold. Reaching for the hem of the t-shirt, I rip it off, throwing it down with the boxers he discarded earlier, leaving me as naked as he is. He groans as his eyes devour me, hands coming up to touch, to explore. They follow the path of my waist, up over my ribs to my breasts before he brings them inwards where he cups them, fingers pinching the peaks of my nipples. My hips stutter, my skin prickling in response to his hands and the precious way he touches me. I roll my hips over his hard length, letting it pull from me before I lower back onto it, finding a rhythm as I move. His hands act as a guide, not forcing or moving, just there to feel, as the muscles in his neck pull taut while he watches. His eyes leave no part of me untouched. I use his chest as support, lifting and sinking over and over. But I can't take the full length, not when, at this angle, it feels so fucking deep. It's almost too much. I lift and roll, lowering about halfway when his hands snap to my hips, biting. "Sit," he demands. "Roman," I moan. "I can't." "You fucking can and you will." His voice is all growl. "You wanted control. Well, here it is. Now you need to take it." I sink lower, but it still isn't all of him, and it's not nearly enough to satisfy him. A deep, dark chuckle rumbles from him as his hands slide beneath my thighs, keeping me from going down again. "Baby." His fingers flex. "You take all of me when I'm fucking you. You can take all of it when you're fucking me. Sit on it." Holy shit. Now. His hands slide around my thighs and then to my hips. "Sit on it." With a thrust up, he fills me entirely, a cry sounding from me as I adjust to the stretch and the fullness. It's different from being on top, more. And while it feels insanely good, it also feels like I can't move. "You want help, baby?" Roman asks. I give a simple nod, shaking as I try to get a grip and do what my body is screaming for me to do. I have felt nothing like this, otherworldly and grounding all at the same time. He lifts his hips to stay buried inside, and then starts moving me over him, grinding and lifting as I support myself, feeling every single swipe of his cock and every grind. "Take over," he says after a few minutes, his voice a low purr that has my body responding in ways I don't fully understand. "Show me how much you want it." I follow the same rhythm he had just shown me with his hands, keeping it slow at first, my lashes fluttering as the pressure builds, turning and morphing, my skin prickling and stomach tightening as my clit grinds into him. "Look at you," he praises. "Doing so fucking well, sweetheart. Keep going. You can do it." "Fucking hell," I moan, his words hitting exactly where they're meant to. I clench around him, tremors running through me, my fingers curling into his chest, leaving red lines where my nails bite. "Get yourself there, baby," he groans. "That's fucking it." He knows exactly what strings to pluck, where to focus his attention to have my body singing for him. My orgasm barrels to the surface, and I cry out as everything tightens, my hips stuttering as my climax takes control. "So fucking pretty when you fall apart," he rasps, his hands forcing my hips to keep moving, dragging out every second. I collapse on top of him, and his arms come around me, holding me to him tight, and his hips begin to move softly in and out. Steady, but still so deep I feel him in my bones. I whimper into the crook of his neck, kissing softly, tasting the salt from his skin against my lips. "I never want this to end." His voice shakes as he whispers, breaths coming out fast. I can feel his whole body trembling, but he stays firm with his thrusts, still so sensitive it's almost too much. "Let me keep you, baby." Yes, my answer is instantaneous. "I'm yours." "Fuck," he groans, his thrusts turning choppy before he stills, spilling into me, cock jerking before he relaxes, but he doesn't let go. I shuffle a little, forcing myself onto my elbows so I can look down on his face, but his arms never truly let go. He runs his fingers down my spine, as soft as a whisper. Whiskey eyes bounce between mine, but everything in him is relaxed, soft, content. "Hey," I whisper. "Hi, baby." He grins, giving me those smile lines and the crinkles at the corners of his eyes. My heart twists, thumping hard enough I can hear it in my ears. Easing off him, I wince as he slips out of me, and I shift until I land on my back beside him, staring up at the ceiling. He reaches for my hand, his thumb seeking the ring on my finger before he lifts and then presses his lips to it. "You," he breathes. "It's you." I lazily roll my head toward him. "What's me?" "The bigger picture." He chuckles lightly. "The thing that matters more." "More than what?" "Everything, Neve." He sighs. "I got a letter." Rolling until I'm on my side, I face him, my hands cupped beneath my cheek. "From who?" "My grandfather." He turns to look at me. He explained why. "Why you had to get married?" I frown. He nods. "And I understand now." "Why was it?" I press. He shakes his head. "It doesn't matter." With a gentle hand, he untucks my hand from under my face and fidgets with the ring. "This was my mother's." My eyes widen. "What?" "It was my grandmother's before that," he continues. "Roman," I gasp. "No, you have to take it back." The laugh that erupts from him startles me, and I stare at him like he's lost his mind. Maybe he has. There's no fucking way this man gave me his mother's ring. Not when this whole thing was fake. I think back to that day, how he had stared at it, the way his eyes had glazed, but he never said anything. I figured he had picked them up from a store. Hell, I wasn't even expecting a damn ring. Now I find out it's his mother's, his grandmother's. I don't feel important enough to wear it. "Roman," I try to catch his attention. I'm so fucking serious.
I'm not taking it back. You're keeping it.
What the hell?
After my mother died, the ring went to me. It always goes to the oldest in the next generation to be used as their wedding ring. I was never going to get married, Neve. It wasn't something I sought until I physically had to.
But why?
I looked for something else, he admits. I was basically bribing you into this, and I wanted you to have something at least. A ring. But nothing fit. I couldn't find anything. I looked at hundreds of rings online and in store, but nothing was right. They were all beautiful, but they weren't right. I couldn't come to you with nothing, not when you saved me.
It was an agreement, I defend.
No, you saved me. You gave me back something I had worked my whole life for. The money, it didn't mean anything. What you did was and will always be more. This place, it's my home. It's all I know, and I was going to lose it without you.
You saved me too, I remind him. His smile is gentle.
Nothing was right, he continues. I wanted you to have something, and then the morning you signed the contract, I'd been looking through the office for something. I can't even remember what it was, and I opened the bottom drawer. The ones saved for the archives, old contracts, invoices and such. And on top of the files was the box. I didn't put it there.
I can feel my eyes growing warm, burning with building tears, and my throat gets tight.
My grandfather was the last person who went in that drawer. And I don't know what had compelled me to go in there, but there it was. And that was it.
I shouldn't have it, I rasp.
No, you should.
He kisses my hand.
It suits you, sweetheart. And my mother?
He whistles.
She would have loved you.
A single hot tear slides out of the corner of my eye and disappears into my hairline. I'm sorry she isn't here, I whisper.
Me too.
Thank you. I reach for him, cupping the side of his face. I'll take care of it.
I know you will.
He nods.
And I'll take care of you.
I know you will. I mimic his words and he grins, a silent laugh shaking his shoulders. A yawn stretches my mouth, and I know it's only a matter of time before sleep takes us both. So I slip from the bed to use the bathroom to clean up. When I return, he's on his back, hands behind his head.
Come here,
he says, opening one arm to allow me in against him. Once I'm there, pressed up against the side of him, my head resting in that tender spot between the shoulder and his chest, he reaches for the switch for the lamps, plunging us into darkness. Peace washes over me, fatigue pulling my eyes closed as my body relaxes. But right before sleep fully takes me, I hear him speak.
I need you, Neve.
He says it quietly as if talking to the dark, and I wonder if he thinks I'm sleeping and can't hear him.
I need you, and I want you to need me back. I never knew I needed to be saved until I made you my wife.
There's a beat of silence, and I have to force myself to remain still, to keep my breathing even.
Falling in love with you is easy, he sighs. You make it impossible not to. And everything I have ever been told about love makes sense. There's no choice, no other option. It just is. And you're helpless to stop it. I used to think I feared falling in love.
A clock ticks steadily in the silence.
But I think the scariest part is you not loving me back.
Chapter 28. Roman.
I'll see you later.
Neve stretches up onto her toes to press a kiss to my lips, waving as she passes Silas, who is storming toward me with a box in his hand, a small white envelope taped to the front. "You want to tell the mailman to fucking come all the way here?" Silas grunts. instead of dropping all your post on my doorstep? He thrusts the box in my direction, but I barely registered his presence. Not when I'm watching Neve pull away from the ranch, gravel crunching under tires. "Roman!" Silas snaps. I finally look at my brother, his expression thunderous. "What the fuck is wrong with you?" I take the box. "I'm not your fucking assistant." I look down at the box and the letter, but it simply has my name on it, not the address, which suggests this was dropped off by someone else. When did this come? I frown, peeling the envelope off the front so I can tear into it. It was here this morning. Sliding out the contents, I find a simple, brightly colored "Get Well Soon" card, a picture of a stuffed bear on the front with a bandaged right paw. Opening it up, a chill runs through me. It's funny the things you don't forget. Much like my grandfather's writing I hadn't forgotten, I also remember exactly how my father's writing looks. "It was such a shame to hear about your accident, son. But you know how cars can be. Such dangerous things, really. Anything can go wrong at any time. We all know that. You're a lucky man. I also hear congratulations are in order. What a pretty new wife you have. Neve, isn't it? That bar of hers has to be a favorite of mine to frequent. Maybe I can introduce myself, welcome her to the family. Do feel better, son. There's a little gift for you in this box. Enjoy it. And don't forget, I'm never far away. It has been a long time since we caught up. Perhaps we should do that soon. Until then." Nausea churns in my gut as I throw the card down and rip open the box. The idle threat beneath his scrawl making my heart thump wildly. I'm never far away. And Neve, he knows. He's seen her, been near her, at her fucking bar. Tearing away the tape sealing the sides, I get inside only to pull out 2 sets of cables. "Are those brake lines?" Silas asks, a frown replacing his ire. Brake. My words cut off as realization dawns. Neve. My eyes snap up, but she's already gone. The truck out of view and probably already on the way to town. "What the fuck are you talking about?" Silas hollers as I rush in and snatch up my own keys, sprinting to my truck to throw myself inside. He got to her. Fuck. "Roman!" Silas chases after me, only just managing to get in the passenger side before I shove the vehicle into reverse, his door not even closed. He curses as he pulls it shut, reaching for his seatbelt. "You want to tell me what the hell is going on?" Silas demands as I speed down the long drive after my wife. "He got to her," I rush out. "They're her brake lines." Silas's eyes widen. "When?" "I don't fucking know," I snap at him. "That box and card, it was from him. He got to her, Silas. Fuck." "You don't know that for sure," Silas tries to soothe. "Those lines could be from anywhere." "He did it to Mom," I yell, the fields and mountains passing in a blur outside the windows. We all fucking know it. He's been waiting for this moment since that failed to get him what he wants. He's gonna keep fucking punishing us. "Breathe, Rome," Silas urges. "Let's just find her." But in my head, I'm seeing what I saw all those years ago. Pictures of the car smashed up against the tree, smoke curling from behind the hood. I'm remembering having to identify the body, the paleness of her skin, the gray and blue tints, the dried blood and bruising. I only just found her. I can't fucking lose her yet. We finally make it to the end of the drive, and my tires skid as I turn onto the road, throwing up dust and gravel behind me. We've barely made it a mile when I see her, or, rather, the tail end of the truck, jutting up and out of a ditch on the side of the road as smoke curls into the air. Slamming on the brakes, I leave the engine running as my boots hit the ground, and I sprint to her, jumping into the ditch to the side of the car. The cloying stench of gasoline surrounds me as the ground moves under my feet as I try to get to her, rocks and dirt shifting with my weight. "Roman!" Silas is yelling, but I can't think of anything else. The front of the truck is smashed up, the windows too. And when I finally get a look inside, Neve is slumped against the deflated airbag, blood running down her face, eyes closed. "Call a fucking ambulance!" I roar, yanking at the door handle to reach her. She's too fucking still, and that blood, it's splattered over the airbag, all over her face and in her hair. "Neve," I beg, moving my hand to her throat as I press 2 fingers to her pulse point. Time seems to stop ticking. Everything goes silent as I wait, and then, there. Her pulse is beating steadily under my fingertips. "Neve, baby." I try to wake her as I shift her body, trying to get a better look. "Sweetheart, wake up." "They're on the way," Silas says, suddenly at my side. "You shouldn't move her." "I'm not fucking leaving her in there," I growl. "How long?" He doesn't answer me, and I already know it's going to be too long. "Help me," I snap at him, trying to keep Neve as steady as possible as I adjust her so I can get her out of the damn truck. He takes her legs when they're more accessible, and we get her to the road. But I'm not waiting for the ambulance when I can get her help quicker than they can get to us. Taking her fully from him, I cradle her to me as I get back to my truck, laying her down in the back seats before I get back behind the wheel, Silas getting in beside me. "Her brake lines were fucking cut!" I explode at the officer taking notes by the window in the private room we were given after Neve was taken away for treatment. She still wasn't awake by the time we got to the hospital, which had sent me into a fucking spiral. Now I'm barely hanging on. It's been an hour since they took her, and I've not heard a single peep from a nurse or doctor about her condition. "Sir," the officer attempts to placate me, "I just need to understand why you think that." My head snaps to him. "This isn't fucking happening again. You failed my mother. You will not fail her, too." "Roman," Silas steps up, blocking the officer from view. "Not now." "I'm not wrong," I hiss. "They did fail her. He's still free because they refused to even investigate it. I'm not letting this one go, though, not this time. I'm not losing my fucking wife." "I understand your concern." The monotone response from behind Silas has my blood heating even further. I'm on the fucking edge right now, and this moron isn't helping. "We have officers investigating the scene." "And you'll find no skid marks," I say to him. "No ice. A nice, clear fucking road. He tried to hurt my wife, and he will do it again if you don't do something about it." "Who?" "My father." I hold his stare. "Jensen Knight." It still pisses me off that he has my mother's surname, something he calculated even back when they got married. He came from nothing, married into something, so why not take the surname that has power? The officer hesitates for a moment before he writes the name down on his pad, and then flips it closed. "I will need to speak with Miss Calloway when she's more stable." "Mrs.," I correct. "Mrs. Calloway," the officer says. "Someone will be here when that time comes. If you have any questions or can provide any more information, please call this number and cite your reference." When the officer finally leaves, I slump into a chair and grip my head in my hands, staring down at the cold linoleum floor beneath my boots. He'll get away with it. He won't stop, not until he proves a point or gets what he wants. And we all know what he wants. what he has always wanted. Night Falls Ranch. Silas's hand lands on my shoulder before he gives it a squeeze. She'll be okay, brother. I shake my head. She won't be safe, though. She's his new target, to get to me. How could I have let this fucking happen? It was a cruel twist that he fucking cut her brake lines. I've no doubt that's what he did with my mother, too. The door to the room pushes open, and a nurse pops her head around the corner. Mr. Knight? I'm immediately on my feet. Is she awake? She is. She smiles softly. You can see her now.
Chapter 29. Neve. Ouch. There's a dull throb pounding against my temples, and my entire body feels like it's been thrown down a damn mountain. And what the hell is that noise? Prying my eyes open, I glance around the room, finding sterile white walls and a window that looks out onto a city skyline. Tall buildings reaching toward a cloudless blue sky, while the mountains look tiny on the horizon. A machine is beeping to the right of me, wires connecting it to my body. Why the hell am I in a hospital?
Mrs. Calloway?
A woman in a nurse's uniform comes toward the bed.
You're awake.
Why am I here? I croak, voice feeling a little raw and scratchy.
You were in an accident, sweetie, she says softly. You don't remember?
I remember leaving the ranch this morning to head to the bar, pulling out onto the road. But then there was a cat or something. I swerved to miss it and slammed on the brakes, but the car wouldn't stop. Shit. I crashed Roman's truck. Is the car okay? I frantically ask. The nurse frowns.
Ma'am, you understand there was an accident?
Yes. I try to sit up, but my head swims, and I flop back down onto the pillows.
All right, you rest. I'll go get your husband, okay?
I wet my lips and nod, the beat of my heart faster now in my panic. Shit. I can't believe I crashed his truck. But I didn't want to hit that cat. I just don't understand why it wouldn't stop. The door opens again and Roman storms in. There's no pause or hesitation. He's by my bedside in a blink, his hands cupping my face while he looks me over intensely, and then his lips are on mine. It's both soft and desperate at the same time. I can feel him holding back, and yet he isn't letting go. He finally breaks away and rests his brow against mine, his breathing coming out in heavy, rough pants. You're okay, he finally speaks, voice full of gravel, the words more to convince himself. I'm okay, I whisper. I'm so sorry. He snaps back. What? I crashed your truck. I try to sit again, but the dizziness returns, forcing me to stay down. There was a cat, and I swerved, but I just didn't stop. It didn't stop. I'm so sorry. I'll pay whatever damage there is. I don't care about the truck, he grinds out. Fuck the truck. His hands smooth back my hair, eyes on the spot that hurts the most on my head. That scared the shit out of me, he admits. I'm okay, I assure him. A little sore and somewhat dizzy, but I think I hit my head pretty hard. It's my fault. He releases me and steps back, walls coming down around him. I see his eyes close off, his body grow taut with every step he takes away from me. A mix of panic and dread blooms in my chest, and I swallow hard, trying to keep calm. The truck. It was my fault. What are you talking about? I haven't told you everything, Neve. He sighs as he turns to the window, looking down at the city. We're so far from the ranch here. It's like an entirely different world. There's a haze in the air that makes the mountains appear fuzzy, like they're sitting behind a foggy screen. You can just make out the shape, but you can't see the steep inclines or where the edges turn sharp. It's all shades of gray, And I have to wonder how anyone could enjoy the view when it looks so simple. From here, you can't see the blotches of green where trees climb the mountainside, or the snow on the peaks. Roman? I don't try to sit. Not when my head is this fuzzy. But I never take my eyes off him, willing him to come back to me.
My mother didn't just die. She was murdered.
With every word that comes from him, his shoulders grow tighter, his body becoming like armor.
We never proved it, but it was him. I heard him admit it.
Who? I swallow.
My father.
He rolls his neck from side to side, keeping his head back to me. Why won't he face me?
He wanted the ranch, and had convinced my mother to leave it to him in her will should anything happen to her. So she lied and told him that's what she did. A couple of years passed, long enough for people not to suspect anything. And then she died.
How?
The reports said she hit ice, lost control of her car, and went off the side of the mountain. And we believed it. It didn't quite add up. Not when she was so used to driving those roads. But it made sense. Those roads are dangerous in the winter, we all know it. So hitting ice isn't impossible.
I pick at a bit of rough skin at the edge of my nail, my throat growing tight as I listen.
After her will was read and my father realized she hadn't left him anything, not a single piece of land, he lost his mind, admitted it to my grandfather, and threatened to do the same to him should he not hand it over. After I got involved, he left, but he promised to be back. A few things over the years have reminded us he's still there, waiting for the right moment. But we've never given him it. Until you.
My stomach twists with dread, fear close behind. Why does he want the ranch so much? Roman's shoulders lift in a shrug.
Money? Power. He was the one who came at me the day I fell off Pippin.
Roman! You have to report him. He chuckles, but the sound is void of amusement. It's more defeated than anything else. And I hate it. Hate the sound of it. The icy chill of it.
We have, but he never leaves enough evidence to prove it was him. He has always been a smart man. If I can give him anything, it would be that. He manipulates to get his way. He married the widow at the ranch opposite us, got her on side. And now he owns that land. We believe he destroyed your truck, Neve. I'm so fucking sorry.
He finally turns to me, meeting my eyes. The color of his eyes swirl, a molten gold that is riddled with guilt and grief. This isn't on him. This is not his burden to bear. Come here, I demand.
I got a package today.
He ignores me, and I watch as his face crumbles even more.
A get-well-soon card with a message inside from him. A threat and not so many words. But I know that man. There was a box with brake lines inside. I knew they were for the truck. He came after you to get to me, Neve.
Roman, I hold his stare. Come here. His chin shakes in a barely there refusal. If I get out of this bed, I'm going to get dizzy. And then I'll fall over, and then you'll really have something to feel guilty for.
I am guilty,
he grinds out. Fine. I snap back and throw the sheets off my legs, curling my lip a little at the white and blue hospital gown, and start to move.
What the fuck are you doing?
He darts forward, lunging for me. I grin at him, knowing I just got what I wanted since he's by my side and pulling the sheets back over me. I grab his wrist before he can pull away. Do not, I warn him.
Don't what?
Pull away from me. I hold his eyes. Not when I just ignored everything in my head telling me to keep you away. Not because I think you're dangerous or guilty or bad, but because you make it too easy to forget. You make me fucking feel again. And that scared me. And if you pull away from me now, all those thoughts would have been right.
How can you bear to be near me, to even look at me?
He sighs. Did you do it? I ask.
Fuck no,
he snaps.
Then why would I blame you? Because I knew this might happen.
I don't blame you, Roman. I am pissed for you. But I don't blame you. I am sad for you, angry and disgusted for you.
It will keep happening until he wins.
He won't win, I declare. His eyes shudder.
Neve.
Kiss me again, I order. Kiss me again. And if you still want to do whatever it is you're going to do, then fine. I won't fight you.
I don't want you to get hurt.
And that's why I won't, I whisper. I need you, Roman. Amber eyes bounce between mine before he leans down and kisses me again, his tongue stroking gently against my lips until I open and let him in. When do we stop fighting? I ask when he finally breaks away.
Fighting what?
Ourselves, I sigh. He softens.
I'm not sure we ever do.
I don't blame you, Roman. Am I scared? Yes. Any sane person would be. But we take things as we get them and try to figure out a way to stop him.
If it were that easy.
I never said it was easy. I interrupt him. He sighs heavily.
If he hurts you, Neve.
He won't.
He already has.
He won't. Pumpkin purrs like a mini engine on my lap as I stroke her fur. Her paws making biscuits on the blanket Roman insisted I keep on my legs, just in case I get a chill. What I haven't told him is that I am 100 fucking degrees and sweating my tits off. I'm about to risk a scolding for moving just to crack a window and get some air in here. The doctors released me after 24 hours with instructions to rest and pills for any pain I may have, and I am now the proud owner of 8 stitches for a gash in my hairline from the crash. The truck is a write-off, but Roman has it being inspected and hasn't stopped trying to pin down his father for this. I believe him, but the way the officers are treating this has my skin crawling, with anger, with frustration. They don't seem to be taking it seriously. Maybe I can speak with Oscar. He's part of the department. Maybe he can help from the inside, put a little pressure on to take this seriously. As far as I can tell, Jensen Knight is an upstanding citizen in this town. Helpful, charming, but from all the stories Roman has told me since we left the hospital, it's a carefully constructed mask he wears to hide who he truly is. That makes me sad for Roman and his brothers, to not know what a true father should be. But I suppose their grandfather filled in that gap for them. Pumpkin startles on my lap as Remy comes bursting into the room, 4 large pizza boxes balancing on one hand while he stuffs a pizza slice into his mouth with the other.
Hungry?
He grins. I chuckle. Starved.
I'm going to make a guess. Chicken Supreme?
Pepperoni, I correct.
What?
He stares at me.
I never guess a pizza favorite wrong.
I shrug. Guess you're losing your touch. I take the box from him when he hands it over and open it to find an untouched pepperoni inside, still steaming as I pull a slice away, the cheese pulling with it. Roman and Silas come through with Rosie and Caleb, who immediately go for the pizza on the table, while Roman settles next to me and hands me the bottle of pain pills. I'm okay, I assure him, tucking the bottle between my thigh and the arm of the couch.
You haven't had any for a while,
he says.
You're not hurting?
The way Roman cares shows in every move he makes, every word he speaks. He cares hard, pours all of himself into it. And since the accident, that attention has been on me. He doesn't let me out of his sight for more than a few minutes, has held me tight as if he's afraid to let me go, that I may slip through his fingers if he does. I see the tension in the creases at the edges of his eyes, the way his shoulders have barely loosened since the hospital room. This whole thing with his dad has him on edge, and it certainly doesn't help that the cops aren't doing anything about it. I can't imagine the memories this is dragging up, the demons right along with them. Not right now. I bite into my pizza and settle back, watching Silas try to wrangle his kids to sit and eat instead of the dancing they're attempting to do. Eventually he gives up, steals a slice of pizza for himself and collapses onto the chair beside the large fireplace, dark circles under his eyes. He looks stressed and tired, heavy, and it's on the tip of my tongue to ask, but I'm not sure it's my place. Roman presses a kiss to my temple before he grabs a slice for himself.
None of that.
Remy tuts in mock offense.
There are children present.
A pizza crust hits him square in the middle of the forehead, and all eyes snap to Silas as silence settles. Even the kids have stopped moving.
Did you just throw fucking pizza at me? Remy hisses. Why is everyone always throwing food at me? Because you never keep your big mouth shut.
Silas shrugs, reaching for another slice.
Daddy, he said a bad word.
Rosie frowns.
He did, didn't he?
Silas agrees with her.
10 in the swear jar. Swear jar?
Roman asks.
Since when? Since I started this job with that ranch and I'm finding myself slipping a lot. I'm going to have to spend a couple of weeks down there. Just gotta wait for the nanny to get a week free so I can go. That bad?
Roman asks.
I'm not talking about it.
Silas grunts.
Pay up, Remy.
Rosie darts off to her rucksack and comes back with an already quarter-full glass jar. You carry that around everywhere? I ask her.
Mm-hmm.
She opens the lid and holds it up to Remy.
Daddy is saying a lot of bad words, and as he always tells me, consequences have actions.
Actions have consequences.
Silas corrects her gently.
But you're right, Bug. They do.
Remy grumbles as he slides a 10 into the jar, Rosie almost catching the tips of his fingers with the lid as she snaps it closed behind him. Roman's arm tightens, and though he joins in the conversation with his brothers, he never truly relaxes, not when every bump and knock from outside has him ready to spring into action. After everyone leaves, and the house turns so quiet you can hear the old walls creak, I watch him as he checks every lock and window before he grabs a shotgun from inside the closet. Roman, I stop him. What are we doing? He looks at the gun and then back at me. You're letting him control you, I tell him gently. He's not here, and yet you're doing exactly what he wants you to do. Stop giving him the reaction he wants. His shoulders sag in defeat. Take me to bed, cowboy. I go to him, wrapping my arms around his waist, where I then tip my head up to keep his eyes on me.
Say you need me.
He whispers the same 4 words he said several times before. It's not hard to realize he needs to hear them, to keep him grounded and here. I need you, I answer without hesitation.
Chapter 30. Roman. I knew nothing would come from the investigation, and yet hearing the words, having them spoken to my face like I'm fucking crazy, has my blood hitting boiling point. It's just like then. The same pitying looks, the same, no evidence suggests your father had any part in this. Grabbing my hat from the hook, I storm out behind the deputy, watching as he takes himself back to his cruiser and leaves, a cloud of dust pluming behind his tires. He's a new face in the department. It had given me a false sense of hope to have fresh eyes on it, but Deputy Wright is just like the rest of them. This will never end. He's going to keep getting away with this, and someone is going to get hurt. It's inevitable, and I know exactly who it's going to be caught in that crossfire. Placing my hat on my head, I turn toward the stables, ignoring my workers who call out to me and find Pippin in her stall at the end. She shoves her pretty head over the door, dark eyes watching me advance. The moment I'm within reach, she's leaning toward me, placing her forehead against mine and shoving the hat off my head. We're both still healing from the accident, and while my ribs and the bruising have eased, her anxiety has not. I stroke a hand down the side of her face, letting her feel me for a moment before I unlock the door and gear her up for a ride. She follows me out of the barn, and once we're clear, I mount her, giving her the command to go. Neve is still sleeping, and she's safe here. I've given orders for a couple of workers to stay close to the house and to keep an eye out, and they all know to notify me or Silas if they see anything suspicious. Hooves clip against the hard ground as I head toward the trees at the base of the mountains, letting Pippin take whatever route she chooses. I haven't ridden much since I was thrown off, but I need it today. If I don't, I fear I'll end up across the road at that ranch where he is. Nothing has happened since Neve's accident over a week ago, but that's what he does. He hits and retreats, waits until you feel safe before striking again. It's a mind game, but I can't deny that it works. I'm on edge and have been for what feels like my entire life. Pippin makes a chuffing sound as she picks up on the tension in me, her head throwing back just a touch. I'm good, I assure her with a pat on the side of her neck. She snorts in response, but continues, heading the way we always go, remembering the path into the trees where we spend so much time. It's the same trail that led me to her. I should let her go. Should and can, however, are two very different things. I physically cannot. She is air, a drug in my system I cannot go without. It's so fucking selfish, but I can't let go. It's an obsession with no cure. For an hour, Pippin follows whatever trail she finds, veering off the usual path before coming back around. The woods around us quiet, save for the birds in the canopy or the odd squirrel that scurries across the path ahead of us. Eventually, though, Pippin takes us to our favorite spot, coming to a stop at the pool's edge while the falls roar as they come over the rock face. Climbing down from Pippin, I guide her to the water to get a drink and then secure her to a post, leaving her to graze as I walk along the pool's edge, the water lapping at the gritty sand beneath my boots. "You look tense, cowboy." The words are shouted from above, and when I snap my head up, I find Neve sitting on the rocks beside the falls, about 20 feet up, and only in a bright pink bikini. My mouth damn near waters at the sight of her, the way her dark hair is braided and pulled over one shoulder. The stitches were removed from her head yesterday, and the wound itself is healing nicely, though there will be a small scar. She kicks her legs where they dangle over the rocks, her pretty mouth pulled up into a smirk. "Get down from there, sweetheart," I yell back. "I will," she tells me. "Will today be the day I get you to come for a swim with me?" "Not on your life," I chuckle. "Now come down." It's not unsafe up there necessarily, but all it would take was a slight slip and she'd fall right off the edge. Seeing her injured once was enough to last me a lifetime. "You sure you don't want to come for a swim?" She pushes to her feet, standing entirely too close to the edge for my liking. "Neve," I warn her, already moving around the pool toward the incline to take me where she is. "You need to live a little, cowboy." "Do not." She jumps. I watch as her body falls fast, hitting the water within a blink, and she goes under, disappearing from my view. My breath catches in my throat as I wait for her to resurface. But several seconds pass and she doesn't come back up, the water where she landed smoothing out. "Neve!" I yell, but I'm already shoving the boots from my feet before I jump in after her, fully clothed. I slice through the water as quickly as I can possibly move until I reach the spot she went under. The water isn't clear enough to see beneath, so I dive under, searching for that bright pink bikini, but I see nothing but the bottom of the pool. No. Returning to the surface for air, I take a deep breath and move to go back down, but arms come around my shoulders, legs around my waist as Neve attaches herself to the back of me, pushing us both under for a moment until I can get us steady enough to stay above water. "Hey," she breathes at my ear.
You came in after all. You little brat. I turned my head to look at her, my heart still pumping wildly with adrenaline. What? She replies innocently. You told me to get down. You didn't come back up, I accuse. Didn't I? She laughs. Or did you just not see me? She releases me so I can spin on her, grabbing her again when she tries to move away. Her legs return around my waist, water clinging to her lashes and the corners of her mouth. I just swam over there. She points to a dip in the rock edge. From where I was standing, I never would have seen her come back up. You did that on purpose, I accuse. I did, she admits without hesitation, her hands coming up to push away the hair that's fallen over my forehead. And I'm not sorry. Sweetheart, I sigh. You're not yourself, Roman. She kisses the corner of my mouth. I know you're stressed, and you're worried. They closed it, I tell her. What? The investigation on my dad and your accident. Not enough evidence. That's bullshit, she snaps. When does it end? I ask her. When it's too late and he's got you? When he's got the ranch? He will never get the ranch. I keep it to myself that I've considered handing it over just to get him to stop. I would be willing to if it meant she would be safe from his reach. We have to keep living, she sighs before kissing me again. You taught me that. Did I now? Mm-hmm, she nods. I wasn't doing that before. And jumping off cliffs is what living is? I challenge. It's hardly a cliff, she chuckles. I just wanted you in with me. Feels good, doesn't it? Not sure having a heart attack feels good, I answer gruffly. Releasing her legs from my waist, she giggles as she swims away from me, toward my hat floating on top of the water. I hadn't removed it after I jumped in after her. She plucks it off the water and puts it on her head, water running down her face as she meets my eyes. A new kind of heat blooms through me. Seeing her so damn free, with that smile on her face and my hat on her head. She's the perfect mix of sunshine and storm, chaos and calm that makes it impossible not to notice her. You ever heard of the rule, sweetheart? I swim toward her, but she slowly swims back toward the falls. What rule? The glimmer in her eye tells me she knows exactly what I'm talking about. Her lips slightly parted as she watches me advance on her. You wear the hat, I rasp, almost close enough to catch her. You ride the cowboy. Is that right? She stops, just shy of the falls, and stands, the water stopping just below her shoulders. I come up ahead of her and rise to my full height, fingers skirting up the dip at her waist, and then toward her back, where I can grasp the strings on her bikini. That's right, I confirm, as I tug the strings hard enough that they fall loose. She gasps when I pull the bikini off her and hold it in my fist, my eyes dropping to her chest. The water laps against her skin, and a moan slips from her when I move my free hand to cup her breast, thumb rolling over her peaked nipple. I lean in to seal my mouth over hers, pressing our bodies together in the water, my cock jerking behind the soaking material of my jeans. She feels it, slipping a hand between us to cup me, stroking the outline of my dick through my pants. Fuck me. I'm not waiting. In one quick motion, I have her out of the water and against me, her legs around my waist, as I make my way to the falls. I slip beneath it, moving into the cave hidden behind the curtain of water. Moss grows up the rocks, and the air in here is slightly colder and damp, and her skin pebbles in reaction. Placing her down, I reach for my shirt and pull it off,
throwing the wet material onto the rock. "Hands," I order her. "What?" "Give me your hands." I meet her eyes, waiting for her to obey, and when she does, I take her bikini top and stretch it out, using it as a rope to secure her wrists together.
"What are you doing?"
"You think I'm just going to let you get away with tricking me like that?" I cock my head, watching her as her breathing kicks up a notch. "You look mighty fine in my hat, sweetheart." With her wrists secured, she lets her hands fall in front of her, her arms pushing her tits together. With a single finger, I follow the mound, over her nipple, and then down the center of her stomach, watching in fascination as her muscles quiver and jump in anticipation. "Are you wet, baby?" I ask her as I go lower, over her wrists, to where the bikini bottoms sit low on her hips.
"Yes,"
she answers. "Are you going to let me taste you?"
"Fuck," she hisses. "Yes."
Good girl. I hold her eyes for just a second longer before I lower to the rock beneath me and get on my knees. "Keep your hands to yourself. This is mine." Hooking my fingers into her panties, I pull them down her legs and then help her out of them, throwing them onto my shirt. I look up at her, her chin resting on her chest as she watches me, pupils blown and lips parted, dripping wet, my hat leaving a shadow across her face. The droplets cling to her, only rolling when her body shivers in response to my touch. "So fucking perfect," I growl, devouring her body with my eyes, every inch from her pretty face to her toes. "You're going to stay still for me." Her lashes flutter, but she does as I ask as I hook her leg over my shoulder and press my mouth to her pussy, licking her from hole to clit, with the whole flat side of my tongue. She tastes divine, musky and sweet, and when she wobbles, her groan bouncing off the rocks back to my ears, I hook an arm around her, keeping her steady.
"Roman,"
she cries as I focus on her pleasure, punching my tongue into her before I drag it back and flick it against her clit. She soaks my face, her hips rolling a touch to keep me going. I suck her clit into my mouth, her cries turning louder, more desperate. But when I sink 2 fingers into her, the needy whimper has my cock jerking in response. The sounds she makes, goddamn. If I could listen to them on repeat, I would. Her pleasure is so damn beautiful. With my fingers inside, I curl them back and forth, stroking from the inside while my tongue works her up, her body beginning to shake with it, and I know she's close. Part of me wants to watch her fall apart, but I can't bear to move away from her, working her up with my mouth until she's nothing but putty in my hand. Her leg tightens over my shoulder, and her secured hands pull at the hair on the back of my head, keeping me right there as she chases the high that'll have her crashing against me. More. I always need more. She detonates, her climax crashing through with a loud moan, pussy convulsing against my tongue. But I don't stop, not until every last second is dragged out. Slowly, I bring her leg away from my shoulder, keeping her steady as I rise to my feet and slam my mouth against hers. "You taste what I do to you, baby?" I growl against her mouth. "You taste how much you're mine?" My teeth graze down her throat. "My pretty wife." She shivers as my words vibrate against her skin. "More," she begs shamelessly. "You can have whatever you want," I vow, as I pull away and start on the button of my jeans, shoving them off until I'm as naked as she is. I tug on the bikini to release her hands. "I'm fucking desperate for you, baby. Turn around for me. Show me that pretty ass. Her eyes widen as she swallows, but slowly she turns, reaching out to spread her fingers on the wall. Bend, I order, as I widen her thighs, my cock in my hands as I watch her, spreading herself open for me. I swipe my hands between her legs to gather her arousal, dragging it through her lips and in the crack of her ass before I bring my hand back down to my cock and wipe it all over me. I'm going to fill you up and watch me trickle out of you. Curling my fingers around her hip, I line my cock up with her, slipping just the crown of me inside as I watch her stretch to fit me. So, I slip in just a little deeper. Fucking. Her body takes every inch I feed her, sucking me in. Perfect. Thrusting forward, I bury myself to the hilt, groaning with the feel of her, my skin pebbling in response. Never enough. It's never going to be enough. With every thrust, every slap of our skin, I get higher off her, finding the type of impossible euphoria that has my head swimming. She meets me with every single flex of my hips, pushes back, takes and takes from me, and I'll gladly give. My fingers bruise where they hold her, keeping her to me as I use her body to find the edge, her cries like music, body made for sin. God damn, I groan. Look at you, soaking my cock, baby. Don't stop, she whimpers. Please. I go a little deeper, fucking into her hard until I feel her quiver around me, and then I curl around her, bringing one hand to her clit as I keep my thrusts deep and play with her, rolling my fingers until her knees buckle. But I'm right there, holding her up, chasing that pleasure with her. She finds it before I do, crashing around me and forcing me to follow. My cock jerks as I empty into her, my moan muffled against her skin. Catching my breath, I slowly slip from her, keeping a hand on her back so I can see the mess we've made. Just like that.
Chapter 31. Neve. I take Roman's hand as he helps me onto Pippin and settle behind him, wincing a touch when I sit as the ache of what he just did to me behind the falls blooms between my legs. With one hand holding both of mine to his front, he steers Pippin toward the trail, his clothes drenched, which soaks the front of mine. I'd brought a spare pair of clothes with me since I knew I'd be swimming, but in my defense, I didn't expect him to jump in fully clothed. Hindsight and all that. But he seems lighter, less tense, which had been the goal. We follow the trail back to the ranch, the light of day slipping behind the mountains. We've spent all day out here, lost in the woods together. And now the ranch is settling for the night, with the horses being put in their stables and workers heading for the mess hall for food. There's a band playing at the bar tonight, I tell Roman. Come with me? You're working? He steers Pippin toward her barn and brings her to a stop, climbing off before he reaches for me and helps me down. No, like a date. His face splits into a grin. You asking me on a date, sweetheart? My cheeks heat. Maybe. He curls a finger under my chin. I'd love to go. Go get cleaned up. I'll be in once I've got Pippin away. Okay. He kisses me chastely and then works on his horse as I head back to the house, my knees still feeling a little like jelly. He knows how to play my body just right to leave me feeling it for days. Once back at the house, I hop in the shower, and by the time I'm out, Roman's back, leaning on the doorframe with his arms crossed. There's a look in his eye that has my heart thumping in response. You okay? I ask. His head tilts, eyes rolling down me, the perusal turning hot with every inch he looks over. With a little shake of his head, he lifts his hand to scrub it down his face, the bump in his throat bobbing with a swallow. I think I'm in love with you. My brows hit my hairline, mouth opening and closing a few times as a weighted silence stretches between us.
No, wait.
He shakes his head, pinching the bridge of his nose.
I don't think. I know. I am in love with you.
Roman.
You don't have to say it. He rushes out. I'm not expecting you to say it.
I don't know what to say or how to react. So I just stand there remembering what he had said when he thought I was asleep.
Falling in love with you is easy. You make it impossible not to. And everything I have ever been told about love makes sense. There's no choice, no other option. It just is. And you're helpless to stop it. I used to think I feared falling in love, but I think the scariest part is you not loving me back. Don't say anything.
His strong legs eat up the space between us, rough hands lifting to cup my face, the touch delicate and warm.
I just needed you to know.
He lowers his head, pressing his mouth to mine. A gentle kiss that passes entirely too quickly. I chase after it when he pulls away, but he's already moving by me, reaching into the shower to switch it back on. I remain shocked still, listening to the rustle of his clothes as they hit the floor before he steps beneath the spray, tipping his head back and closing his eyes. How can he be so sure? We've barely even started. We're only weeks into this. How does he know? I've never been in love. Is it that light kind of feeling you get when you're with them? Is it the safety you feel when they have their arms around you? And the way they make you forget all the hurt you felt? Because Roman does that for me. He makes me feel all of that and more. He makes me feel excited to wake up and to come home. He makes me want to stop time just to last in a moment for a little bit longer. Is that love? My heart beats faster whenever he is near. And the idea of not being near him, not seeing him, is a physical pain I feel in my chest. A fist around the organ keeping me alive. I don't know when it happened. When things changed. I don't want to give him words I don't truly understand. Not until I'm sure. But I also don't want him to believe I don't want him as desperately as he wants me. He has his back to me, washing away the day. So I slip out of the bathroom and into my bedroom, picking out a pair of denim cutoffs with my boots and a cropped tee, finishing it all off with the hat that I've had since high school. I don't wear it often, but it's fitting for the theme of the music tonight, and I think Roman will like it. As I get ready, I listen to him doing the same across the hall. We've been sleeping together every night, but my things are still in here, and maybe it's good to have this small amount of space between us. He may have just given those words in the heat of the moment. We've been together a lot, and then today at the falls, his knuckles tap against the door.
I'll meet you downstairs,
he calls through.
You want a drink?
Sours? I call back. He chuckles.
I'll have it ready.
His steps grow quieter as he moves through the house, and I finish getting ready for our date, curling my hair with the curling iron, and then apply a little bit of makeup mascara to darken my lashes, some glitter for my cheeks, and then a bright red lip that I love wearing but go nowhere to warrant wearing it. Securing my hat on my head, I leave the room, heading down to where Roman is playing the same music he was listening to before. Soft and soothing. The melody that hits right where it's meant to, in the center of your chest. He stands with a whiskey in hand, staring out the window at the fiery sky, the clouds orange and red wisps as the sun set the mountains ablaze, making everything around it almost dusty looking. He's in a tight pair of Levi's, a red and black flannel shirt tucked in with his boots, while his hat sits resting on the back of the couch. Hey, I call to him. He looks over his shoulder in a passing glance, but snaps it back, eyes widening as he takes in my outfit. He rolls his lips before swiping his hand across his mouth. Fuck, he growls, that deep, gravelly tone skating over my skin. What? I look down at myself with a frown as he heads toward me.
I thought I liked the dress.
His fingers hook into the bottoms of my cutoffs.
But these...
I feel my face lift into a beaming smile. You like them?
I want to rip them off you,
he rasps.
Leave you in just those boots.
You're insatiable, I tease, stepping out of reach before I let him do just that.
You make me a needy man, sweetheart.
He shrugs and reaches for the sours sitting on the tray, condensation rolling down the sides of the glass. I take a sip and groan, still slightly envious he makes better sours than me.
I booked us a cab,
he tells me as I settle on the arm of the couch, enjoying my drink. Nodding, I turn my attention to Pumpkin as she hops onto the seat behind me, butting her head against my back for attention. She's doing so much better now, growing bigger every day, and her weight is now healthy. She'll have freedom to roam the ranch as soon as she's a little older, but she seems happy to have the house to herself. Roman pays the cab driver and then offers me his hand to help me out of the back, before he settles it at the base of my spine and guides me through the doors of my bar. It's already rowdy and loud, the band we hired getting ready to start their set. They come back every year, and they always draw a big crowd, from the locals to the tourists visiting. Ashley is at the bar with her husband, his arm around her as she says something to him that has him throwing back his head and laughing. We join them and order a couple of drinks, Roman staying close to my back, which is where we stay for at least an hour.
Behind the falls?
Ashley whisper hisses, flicking her eyes to the guys who seem to have hit it off.
Shh,
I laugh. Yes.
Like, naked?
Well, how else would we have been?
In the woods? What if a bear found you? Imagine being found like that.
Oh my God. I shake my head.
Well, it's possible. But you know what? Get it, girl. You're gonna have to show me how we used a bikini top to tie you up. Never knew you were kinky like that.
The band is playing a Luke Combs cover, which has the entire bar singing. It's loud enough that it covers Ashley's voice, keeping our conversation private. Thank God. I don't need the entire town to know about my sex life. It was enlightening, I agree.
So, how are you two going? Like, is it working?
I swallow. We're good. Her eyes narrow.
But?
No buts, I promise.
There's a but. I can feel it.
He told me he loved me, I whisper, quiet enough he doesn't hear me. But Ashley doesn't take the cue to be quiet back.
What?
She practically shrieks, and I dart forward, slapping a hand around her mouth. Good God, woman, I hiss, meeting her dark eyes. I can feel her mouth moving behind my palm. You gonna keep your voice down? She licks my hand in response. Ew! I pull away, wiping her saliva onto my shorts.
Oh, please. She rolls her eyes. We kissed senior year, tongues and all. And you were there when my kids were born. You can handle my spit.
I give her a blank stare.
You need to back up,
she continues, quieter now at least.
He told you he loved you?
I nod, glancing at Roman, who tips his beer bottle to his smiling lips.
When?
Just before we came out? I swallow, feeling my stomach flip as I trace that smile with my eyes. Completely obsessed with it. I can't put my finger on what it is about it that has my body responding the way it does. But it's a high I never want to stop chasing.
What did you say?
She pries. Nothing, I wince. I didn't know what to say.
Neve,
she sighs.
Well, how do you feel?
How am I supposed to know? I ask her. I've never done this before. I've had all of 2 boyfriends that lasted 3 months in total, and a handful of hookups that I ran from the moment they wanted more.
How does he make you feel?
She puts her head in her hand as she places her elbow on the bar to listen. Everything, I answer. Her face softens.
You love him back.
Maybe? I don't know. She chuckles.
Explain it, babe.
I can't. It's right here. I point to my chest. But it's light and heavy all the same.
Oh, my babe. She sighs dreamily. You're in love.
Shh, don't say it so loud. Her laugh is light.
Be proud of it, Neve. Some of us don't get to experience it at all.
You got it, I point out.
And I am proud of it. You know what I didn't get, though?
She picks up her wine and takes a sip.
I didn't get railed behind a waterfall or tied up with a bikini top.
My face flames. Ashley.
Who's being tied up?
Dylan asks, making my face even hotter.
You talking about me, baby?
Roman presses up behind me, his breath whispering against the shell of my ear. A shiver runs through me, body lighting up as his hand presses to my stomach, and he pulls us together for an even tighter fit.
You want to do it again?
The back of my head thumps against his shoulder as I melt into him. I'm not opposed. He chuckles lightly.
Noted.
He passes me his beer, letting me take a sip as the band takes a break, the bar falling into a weird place of silence. The sound system kicks in to fill the void, covering them for the 15-minute break before they finish their set for the night. I turn to Roman, who immediately takes my hand and presses his lips to the ring on my finger.
Luckiest man in this whole place.
If I could melt into a puddle, I would.
Blush is pretty, too.
He grins. Stop. I fucking giggle at his words, shaking my head at how ridiculous that is. We remain at the bar, an ease between us that I've never felt with anyone. There's something incredibly freeing about that, about how we are able to just exist in this little bubble we've created for ourselves. Nothing can get in. No one can take away the feeling that blooms in my chest, a thread that ties us together. I never want it to end. The band returns and immediately sets up, the starting notes of Cry to Me by Solomon Burke flowing through the speakers.
Dance with me,
Roman whispers. Chapter 32. Neve. Roman doesn't hesitate for even a moment when I say yes to a dance. He pulls me onto the small dance floor in front of the band, the smoky vocals of the lead singer sounding through the speakers as Roman leads. He holds me close, spinning us to the beat of the music. The floor seems empty, but I'm too focused on him to care whether we are up here alone. He dances as if the music is part of his soul, leading in a way I have no choice but to follow. I get lost in him, in the music and the way he holds me like I'm precious. His hands are soft where they sit on me, and yet firm, confident, keeping me moving with him. He sweeps us over the dance floor, owning the space, the song. A laugh trickles from me as he starts to sing along with the lyrics, those smile lines making my insides feel like jelly. He suddenly dips me back, leaning over me with a grin, which I answer with one of my own.
There she is,
he rasps, pulling me back as he brings up one hand to sink a finger into the dimple on my cheek. I love you too, I blurt. His eyes widen.
What did you just say?
Is that okay?
Is that?
He trails off with a chuckle.
Say it again.
I love you too. His lips slam against mine, a kiss to claim in front of all the people watching. I don't care, nor do I shy away from it. I let him own me. A loud whistle cuts through the room, and when we finally break away, I find Ashley clapping.
That's my bestie,
she hollers loudly. Roman grins.
And she's my wife.
He says it low, only for me, continuing to move us to the music slowly now. Barely on beat, but it doesn't matter. This is our world, and everyone else is just living in it with us. The band flows into a new song, but we don't stop, taking up the middle of the floor as we remain attached. No words need to be spoken. My confession keeping us here. A moment sealed in time. Eventually, though, that bubble has to pop.
The fuck you mean you have no jack?
I hear the loud voice over the music, aggression lining every word. Both of us look to the bar where a college-aged kid yells at one of my staff. Nope. I pull away from Roman and head toward him, tapping him on the shoulder when I get close enough. Who do you think you are? I ask him. His lip curls up.
Fuck off. What the fuck did you just say to my wife?
Roman presses up against my back, his body practically vibrating.
I said.
The kid squares up and I feel Roman tense, coiling up tight and ready to strike. He doesn't get another word out as the security hired for the night swoop in and grab the guy by the tops of his arms. He hollers as he's dragged from the bar while I turn to my employee. You okay? I ask.
Yeah,
she shakes her head. I'm fine. Just trying to find a minute to restock. I've got it, I tell her. What do we need? She reels off a list of a couple of spirits and mixers, so I head through to the stockroom, Roman on my heels. I don't bother trying to stop him. He wants to help, and we need it. So I pile everything into one box and hand it to him. Can you take that out? I ask.
Anything else?
I've got it. Be out in a sec. I watch him take the bottles out and then gather up all the empty packaging left behind from a messy and busy night. It will only take a minute to clean it up and take the trash out. And if it's one less thing for my staff to do, then I don't mind easing the burden. When I've got it all folded down, I pile it into my arms and head toward the back exit, pushing open the door to lead me into the alley where the dumpsters are. I've barely got the lid open when I feel a presence behind me. I try to spin, but their hand goes to the back of my neck, pushing me up against the side of the dumpster.
That's a pretty ring.
A deep male voice grinds out from behind me, his other hand gripping my wrist to yank my hand up to the light above the exit door of the bar. I know who it is without seeing him or knowing his name. Get off me, I demand.
I gave this to his mother,
he muses.
Worth a lot of money. It's the least I am owed.
You don't want to do this, Jensen.
So he told you about me.
The hand loosens a touch. He has.
What is it going to take, Neve?
Roman's father asks.
Do I need to hurt you too?
That didn't work, though, did it? I laugh humorlessly, pushing away the fear that wants to force me to my knees. This man doesn't get to see that weakness. Where are you now, Jensen? The hand tightens again, and he slams me forward, my jaw colliding with the edge of the dumpster, the hard metal cutting. Pain bursts through the lower half of my face, rattling through my teeth. I can taste blood pooling on my tongue from where my teeth have cut into my cheek, and when I press my tongue to it, the flesh feels raw.
I am a patient man,
he snaps.
Where is he?
Far away from you, I grind out, spitting the blood onto the ground beside his boot.
You know,
he muses,
I thought he was smarter. I almost gave it to him. He showed no weakness, no girlfriends, no friends. And then you showed up with that ring on your finger. How far will you go to protect him?
Sorrow cuts through me. Roman didn't allow anyone close in fear of retaliation from the man who is and was always supposed to protect him. You have a chance, you know, I tell him, blinking away the burn in my eyes. To leave and get away with all of this.
You think I did all of this just to give it up?
He scoffs, hand tightening.
I don't think so. I married that fucking bitch, gave her the kid she wanted, and I got nothing. She lied. So I'm gonna take what I deserved, Neve.
He's killed before. I have no doubt he'll do it again. Hell, he ran at his own son with a car. I don't think he will hurt me. Not yet, at least. He's going to try to use me first. Glancing around, I look for something. Anything that I can use to startle him so I can escape. If I can get around to the main street, I'll have witnesses, and he'll have no choice but to hide like he always does. My eyes land on the flashing red light just above the bar exit door. A steady blink for the camera that's aimed right in this direction. Even better, it has audio. We got him. We fucking got him. A laugh tumbles out of me. I'm not able to stop it, and it sounds a little manic, even to my own ears. This is it for Roman. This is what he needed.
What the fuck is so funny?
Jensen demands, pushing me harder into the dumpster, the cold metal biting into my skin. You killed her, I state, my words stifled since my jaw can't work the way it needs to. Confession time.
Do you want to know how?
He says close to my ear, the glee in his tone sending a shiver down my spine. You messed with her car.
Clever girl. Slice those brake lines in two.
Like you did with the truck I was driving, I say. You destroyed my truck, too.
It was a pretty message, wasn't it?
He replies.
I figured a reminder was in order for my son.
You killed your wife to get the ranch.
I did.
And yet you lost anyway. Just like you lose now, Jensen.
I haven't fucking lost,
he snaps. Do me a favor. I push back on his hand, not getting far. But it's enough that the pain eases. Smile toward the door.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Your attacks were a reminder for your son, I hiss. And one thing you didn't account for is how far he'll go to keep his family safe. Smile, Jensen. You're on camera.
What did you say?
His hand snatches away, and I almost fall without it keeping me up. I grip the edge of the dumpster and look at him before I point to the red flashing light. Say cheese.
You fucking bitch!
Jensen lifts his hand as if to strike me, but the back door slams open, freezing us both.
Get the fuck away from my wife,
Roman snarls.
Chapter 33. Roman. I glance at the clock, a frown tugging down my brows. She's been gone too long. Excusing myself from the conversation between Ashley and her husband, I head back through the staff entrance, looking for her. But the stockroom is empty and quiet, the music from the bar vibrating the walls. Neve! I yell her name but get nothing in response as I move to the fire exit, pushing on the bar to open it into the alley where the trash is. A buzzing forms in my ears when I spot Neve immediately. She's pressed to the side of the dumpster, and my father cages her in, his hand raised as if to strike. Get the fuck away from my wife! I snarl as I storm toward them, grabbing my father by the collar of his shirt to shove him away. He stumbles, but I don't give him a chance to escape. I follow, my fingers curling into my palm, ready to throw. Roman! Neve calls, her voice cutting through the roaring in my ears, halting my forward motion. Don't! It's a long enough break that Jensen gets away, running toward the street and disappearing around the corner. Let him go. She leans back on the dumpster and hangs her head, a heavy breath leaving her. Where are you hurt? I go to her, gently cupping her chin to lift her face toward the little light out here. I'm all right, she assures me. I got him. What? We got him, cowboy. What are you talking about? I ask as I inspect the red mark on her jaw, the middle of the area turning darker, bruising. There's some blood at the corner of her mouth, and it's taking everything I have not to chase him down and destroy him. Her blue eyes flick to the door. Did I ever thank you for having the security installed? My head snaps toward the camera on top of the door. He admitted it. She laughs, out loud. My eyes widen. No.
Yes, Roman, he did. To all of it. I think the world shifts. The earth moving beneath my feet as the words register. There's audio, she continues. We have him. How did you? Just said the right things, she shrugs. You could end this, Roman. He hurt you. I eye the growing bruise on her jaw. I'm okay, she assures me. We need to download the footage. He knows he was caught. I don't want him to steal it back before we have a chance to hand it in. I want to kill him, I admit. Her hands cup my face, thumbs circling over my cheeks. I know. I'm so sorry, sweetheart. Hey, she soothes. No. No? We're in this together now. No apologies for things we cannot control. My fingers feather over the marks on her face. Damage caused by my own blood. Come on, cowboy. She brings me back to earth. Time to fix it all. Dialing my brothers, I follow Neve back into the bar and to the small office. The space only big enough to fit a single filing cabinet, a desk, and a chair. There are no windows in here. The air stale and dusty. Sorry, I don't come in here much. She wheels the chair out as I tell my brothers to get here as soon as possible, not giving them any information. But they'll come. Once I put the phone down, I eye the bruise on her face. My blood heating again, pushing through my veins to thump in my ears. Twice now. Fucking twice. He's hurt her. Used her to punish me. Where are... I don't hear the rest of what Neve says as I storm back out into the bar and grab a towel before I bundle a bunch of ice into it, wrapping it up to bring it back to her. Spinning her chair, I get to my knees and tilt her face toward me, applying the ice. Her eyes soften as she lifts her own hand and brushes back some of my hair. You punish him by doing this, she whispers. I know you want to hurt him, but you're better than that, Roman. Am I? I reply. You are 10 times the man he is. Her voice is soft, but sure, her eyes lowering so she can catch mine. More than that. I'm not letting him touch you again, Neve. I hold the ice to her face, keeping it gentle so I don't hurt her further. I won't be better next time. The computer makes a pinging noise that draws Neve's attention away, pulling from the ice. It's downloaded, she tells me, typing away on the keyboard. Ice, I demand. I'm fine. Can you find a hard drive? I think there's a backup in the top drawer. Neve? Please let me take care of you. The door opens a moment later, and both my brothers bundle into the tiny room, the space getting that much tighter. We're all practically shoulder to shoulder with very little movement to do much of anything. What is it? Silas demands. I'd really like to know why the fuck I'm here when I was this close. Remy holds up his fingers until they're almost touching. To finishing the crossword puzzle that has taken me almost 2 fucking weeks to complete. You do crosswords? Neve's brows hit her hairline. I get bored in my free time, he shrugs. Wait. Why the fuck is your face bruised? His head snaps to me. Why the fuck does she have a bruise? Silas homes in on the bruise now, too. A fire starting up behind his eyes. Roman? Jensen stopped by. I growl out. Jensen? Remy frowns. As in our father, Jensen? The very one. He fucking touched her? Silas booms, his voice ricocheting off the walls. If we could just... Neve waves her hands. Lower the testosterone a touch. It's suffocating. He fucking hit you? Remy growls. Technically, no, she shrugs as she spins her laptop around. The dumpster did. She hits play, and the room
falls silent as the scene plays out. I thought I was pissed before, but now? Now, I'm about to prove Neve wrong. I am no better because if I see him, I will kill him on sight. Where the fuck is he? Silas demands, the rage simmering under the surface almost matching mine. He admitted it. Remy blinks at the screen. You've got him, Neve breathes. You can end this. Finally give your mother the justice she deserves. I watch my youngest brother's eyes glaze, watering with tears that will never fall. I haven't seen him cry since she died. The day we found out, he sobbed, broken beyond repair. Nothing could ease the pain we all felt, but for Remy, it was like his soul fractured in two. But then, right in front of our eyes, he stopped, put up a shield, and he never cried again. He ran off to the rodeo shortly after, hiding his pain behind a smile and a joke. My hand curls over his shoulder, trying to give him some comfort. He presses the heels of his hands into his eyes and shrugs off my touch. We are going to bury this fucker, he growls. Neve slowly gets up from her chair and walks to my brother, her expression full of sympathy. And then she grabs him and pulls him in, her arms going around his body the best they can. She hugs him, providing a safe space that neither Silas nor I have been able to give him. It wasn't through lack of trying. I think it was simply because we were all there with him. His eyes bounced to me, wide in panic, but I just stepped back, and I let him have it. He needs it. We all fucking need it. We've been left with this festering wound. It's grown over the years into an aching, bloody mess that none of us have dealt with healthily. Remy settles into Neve's hug, allowing him that much as his arms band around her too. He shouldn't have been able to get near her, Silas says under his breath, watching them with me. No, I agree. She baited him. Silas shakes her head. For you. I look to the woman I have fallen in love with and realize I shouldn't be shocked. Neve has a quiet kind of power. It's unassuming. She's a quiet woman, keeps her cards close to her chest. But when she shines, she's brighter than the damn sun. She did that for all of us, I reply. Silas shakes his head. You got a good woman, Roman. Don't fuck it up. I scrub a hand across my mouth, using it to hide the excited grin that wants to come out. She told me she loved me. Silas chuckles. Good luck with that. Already lucky, bro. Neve lets Remy go and wipes her thumb under his eyes. Thank you, he tells her softly. We need to get this to the police. She steps away and taps the laptop. Even if the confession isn't enough, he attacked me, and that's grounds for something. Remembering her earlier request, I go to the cabinet and find the drive she was asking for. She plugs it into her computer and focuses for a moment as she gets the evidence transferred over, and then places the drive in my hand. Find peace, Roman. She kisses the corner of my mouth. Think I already found it, sweetheart.
Chapter 34. Neve. Fatigue owns me. Between the adrenaline dump and the ache in my jaw, I am wiped. I have the hard drive with all the evidence stored securely in my purse, ready to be handed in. Roman has an investigator he's been in contact with coming tomorrow for a meeting. Lowering onto the edge of the bed, I take a moment to breathe. the weight of tonight dragging me down. Slowly, Roman comes to me, getting to his knees as he shifts my legs open so he can slip between them. His fingers feather over the bruise on my jaw, the touch tender and light.
You've given me something no one has ever been able to,
he says lightly. You deserve it, I tell him. You all do. And your mom deserves justice. Dropping his hand, he moves to wrap his arms around my waist, pressing his forehead to my abdomen and holds tight. My fingers thread into the dark hair at the back of his head, the ends curling up.
When this is all done,
he mumbles against me,
marry me for real.
A soft laugh leaves me. We're already married. Have a certificate and everything. He pulls back, and whiskey eyes hold mine.
I mean, real. No courthouse wedding. I mean big and fancy with a pretty dress and a flower girl and a party. Then let me take you away somewhere quiet and beautiful.
I don't need all that, I assure him.
Maybe not, but you deserve it. You should be loved loudly, Neve. Let me love you loud.
I don't know enough people to have a big fancy wedding, I tease, my heart thumping in response to his words, liking what he's saying, falling so much deeper into the spell of him and everything he is.
Invite the whole town.
He gives me a lazy half-smile.
Show them you own me in every way. Take my name. Take my heart. Take all of me.
I was thinking of a double barrel. I press my finger to his lips, committing the feel of them to memory. How the curve feels just right under my touch. Callaway Night sounds pretty good to me. Neve Callaway Night. He groans and sucks my finger into his mouth.
You trying to make me hard, sweetheart?
It's just a name, I giggle.
Your name sounds good with mine.
That's just your possessive streak showing. He stands and slowly folds himself over me, gently pushing me down onto the mattress as his mouth kisses down my cheekbone to where my dimples usually sink, and then to the corner of my mouth. I turn my face to capture his lips, but he moves away to the bruise, and then down my throat, teeth scraping.
Possessive?
He mumbles against my skin, the vibration of his voice sending goosebumps over my body.
You're damn right, sweetheart. I want to mark you as mine. The ring is not enough. I want to be in your soul, Neve.
The moan escapes me as his mouth wraps around my nipple above my shirt. But then his weight is gone, and my eyes spring open to find him standing over me, a smirk on his mouth.
Get ready for bed, Neve.
Where are you going? I frown.
To get some cream for that bruise and you some water.
I glance at the bulge in his pants, and he chuckles.
Needy little thing,
he rasps.
Get ready for bed.
My cheeks heat as he leaves the room, and I get up, heading through to the bathroom to brush my teeth and wash away the events of the night. By the time I'm done and dressed in one of Roman's t-shirts, he's back, a glass of water in hand and the cream he was talking about in the other. His eyes slowly roll down me, heating as they pass, and igniting that previous need he left me with.
I'm trying so fucking hard not to snap, baby,
he rasps.
You need to rest and heal. But fuck me. If you keep looking at me like that, I'm gonna sink so far into you, you'll feel me there for weeks.
My thighs press together as I swallow, watching him advance. He hands me the water, which I guzzle down, his hand flexing as he heads into the bathroom to get ready for bed, too. When will it be enough? I wonder as I climb under the sheets and wait for him to return. My body feeling too tight. I want more. Always more with him. And I never thought I'd ever feel that. It's an insatiable need, a craving only he can satisfy. My eyes eat him up much the same way he looked at me, the tight boxer briefs clinging to his skin, outlining his thick cock, Muscles flex as he walks, the veins protrude beneath his navel, where the thin line of hair travels down and disappears under the waistband of his boxers. Thick, strong thighs, his muscles honed from years working on this ranch. He is a powerhouse, strong and masculine, beauty carved in stone. The bed dips as he climbs in beside me and shifts until he sits in front of me, pressing out some of the liquid from the tube onto his fingers. I tilt my head to allow him to massage it in, his touch as light as a butterfly wing.
I never want to see you hurt, Neve.
His voice is layered with gravel. I say nothing as he tends to me, caring in that deep way of his, because that's what he does. He takes everything onto his shoulders, holding all the weight of the people he loves. This ranch, his brothers, the animals, and now me too. He is safety. His arms wrap around me, pulling me into him, where he then holds on all night, never letting go.
We will need to get the sheriff's department involved.
The investigator hits pause on the recording from last night.
Make an official report and statement. But I think this is it, Roman. He's admitted it. It's at least enough to have him arrested for assault on your wife. I want him in prison.
Roman growls.
Nothing less. I'll call the sheriff now, he tells him. Get this ball rolling.
The investigator dips his head to me where I'm leaning on the wall as he walks past and into the kitchen to make the call.
I have a bad feeling,
Silas grumbles.
He got away with it once. He's manipulative enough to get away with it again. Fuck that,
Remy hisses.
We're taking him down this time. I will handle our father if this doesn't have the outcome we want. Like fuck you will.
Silas growls to his brother, the weight in Roman's words leaving an icy feeling inside my blood. The underlying threat there doesn't leave much to the imagination, and I believe he would do it. For this place and his brothers. He will give them peace, even if that peace comes at the cost of his own life and freedom. My feet carry me to him of their own accord, fear making me move, to hold on. I lower beside him and reach for his hand, threading my fingers with his. He stills as he looks down at our joined hands before his thumb moves, circling the ring on my finger. He meets my eyes but looks away quickly, back to Silas.
He won't ever stop. They're sending a couple of deputies out this way.
The investigator comes back, pocketing his cell.
You'll need to make a statement,
he tells me. I'll do whatever it takes, I assure him, but I'm looking at Roman and his brothers. Chapter 35. Neve. I can feel Roman staring hard into the other side of Oscar's face, and I squirm as he moves my chin, his hand lingering while he takes photos of the bruising that has darkened considerably since yesterday. He drags his finger over my skin when he finally releases me, a knowing smirk on his mouth when he glances to Roman. I clear my throat and put some distance between us, letting Roman pull me to his side.
We have a judge signing off on a warrant for your father's arrest.
Oscar scribbles on his notepad.
Until then, hang tight. We'll update you once he's in custody. And what are you charging him with?
Silas's voice has an edge to it where he leans on the door, arms folded.
Assault. Not murder? An investigation needs to be opened or reopened in this case. And that takes time. Assault will stick for now. And once he's in our custody, we can go from there.
Roman scoffs and shakes his head. It's okay. I press my hand to his chest over his heart, ignoring the way Oscar homes in on my hand. But Roman doesn't. He leans down and seals his mouth to mine, claiming me in front of the deputy in a way that leaves no room for questions. Oscar clears his throat.
We'll be in touch.
You didn't need to do that. I laugh when we're alone.
I didn't like the way he was looking at you. You know him?
Roman frowns. Not really. We went to school together, but he left in junior year. Guess he came back recently.
Saw the ring.
Roman grumbles, pouting. He knows I'm married, Roman. You don't have to worry about him.
So what do we do now? Remy sips his coffee. Just wait around until someone calls us to tell us he was arrested? He could be halfway across the states by now. Anywhere else is better than here.
Silas shrugs.
He knows he was caught. I doubt he'll stick around. But that warrant will get posted and he'll be found eventually.
Unease tightens my stomach, but I push it down. This is hope, and I have to keep it that way. Silas is right. Anywhere is better than here. He can't hurt Roman if he's not here. I think I'm going to go for a swim, I tell Roman. Want to come?
Yeah, sweetheart. I'll have my cell,
he tells his brothers.
I'll call if I hear anything. Us too,
Silas nods.
Just go careful.
Leaving them to it, I head upstairs and start preparing a bag to take to the falls. But Roman joins me soon after, leaning on the door to the room he originally gave me when I moved in here.
You should move everything over,
he muses as he watches me. You got some space in your closet, cowboy? I grin over my shoulder at him.
Fuck, I love those dimples.
He groans.
And yes, I have space. We should clear out your studio, too.
I nod. Okay.
I'll go grab some things.
He heads into his bedroom, and I listen as he rummages around, opening and closing drawers before he comes back with a towel and a pair of swim shorts. By the time we return from the falls, none of us has heard anything about Jensen's arrest. It's only been a couple of hours, so we need to have a little patience. But Roman is getting nervous. The energy in the house has slowly grown heavier with every minute the clock ticks down. And it only got worse when his brothers returned. Silas is distracted, at least, with his kids, trying to put on a show so they don't pick up on the tension pressing against the walls. But they sense it regardless. I can see it in the muted way they play. Their touches lighter, voices quieter. It breaks my heart for all of them. Just a couple more hours, I'm sure, and someone will get the call to put everyone at ease. Roman's fingers whisper on my knee, going in circles, around and around as he watches his niece and nephew play, looking but not really seeing while Remy aimlessly scrolls on his phone. Patience has never been a strength for me. It makes my skin crawl, no matter how much I tell myself that waiting is normal.
Anyone else about to rip their hair out?
Remy tosses his cell down onto the cushion beside him, and he throws his head back onto the couch.
Fuck. It's making me itch.
That's a swear, Rosie gasps. Pay up, Uncle Remy.
You run a tight ship, bestie. Nothing gets past you.
Remy reaches for his wallet and pulls out at least 5 or 6 $10 bills, slipping them into the jar.
That should cover me for the night.
Roman chuckles and shakes his head, but it's tense.
Too used to life moving fast. Maybe we should unfold some garden chairs and sit on the road. Get a front row seat to the cops moving in.
Remy wiggles his brows.
That would be fun to watch.
Is there a bad guy?
Caleb's ears perk up at the mention of cops, and he swings his gold eyes to his dad.
No, bud.
Silas lies.
Everything is fine.
I'm just about to open my mouth to suggest we go out for dinner or something for a distraction when my cell buzzes, and a number I don't recognize lights up the screen. I hit answer and put it on speaker. Hello?
Neve?
Oscar's voice sounds through the cell.
It's Deputy Wright.
Is there news? I press.
We have the warrant,
he tells me.
Deputies were sent to bring Jensen in, but his wife confirmed he hasn't been home since last night. So he's made a run for it.
Silas grunts in frustration.
His image has been sent out. He won't be able to go anywhere without someone recognizing him,
Oscar says, his voice crackling over the line.
It may be wise, however, to be cautious until he's caught. He's unpredictable and desperate. I'll keep my family safe.
Roman grumbles, scrubbing a hand over his mouth.
You do that,
Oscar replies with a bite in his tone.
Stay safe, Neve.
The line cuts off.
Stay safe, Neve.
Remy mimics Oscar with a curl to his mouth.
That dude is insufferable. Could he make it any more obvious? Not a bad thing to have a cop on her side.
Silas says it like it leaves an unpleasant taste in his mouth, but shockingly, Roman agrees.
The more people to keep you safe, the better.
You think he would have stuck around? I ask.
Unlikely.
Roman runs a hand down my arm, touch soft as if he just needed to reach out for something to ground him.
But I won't take any chances with you.
Chapter 36. Neve. Several days have passed since we were told Jensen has gone on the run, and I think I'm going to go mad. There is no way, absolutely no way, I am staying holed up here until he gets caught. That could take months, years even. Deputy Wright has stopped by on a few occasions, checking in or giving updates on the search. But so far, nothing has changed. He has not been seen or heard from since the night he attacked me at the bar. It's been so long since then that even the bruise on my jaw has faded to nothing more than a shadow. Roman hovers, constantly checking we are safe, distracted by all of this and neglecting his own duties and the ranch. He has calves being born daily, paperwork that is piling up in his office. I don't work shifts at the bar, even though they need me. I have a great workforce, but it's such a busy season that they need all the hands they can get. At some point, we need to say enough is enough and come to terms with the fact that he isn't here, and we can't remain in limbo. Puffing the pillow, I release a breath. I'm going to work tomorrow. Roman halts at his drawers, a towel wrapped around his hips.
It's too dangerous.
No. Collapsing down onto the mattress, I hold his eyes. It's not. We can't just stay like this, Roman.
It won't be much longer.
He dismisses me, but I can see how tense his shoulders are. How long? I press. A day? A week? A month?
I don't know.
How long, Roman? I put on the pressure.
I don't know.
Exactly. I have a bar to run.
You've got staff.
Roman! I snap, my frustration growing. I get it. I do. You want to keep us all safe, but at what expense?
I don't want to argue, Neve.
He sighs, so much weight in the sound. I soften a little. We're not arguing, Roman. My voice is lower now, gentler. But this is not sustainable.
Just a few more days.
He comes toward me, abandoning the drawers and whatever he was looking for. No, I don't back down. I'm going to work. You're going to work.
I am working.
I scoff. No, you're hovering. His brows scrunch adorably.
I am not.
What did you get done today, cowboy? I chuckle, crossing my arms as I wait for him to answer.
Well,
He cuts himself off before starting again.
There was...
My point exactly. I shuffle closer and get onto my knees, wrapping my arms around his neck and lean in, whispering my mouth on his. I understand your need to protect everyone you love, but let's not forget the life we are trying to build. He tilts his head forward and rests his brow against mine.
You're right.
I know I am. I grin. He moves quickly, pinning me beneath him as he rests his weight on his forearms.
Just promise me you'll be smart. Anything happens and you get out of there.
I'm a big girl, cowboy. I can take care of myself.
I know you can, sweetheart.
He kisses the corner of my mouth.
Is it so bad that I want to do it?
No, I breathe. And I promise.
Thank you.
He slants his mouth over mine, stealing my breath. His tongue slides between my lips, and his chest meets mine as he closes the small gap between us, my thighs widening to allow him closer.
You come home to me.
He rasps before his mouth finds my neck and his teeth graze. Always, I vow, skin pebbling and body reacting to the way he works me up. It's so simple, and yet he's the only one who's ever made me react this way. I am but a puppet on strings attached to his fingers. I feel the hard length of his cock press up between my legs, grinding through the thin material of my shorts, and my nipples pebble as a moan slips from me. Tell me. He pushes to his knees as his hands go to the hem of my shirt, and he slides it up. I love you. Whiskey eyes clash with mine, lids hooded. Lifting my arms, I allow him to strip the t-shirt from me before he goes to my shorts. Pushing my hips up, he makes quick work to remove them, leaving me completely bare to him. My legs parted with him between them. He runs a finger over his bottom lip as he devours me with his eyes. It never gets old, the way he looks at me. Like it's the first time and he's trying to memorize every inch of me. Reaching for the knot on his towel, he throws it off the side of the bed and palms his heavy cock with one hand, while the other scissors through me, my hips jerking, searching for more. I fucking love how you respond to me, Neve. He growls, so fucking needy. 2 fingers slide into me, and I can't help but throw my head back, the pleasure zapping through me as my muscles clench. He chuckles darkly, his thumb finding my clit as he works me slowly, watching everything he does. The hand around his cock moves at the same speed at which he fucks me with the other. From base to tip, his hand jerks himself, thumb swiping over the bead of salty pre-cum from the crown. Such a pretty pussy, sweetheart. I shiver as he slowly brings me up to the peak, curling his fingers just right to hit the spot inside of me. Made for me. Roman! I gasp his name, my climax right there. More, baby, he whispers. Please. The tip of his cock slides inside while his fingers are still there, stretching me impossibly wider, my body trembling the further he goes. You can take it, he assures me, his hand moving, dick sinking deeper. Oh, fuck, I cry. That's it. He pulls out a touch before thrusting back inside. You going to fall apart for me? I'm close. My eyes are squeezed closed as he sends my body through 100 different sensations. I know you are. I can feel it. His thumb moves a little harder as he thrusts all the way into me. I can't help it. He groans as I orgasm around him, pussy clenching wildly, and he pushes me through it, thrusting, working my clit until I physically can't take anymore. His hands move to my hips, sinking in as he pulls me onto him, my ass off the bed while he thrusts into me, keeping me steady, finding his pace. So fucking perfect. He groans, mouth going slack as he finds his own pleasure, emptying into me before he lowers me back to the bed and pulls out, collapsing down my side. We both breathe a little easier, and while I know tomorrow will have him nervous, it needs to happen so we can just keep going. When I wake in the morning, Roman has already started for the day, his side of the bed cold. The sun streaks in through a crack in the curtains, and I can hear his voice down below as he shouts orders to his workers. And when I peek through the window, I see him on top of his horse, his hat low to shield his eyes. The sun kisses his skin, and his body moves with such ease, a commanding force that demands attention. Dragging my eyes away, I grab a shower and get ready for the day, slipping a bar tee on before I skip downstairs and out into the sun. The warmth immediately graces my skin, a promise of a long, hot summer to come. Roman trots over on the back of Pippin, tension pulling his mouth down, a line between his brows. I'll be fine, I promise him, knowing exactly that's what he needs. He wets his lips and swallows. Take my truck. You sure? I'll use one of the ranch vehicles or Silas's if I need it. He lets out a heavy breath. Call me if anything happens. Anything. I will, I assure him, accepting the keys he slides out of his pocket. His hand lingers, holding mine when I reach to take them from him. One of his workers lets out a whistle that steals his attention away, and I pull my hand back. Get back to work, cowboy. I grin at him. I'll see you later. I love you. His eyes linger on the dimples on my cheeks. I love you too. Ashley throws a piece of ice at me. I missed you. It's been a lot, I sigh. I'm sorry. I bet. She leans her hip on the counter. I can't imagine how scary it must all be. I mean, his dad? I shake my head. It's insane. Well, Ashley throws a towel over her shoulder as she steps out of the bar, heading toward the door to open for the day. All the right things are happening. As soon as he's caught, you can all move on. They all deserve nothing less. Ashley gets the doors unlocked and welcomes in the first few patrons, a couple of families ready for lunch, and of course the regulars who take up their seats on the stools at the bar. We may not be in the clear, but this is the right path. Just a steady pace, and everything will fall into place. Things get busier around 3, with every table in the place filling and a queue making its way out the door. It's the weekend of the Spring Festival, and while things don't truly kick off until tomorrow with the parades and the stalls, the town is rammed, ready for the festivities. Crap, we're out of limes, I grumble. I'll be right back. I call out to whoever is listening and pick up the container to head back to the kitchen. The kitchen staff are working overtime to get the orders fulfilled as quickly as possible. The air in here almost stifling, even with the air conditioning cranked up to max. You guys good in here? I yell. We're good, boss. My head chef calls back without turning to look at me. They're all too busy, but I can see they're running low on a few items from out back. So once I cut the limes, I take a second to run down to the back room, bundling as many of the things into a box I can carry. I'm just reaching onto the top shelf for the seasonings when the hair on the nape of my neck stands up. I spin around, eyes widening when I see who is standing in the doorway, blocking my only escape. You! My eyes widen, but I don't get a chance to make a sound when something hard slams into the side of my head and all the lights go out.
Chapter 37. Roman. All right, I call. That's all of them. Steering Pippin away from the calving barn, I wipe the sweat off my brow, the sun beating down on the ranch. It's been a hard fucking day. My shirt is soaked through with sweat, and it's not even completely over yet. For now, though, Pippin needs to rest, and I can use the ATV to do the rest of the rounds, so I steer her to the stables, allowing her to take her own pace on the way there until I dismount and walk her the rest of the way. She comes easily, ready for her dinner and treats. The rest of the stall's empty at the moment since the herd is turned out or being worked. I hand her a cookie from the stash we keep in here, just as my cell buzzes from my back pocket. Pulling it out, I glance at the unfamiliar number lighting up the screen. Hello? I answer, locking the stable door and walk from the barn.
Roman, it's Ashley.
Neve's best friend sounds breathless.
I don't suppose Neve is with you?
My heart stops. No. Why?
Shit,
Ashley mutters.
She went out to grab some bits from the back and hasn't come back. No one can find her.
What the fuck do you mean no one can find her? I'm running now, exhaustion forgotten, but I come skidding to a stop when I remember I don't have my fucking truck.
She isn't here, Roman,
Ashley rushes.
and she left her cell.
Call the police, I order. I'll be right there. Hanging up the phone, I keep running and dial Silas. What? He grunts in greeting.
Neve's missing.
I'm breathless, lungs burning, but his house comes into view, the truck's paint shining in the sun, and I gun for it. Shit! I hear my brother scramble, Remy in the background asking what the hell is going on.
I'll be there in a minute. Get the truck ready.
By the time I make it, Silas is behind the wheel, Remy in the back, and I fly into the passenger seat. The bar, I order. Silas slams his foot on the gas, kicking up gravel behind him as the truck roars out of the drive and onto the road. From here, it's easy to speed toward town. There's only this ranch and the other one out here, so it's empty. But Silas has to slow when he hits town. Shit, I hiss. It's the festival. We're about 2 blocks away from the main strip where Neve's bar is, so I don't bother waiting to fight through the heavy traffic or the crowds using the road like a sidewalk and hop out, sprinting the rest of the way to the bar. I knock people out of the way to get through the door, finding Ashley waiting. "Where is she?" I demand. Glassy eyes meet mine. "She was here." "Tell me what you know, Ashley," I beg. "We got busy, and she needed to grab some limes, so she went to the kitchen, but the guys in there haven't seen her since." Pushing through the staff doors, I first go to the kitchens to check for myself. Her name stuck in my throat when I don't find her there, so I go to the stairs that lead to her studio apartment, but that too is empty. Dust gathering on the surfaces since she hasn't been back here in so long. No. Panic rises as I barrel back down, almost slipping on the floor as I shove open every closed door in this place until I come to the last room, and the only room with the door open. A storage area for what looks like non-perishables, but it's the box on the floor that catches my attention. The items inside spilled out. She was in here. She was here, and now she isn't. "Roman!" Silas calls. "Where is she?" I turn to my brother, the panic eating me alive, ripping the skin from my bones. Wide eyes plead with him, begging him to tell me this isn't real, that she isn't missing. I can't fucking stand it. "Where is my wife?" "The deputies are here," Silas says, his shoulders low. I can barely hear anything above the roaring in my ears. He has her. He got her. He never fucking left. "What the fuck do you mean you received no reports?" Remy bellows from the bar, drawing us toward him. "We reported it! You have a warrant for his fucking arrest!" An older deputy with gray in his hair frowns. "I don't know what you want me to say, son. We have received no reports of an assault on Neve Calloway. Certainly no arrest warrants for your father." Remy turns panicked eyes to us. "It's a lie." "What are you talking about?" "They don't know," he rambles. "It's a fucking lie." "I'm gonna need everyone to calm down," the deputy says, his tone gruff. "Just why do you think Mrs. Calloway is missing?" "She is missing," I grind out. "Roman." Remy steps away from the officer. "Wright never handed in the evidence. He never submitted the report. There was no warrant. He set us up." I feel the blood drain from my face, but I can't figure out the connection. Why would he do that? What the fuck does he gain? It's not important right now. What is important is figuring out where the hell she is and getting my wife back. Pushing past the deputy, I head back to Silas's truck, getting behind the wheel with them following. There's only one place to start. Time ticks down, my heart thumping as the world rushes by in a blur. Nightfall's ranch passing by, and then I swerve the truck, following the narrow drive toward the crumbling ranch house that's been fucking haunting me for the past 12 years. A silver truck sits out front, and brown fields stretch on either side. Not a single animal in sight. No livestock, no horses, or even fucking chickens. It's as desolate as my father's soul. My legs eat up the distance between the truck and the door, and the wood creaks and splinters as my boot meets it. One kick, two. The frame snaps and the door swings open, smacking against the back wall. A shrill scream meets my ears as a woman comes running down the stairs. Her hair somewhere between blonde and gray, creases at the edges of her eyes and mouth. "Who are you?" she cries. "Where the fuck is she?" I growl at her. "Who?" "My wife." I don't wait for an answer as I go look at myself, forcing my way through the house as I yank open doors, but find the house empty, as withered and bleak as the land beyond the windows. "Neve!" I yell her name. "I don't know anyone by that name." The woman chases after me. "Who are you?" I spin on her. "Where's Jensen?" I demand instead. "I haven't seen him for days." Her wide eyes hold mine. "Please, what has he done? Is he in trouble?" A picture beyond her frail frame catches my attention. There's 3 people in it. My father, this woman, and Oscar Wright. "How do you know this man?" I point to him as I snatch the frame off the table. "Tell me!" I roar when she doesn't answer. "That's my son," she finally answers on a sob. Dread sinks in low, making me want to double over and vomit. It was both of them, all along. The frame slips out of my hand and hits the wooden floor, glass shattering. I look up to see both my brothers staring. I know they heard. There's a ringing in my ears, and I can feel my pulse thumping in my throat. "I need you to tell us everything you know." Silas takes control. "Any cabins you have, any places you think they could have gone." "Why?" the woman asks. "What's happening?" "Your husband has my wife," I stutter out. "Please, where are they?" For a long moment, silence settles like a dead weight around us, making the air feel heavy, suffocating. "My son," she swallows. "He has a hunting lodge about 5 miles from here." I meet Silas's eyes, desperation and straight fear weighing down every bone in my body. She writes the location down on the back of an overdue bill and hands it to me. "Don't hurt them," the woman begs. "Please." I don't reply because I can't make that promise. If there is a single hair out of place on my wife's head, there will be no place on this earth they can go where I won't hunt them down. Rage swirls in with the terror, fueling my steps as I leave the house and the woman behind, my brothers quick on my heels. "I'm getting her back," I growl, tearing away from the ranch and toward the location of the hunting lodge, not knowing if she's going to be there or if she's even alive. The thought churns my stomach. I'm not sure how I'm meant to survive in a world where Neve no longer exists.
Chapter 38. Neve. A putrid smell clogs my nose, making it hard to breathe. And it's stifling hot in here, which worsens the thick stench. Something is rotting close by. The stink of blood. That metallic, cloying odor unmistakable. There's a throbbing in my head. And as I peel my eyes open, the light that slips in through a single square window makes my eyes sting. Keeping my moves slow, I look around. 4 walls made of wood surround me. And hanging from the ceiling by the door is a deer, suspended from a hook attached to a crossbeam. That's where the rotting smell is coming from. Flies buzz around the corpse, crawling over the walls and the windows, and beneath it is a large, dried blood stain. My stomach turns, but I can't make a noise. Not when I hear Oscar's voice beyond the closed door. I'm on an old, worn mattress, the once white material now stained yellow and brown. There are buckets in here filled with ropes and bear traps, rusted and twisted metal piled in the corners, and a curved, corroded blade on the wall along with other hunting equipment. It's like something out of a horror movie. He hit me, knocked me out, and brought me here. Wetting my parched lips, I try to sit up, but quickly realize my wrists are bound behind my back and ankles tied together. Shit. I try to keep the panic at bay, but it rises anyway, making my heart beat faster, which worsens the throb inside my head. He was in on it the entire time, pretending all the while he was helping. Someone needs to warn Roman. Fuck. What if they already got to him?
"What's the plan here, Jensen?"
Oscar grunts, his voice close to the door that looks to be hanging by a single hinge.
"I got her like you asked. Now what?"
"Just a bit longer," Roman's father answers.
"Make him sweat a little before I make my demands. You really think he'll just give it over? I have his wife."
Jensen scoffs.
"If he doesn't, I'll kill her."
My heart sinks to my gut, but the handle on the door pushes down, that single hinge squealing. So I quickly close my eyes, pretending to still be unconscious.
"How hard did you hit her?"
Steps sound across the floor, stopping at the foot of the mattress.
"Hard enough."
Oscar sounds amused, like he enjoyed doing it.
"She's pretty."
Jensen grunts.
"Not very smart, though."
It's nearly impossible to remain still as I feel his hand run up my leg. But he stops just above my knee and pulls away. Their footsteps sound again, moving away before the door closes and silence settles. I don't open my eyes for another few minutes, not until I'm sure they're outside. And only then do I crack one open, and then the other. I have to get out of here. I can't let Roman give up his home for me. Not his family's legacy. Shifting onto my side, I try to wiggle out of the rope, but all it does is cut and burn. Biting in hard enough, I can feel skin tear with it, and my ankle restraints are just as tight, leaving red marks where they sit flush around my legs. I look at the curved blade on the wall. If I can just get that hook into the rope, maybe I can cut through it. As quietly as I can, I roll to the edge of the mattress and get my feet on the floor, using it to stabilize me as I try to push up from the mattress to sit. My head spins once I'm upright, and I have to take a precious second to get my bearings again, my blood throbbing inside my ears. I have to get out of here. I have to. Moving onto my knees, I rock until I catch myself on the balls of my feet, catching my imbalance with my shoulder to the wall, and then slowly I lift, keeping myself against the wall to hold my weight. My knees wobble and my muscles smart, but I grit my teeth, holding the pain back, keeping it in check. Their voices echo in from outside, far enough away that I have a chance here. Turning my back to the wall, I bend my arms up, my shoulders protesting. But then I feel the rusty tip of the blade pressing into my skin, cutting straight into it. I don't make a sound, not even as I repeat the same motion, trying to get the position right. Blood runs in a steady stream down my arms and over my hands, dripping from my numb fingers and onto the floor, the steady drip vibrating through me. Still, I don't stop. Not until I feel the curved tip of the blade finally hook into the rope. Hope and relief bloom through me, and I saw my arms up and down, pulling and pushing, listening to the fibers of the rope break until I can pull my hands apart, the rope falling away. I don't waste a second to claw at the ropes around my ankles, tugging at the knot. My fingernails break and the blood makes my hands slippery. But it comes loose, and I kick it away before I reach for the curved blade stained with my blood. If they think I won't fight my way out of this, they're mistaken. Clutching the weapon, I move toward the door, heart in my throat, blade in front of me. But as I'm reaching for the handle, the only escape, the door swings open, and I have to jump out of the way or be hit. Oscar fills the frame, his dark eyes widening as he takes me in. The shock is quickly replaced with a cruel grin.
"Hello, Neve,"
he purrs.
"What do you think you're doing?"
"You're going to let me go." My hands shake as I point the blade at him.
"I'm sorry. I can't do that."
He cocks his head.
"Put the weapon down."
My head shakes frantically. "You don't have to do this, Oscar."
"No, I actually do,"
he growls.
"Your husband has everything. It's now my fucking turn. I'm done suffering."
You really think Jensen will share anything with you? I press. He won't, Oscar. As soon as he gets what he wants, he'll kick you to the curb. He laughs, lacking humor.
That won't work on me. You think I'm stupid? All you're trying to do is save that bastard you call a husband.
I'm not. I take a step back as he advances on me.
I've been patient.
He keeps coming.
I've watched the Knights get everything, while the rest of us fucking suffer. They kicked their own father out, left him with nothing. They're not the good guys, Neve.
They've worked for it, I defend. His lip curls.
It's such a shame you got yourself all tied up with them. We could have had something.
My brows lower. No, Oscar.
You like the life, huh?
He reaches for the gun in his holster.
Want to keep it? Maybe when all this is done, we can have that drink.
Stop, I warn him. He unstraps the gun, and I just do. I swing forward with the blade, the hook catching him in his upper arm. He cries out, dropping the gun to the floor in favor of slapping his hand on the open wound now pouring blood and soaking the sleeve of his deputy uniform.
You fucking bitch!
I kick the gun out of reach. Move, I demand, or I'll aim lower next time.
Feeling brave, are you?
He sneers, but he moves to the side as I advance on him, keeping the distance between us until it's me in front of the door and he's where I started, his blood mixed with mine smearing into the wood beneath our feet.
Go on, then.
He licks his teeth.
Run. See how far you get before I catch you. We've played this game before.
Flashes of the woods come back to me. The man at the falls. Him chasing me before I ran right into Roman.
I won't let you get away this time,
he promises. Stepping backwards, I keep my weapon pointed at him until the wood beneath my feet turns to earth. And then I spin, and I run. I was quicker then. I have to be quicker now. No one is coming to save me this time. I doubt Roman even knows I'm missing yet. I look around but see nothing but trees towering all around me, stifling the setting sunlight. It's quiet. Too quiet. There are no birds chirping, no wind rustling the leaves. I don't look back, just power forward until something hard slams straight into my stomach. A scream rips from me as I go down, the air rushing out of me as pain becomes a bright, agonizing spot in my abdomen. I curl into a ball on the ground, tears leaking from my eyes as a pair of legs step out from behind a tree. My eyes move up to find Jensen standing over me with a heavy branch in his hand.
Can't let you get away just yet.
He smiles down at me.
He's not even here to see what I could do to you.
Winded, I can't speak as I try to suck in air, fighting through the fog at the edges of my eyes.
Chapter 39. Roman. A scream rips through the woods, startling birds from trees. The air seems to turn still with it, the entire forest around me holding its breath. Neve. I set off on a run, my gun clutched in my hand. I don't know if my brothers heard it, but I'm not waiting around for them. We split up to come in at all angles on the lodge, and I haven't seen or heard from them in at least 20 minutes. We're so close now. I'm coming, sweetheart. I pull to an abrupt stop when I see my father standing over a body that looks entirely too still, curled up in a fetal position on the dirty forest floor. No! Behind them, Oscar comes limping forward, clutching his arm as blood seeps through from a wound on his upper arm. Jensen reaches down and yanks Neve up from the ground, and relief washes through me when I realize she's alive, but hurt. And I'm just about to step forward when I see Silas reveal himself, gun aimed and pointed at my father. "Let her go," Silas growls. My father lifts a pocket knife to her throat, and everything goes quiet. "Not the son I was expecting," Jensen fires back. Silas smiles cruelly. "Sorry to disappoint." "Where is he?" my father asks. Sinking back down into the trees, I conceal myself. My steps light, soundless as I move closer, using the shadows thrown by the setting sun to keep myself hidden. Moving closer, I catalog Neve's injuries. Cuts on her forearms, bruises around her wrists, and a thin trickle of blood that runs from her hairline. The fresh scar from her accident split back open. Tears track down her face, bottom lip wobbling. "Don't give them anything," she wheezes. Silas flicks his eyes to her, moving over her much like mine just did, cataloging what they have done to her. Jensen yanks her back. "Shut the fuck up!" A fresh drop of blood slips down her throat. The grip on my gun tightens. I have to make the shot clean. The wrong angle will hurt her, and I'm not risking her life for his. "Why do you want Roman?" Silas asks. "You know why, son," Jensen sneers. "We all know that ranch belongs to me. I'm here to get what I deserve." "You deserve to see nothing but the inside of a cell until the day you die," Silas snaps back. "You're not getting the ranch." "Not even for his precious wife's life? You know I've done it before. I'll do it again. I'll slice her pretty little throat." My molars grind together, and everything in me pulls tight. I'm ready to spring, the rage pushing at its walls, wanting to get out. Oscar is watching the two of them, eyes pinging back and forth. I could see the moment he decides to try and take Silas on, but he doesn't make it half a step. "I wouldn't." Remy gets an arm around his throat. "Well, 2 out of 3, Jensen chuckles. "Come on, Roman, we're waiting for you." I don't move an inch. "Tick-tock, son," he laughs. "Or do you want to see her bleed? Maybe you're more like me than you thought." That blade is pushed right up to her throat. Any shot other than to kill will have it slice through her flesh. I get into position, lifting the gun to aim for his temple. But my foot steps on a branch and a loud snap echoes off the trees. Fuck! Jensen spins, cutting into her even more as he positions her in front of him and faces me. Blue eyes latch onto mine. "Roman." "I'm here, baby." I keep my voice calm. "I'm here for you." "Don't give him anything." "Shut up." Jensen tugs her head back by her hair, forcing a whimper from her. "You want the ranch?" I step closer, seeing the manic look in his eyes, the wild violence brimming through his body. He's unpredictable, untamed, and one wrong move. "You can have it. It's yours." "Roman," she breathes, voice watery. "You let her go, and it's all yours." "I don't believe you," Jensen spits. "All I want is her," I tell him. "Let her go and take me." "No," Neve whispers. "Don't." "You have my word." "Drop your gun," Jensen orders. Lowering to a crouch, I place the gun on the ground, my eyes on Neve, and then lift, showing him my palms. "Step forward." I do as he instructs, getting so close I can see the different types of blue in Neve's eyes. "Now turn around." I give him my back and start to count. 1. I breathe out. 2. All sounds turn muted in my ears as I ready myself for what happens next. 3. Neve is suddenly pushed forward, and she lands hard on the ground right next to the loaded gun. Spinning, I throw my fist into the side of his face, his head snapping back with the force, but he's quick to recover. He shoots forward just as a loud bang echoes through the trees. Jensen goes down at the same time. Pain bursts through the side of my body. No! Neve screams as she sees the knife sticking out of my side, her shaking hands releasing the gun. She shot him. Roman! Silas roars, but then there she is, her arms around me, attempting to keep me up as blood pours from the wound. She comes down with me, knees hitting the ground first. No, please, she cries. Someone help! The edges of my vision go blurry until all I see is her, tears tracking down her face, blood smeared on her skin. Don't leave me, she begs. My hand lifts to cradle the side of her face. I don't want to, sweetheart. I can hear my brothers, their voices, the sounds of their steps, but I only focus on my wife. I need you, she cries, her tears landing on my cheek. No, I shake my head, but it feels numb, like my head is swimming. I can feel my heart slowing, the thumping in my ears going quieter. You never needed me. It's always been you. You're the strongest person I know, baby. Neve! Silas gets to the ground beside me. I need you to move. No, she cries. Move, Neve, he orders. And if I had it in me to berate him for shouting at her like that, then I would. Maybe in the next life I'll kick his ass. Don't you fucking die on me, asshole, he snaps. I'm not looking after the ranch. A wet laugh crackles out of me, which quickly turns to a howl of pain as he presses something around the knife, pushing hard. They're coming. Remy settles next to me. Who's coming? You need to stay with us, Roman, Silas demands. Neve strokes the side of my face, eyes swimming. Please, she whispers, her voice broken. I'm not in the business of making promises I can't keep, so I say nothing at all.
Chapter 40. Neve. I swat at the tears continuing to fall from my eyes. They're like a broken faucet. They won't stop. Roman was airlifted to the hospital over an hour ago. I wasn't able to go with him. And now I'm stuck in a car with his brothers, speeding down the highway toward the city with no way of knowing what's happening. Neither brother was happy when I refused medical treatment back in those woods. But I will heal. It's Roman I care about. Oscar was arrested, and Jensen is dead. I shot him. That's something I will have to deal with later. I wasn't quick enough, though. I didn't pull the trigger soon enough. He got to Roman anyway, hurt him, and now I have no idea if he's going to survive. His two brothers have yet to say a word, their shoulders tense, brows drawn low. They don't want to say what we're all thinking. We need to be prepared to lose him, but nothing will prepare me for that. This is why they say love hurts. The pain I feel right now, the one inside my chest, inside the very fabric of who I am, is worse than anything I have ever felt. It's splitting me in two, tearing me straight down the middle in a way that'll be impossible to fix. Living without him, now I've experienced him, isn't something I will fathom. We finally make it to the hospital, and I don't wait for them before I'm sprinting through the doors, shoes squeaking on the floor as I come to a stop at the reception desk. The nurse stationed behind takes one look at me and jumps up from her chair. I need some help. I haven't had a look at myself to know what she's looking at. I don't feel any pain. No, I refuse her hands. Where is he? I demand. Where is my husband? Ma'am, you need to take a seat. Please, I beg. Roman Knight, I need to know where he is. You're bleeding all over the floor. Her hands grip my arms. Please, I beg. Okay, she soothes. Please, just... She guides me to a chair. What was his name? Roman Knight, I repeat, just as Silas and Remy get to me. A hand lowers to my shoulder, a comforting gesture, and I look up to find Silas at my side. He doesn't look at me, just watches and waits.
He was taken into surgery, she says gently. Now I'd like to get you looked at.
No, I refuse. I'll wait. I'm fine.
Neve.
Remy crouches in front of me.
Let them look at you. We're not going anywhere. We'll find out the moment he's out of surgery and awake.
He's right, the nurse says. I'll notify you myself if that's what it takes.
I swallow thickly. But what if...
We're here.
Remy interrupts me. You'll get me? I ask.
We will,
he promises.
Go get checked out. Roman will kick our asses if he sees you like that when he wakes up.
I've seen the inside of a hospital room too many times in the past few weeks. But I don't dare leave Roman's bedside. He came out of surgery an hour ago, and has yet to wake up. But he's alive. I have a few new stitches in my head and arms, but the cuts on my neck are simply flesh wounds. If anything, I'm just exhausted, drained. There's going to be a shitstorm to handle when we leave this hospital. Police and statements and whispers. But that's a tomorrow problem. Reaching for Roman's hand, I tuck my fingers around his, ignoring the dirt and blood caked beneath my fingernails that I couldn't get out no matter how hard I scrubbed my hands. Silas and Remy are silent on the other side of the room, as tired as I am. The sun is long since set, and the city below the window is sleeping. None of us has said a word. Loosening my breath, I lean forward, resting my head on the side of Roman's bed. My eyes too heavy to keep open. I listen to the steady beat of his heart monitor, letting that lull me to sleep. We made it out alive. We did it. I'm not sure when sleep dragged me under or how long it kept me down, but I wake to the feel of fingers in my hair, gently massaging against my scalp. I moan with how good it feels, skin prickling as the feel of it keeps me in that weird foggy space between sleep and wakefulness. It takes me a moment to figure out it's someone touching me. My head snaps up, and my eyes land on Roman, sitting up a little in his bed, eyes hooded and sleepy, but he's awake.
Hey, baby,
he rasps. Roman! His name cracks out of me. At the sound of my voice, his eyes close for a few seconds before he looks at me again.
You're okay?
I scramble to my feet, eyes burning with more tears as I lean down and press my mouth to his, needing the feel of him, the taste of him. I need to know this is real. He kisses me back just as desperately, as much as the bed and the wires attached to him allow. The beep of his heart monitor speeds up a notch at our connection. I thought I lost you, I whisper, unable to get my voice any higher through the thickness clogging my throat.
I'm here.
He cradles my face. It's over, I sigh, dropping his eyes. I killed a man, and while I knew I had to shoot him, the weight of those actions weighs me down. He can't hurt anyone anymore.
Look at me,
Roman commands.
Neve, look at me.
I lift my eyes to meet his burning amber ones.
You did what you had to do. You survived. You saved me. There is no shame in that.
I was so scared. My voice shakes. There was so much blood.
I'm here,
he vows.
I'm not leaving you.
A tear slips off my cheek and drops onto the blue blanket covering him, and I watch as it blooms into a small wet patch.
Come here,
he rasps, shifting with a groan to make space for me. I can't do that.
Come here, sweetheart. Let me hold you.
Gently, I climb up beside him, holding my weight so I don't accidentally nudge him. And when his arm comes around me and he settles me onto his uninjured side, everything in my soul settles.
I love you,
he whispers.
I will come for you every time.
Can we not do that again? I attempt to chuckle. He presses his lips to the top of my head,
The honeymoon sounds good right about now.
With cocktails, I agree. His chest rumbles with his laugh.
You can have whatever you want.
Are you hurting? I ask, resting my hand over his heart.
No.
He tightens his arm.
Stay with me.
So I do for the rest of the night, and he holds me the entire time.
Chapter 41. Roman. If I never have to see another hospital, I'll be glad. I breathe in the fresh air once I step outside the door, pausing to let the sun hit my face before I climb into the passenger seat of my truck. Neve is fussing, but I let her, knowing it's what she needs right now. Hell, I think I need it too. She places the fresh bag of meds by my feet, and then closes my door before she rounds the hood and climbs in behind the wheel. I roll my head toward her, taking in the glossy strands of her dark hair, and the way she captures her bottom lip as she focuses on merging us into the busy city traffic. Silas had offered to drive, but she insisted. She hasn't left my side since I woke up in the hospital. I see the fear on every inch of her face. It'll take time to get my girl back, but until then, I'll give her what she needs. Reaching across the console, I settle my hand on her thigh, and her body relaxes, a soft smile touching her lips. Statements were made. The cops came to the hospital. Since none of us had been back to the ranch, and evidence was uncovered in Jensen's home, photos of the car wreckage our mother was in, a video taken right after the accident, and the very wires he cut out of her truck. It was vindicating to know we had been right all along. Oscar is currently awaiting trial, though he won't make bail and will spend a long time behind bars. It's over. The ride back to the ranch was uneventful, peaceful. A gentle breeze flows through the cab from the open windows, the city skyscrapers turning to rolling fields, grays bleeding into greens and yellows, the mountains on the horizon. I wasn't sure I'd ever find this kind of peace. Do you mind stopping somewhere before we head home? I asked Neve.
Where?
I'll show you, I tell her. Just head to the house like normal. Her brows pinch, but she dips her chin in agreement. And when we get there, I guide her down a thin dirt track that heads toward the north side of the ranch. It winds through the trees, with just about enough space on either side of the truck for us to fit. But she comes to a stop when the track comes to an abrupt end, and the way ahead is blocked by a thick, fallen oak tree.
Where are we?
My mom is buried here. I swallow before I reach for the door handle and climb out, a hand to my side to keep the pain in check. It still smarts, but I'm alive. Neve meets me at the front of the truck, looking where I am, through the trees, to the several headstones that jut up out of the earth. The Knight Family Cemetery. I don't come here often. I sigh, spotting my mother's gravestone, weathered with age. My grandfather beside her, his headstone much brighter, a white marble, and then my grandmother beside him. Generations of knights are buried here.
She'd be proud of you.
Neve tucks herself close to my side. Perhaps, I agree. Just like your father. She nods.
Yeah, I think so too.
Moving away from me, she disappears into the tree line, and I lose sight of her for a moment. Panic rises, but I push that down. She's safe now. We don't have to look over our shoulder anymore, waiting for something to jump out at us. When she returns, she's holding a small bouquet of wildflowers, the colors vibrant and popping against her dark tea. She hands them over to me.
Go tell her, she whispers. I feel my eyes burn as those words sink under my skin, but my feet won't carry me forward, nailed to the floor. Go on, Neve encourages. Come with me. I swallow, thickly. She nods softly and accepts my hand, walking by my side. She stands behind me as I lower to my knees on the soft, mossy earth, my hand running over my mother's name. Della Elizabeth Knight. Mother, daughter, friend. Now one with the earth. We did it, Ma, I whisper, so low, only the trees around me can hear. We got you justice. My eyes burn a little hotter. There's only been a handful of times in the past 12 years that I've come here. Too ashamed I haven't been able to give her the peace she deserves. I'm sorry it took so long, I sigh. It took a hell of a woman to help me. You'd love her. Her name is Neve. I glance at my wife, her eyes glistening as she listens. And she somehow agreed to be my wife. Luckiest man alive, I tell you. I suppose Pops had something to do with it. Give him hell up there for me, will you? But then thank him for me. If not for him, I never would have got the girl in the end. Tell him I get it. I place the wildflowers down, leaning them against her headstone. I won't leave it so long next time, I promise her. I'll miss you like crazy, and I hope this now brings you some peace. Until next time, Ma. Rising to my feet, I step across to my grandfather. Cheers, old man. I feel the corners of my mouth lift into a grin. You were right after all. A wind whistles through the trees as I move back to Neve, teasing her hair, and I lift my thumbs to wipe away the single tear tracking down her cheek. Let's go home, sweetheart. I kiss the corner of her mouth. But there's one more thing I need to show you. What? You'll see, I grin, guiding her back to the truck, except I get behind the wheel. Should you be driving? She quirks a brow. I'll go slow. I jerk my chin. Let's go. She shakes her head but doesn't fight me as I turn us around and head back to the ranch. The house comes into view, but before I take us home, I stop us at the barn beside the stables and cut the engine. You can't ride, Roman, Neve chastises. Doctor's orders. I chuckle and wince when my stitches pull. Not here to ride, sweetheart. Then why did we stop? Do me a favor. I lean back in my seat and hand her the keys to the lock on the barn door. This is a moment she needs for herself. Go look inside that barn right there. Her brows pinch. Why? Just trust me. I place the keys in her hand and close her fist around them. She wets her lips and then gets out. Her steps tentative as she moves closer to the door and lifts the padlock to unlock it. Tugging on the door, her whole body freezes when she sees what I have inside for her. Her head whips to me, and then she disappears inside.
Chapter 42. Neve. I'm not sure what I am looking at is real. It can't be. All I've done in the past week is cry, damn it. And now the waterworks are back on. It's my truck, sparkling, brand new, like it was never vandalized. It looks better than it did before that happened. But it's my truck. Freshly painted with new windows, new tires, and a new interior. I stumble toward it, pulling on the door handle. It opens, and the keys are resting on the driver's seat. Roman did this for me. I swat at the tears on my cheeks as I climb inside, sinking into the seat. The same style as before, but new. the dash too, but gleaming. I run my hands over the steering wheel before I slide the keys into the ignition and switch on the engine, listening to it rumble to life. It doesn't backfire and sputter, just turns on cleanly. He gave me back the last piece of my father. Taking off the handbrake, I roll the car forward and out of the barn, stopping in front of Roman's waiting truck. He meets my eyes through the windscreen and grins, showing his teeth and those smile lines. My heart skips a damn beat at that look, at that smile. Shoving open the door, I run to him, meeting him at his door just in time for him to get it open. He catches me, meeting my kiss with his own. He holds me tight, like he's afraid to let go. Kisses me like he's claiming me for the first time all over again. "Thank you," I whisper breathlessly.
"The world is yours, baby,"
he vows.
"I'll give it all to you."
"I don't want the world." I kiss him again. "I just want you."
"I'm all yours, sweetheart."
I pull the truck in beside his in front of the ranch, switching off the engine and climb out, meeting him at the hood so he can take my hand to walk into the house. The moment we step through the door, childish laughter greets my ears. Rosie's squeal of delight forcing a smile to pull my mouth up. We follow the sound through to the living room, only to find Remy on all fours, Rosie on his back as he pretends to be a bucking horse.
"Look, Miss Neve."
Rosie laughs wildly.
"I'm like Uncle Remy. I'm going to be just like him."
Silas grins where he watches them, sitting on the edge of the couch, fully prepared to launch himself across the room to catch her should she come off his back.
"How about a nice, safe job?"
Silas suggests.
"Like a baker or a florist?"
I laugh out loud. What makes them safe?
"Anything but that,"
he pleads.
"Nope."
The little girl pops the pea.
"I want to ride horsies."
"Is it truly riding horses?"
Roman asks.
"When they're trying to throw him off?" "Optimal word."
Remy stops his bucking and moves onto his heels, reaching behind him to keep Rosie on his back.
"Trying. I don't get thrown off. All that cockiness is going to bite you one day."
Silas grunts.
"Huh."
Remy helps his niece down and she flies toward me, wrapping her arms around my legs.
"That'll never happen. I'm Remy motherfucking Knight. They don't call me 9 Lives for nothing."
He pulls out a $10 note and hands it to Rosie, who skips to take it from him. 9 lives? I chuckle.
"Yeah, he rides like he's got 9 lives,"
Roman mutters. Silas shakes his head before focusing on Roman.
"You good?" "Never better."
He nods, tucking a piece of hair behind my ear.
"If we could just try to avoid hospitals for the next 5 months. I don't get much time off in season, and I can't be coming back to check on your asses."
Rosie gasps.
"Not a swear,"
he tells her.
"Is."
"It's not,"
he argues.
"It is."
Rosie stomps her foot.
"No, it's a donkey."
"Dad."
Rosie whines, but Silas shakes his head, pinching the bridge of his nose. I laugh, watching the family that I've found myself a part of, seeing how much they love each other and care. They fight and they bicker, but in the bones they're stronger than anyone I've ever known.
"That sound,"
Roman whispers.
"I never want it to stop."
I turn my eyes to him. I'm home. His face softens.
"This is where you belong, sweetheart. With me. Here."
Always, cowboy.
Always.
Epilogue. Roman. Nerves rattle through me, though I've no idea why. We've already been here once. We're already married. But this feels more real than it did before. Before it was something we had to do. Now, this is something we want. And I want it more than I want the sun to rise in the morning. Neve is the kind of forever that is rare to find. She is the earth under my feet, the birds in the sky, the mountains that reach for the clouds, all and everything. Instrumental music starts to play, and my wide eyes meet Silas's, who stands at my side as my best man. He grins, and then hides his laugh behind his hand. I can hear Remy on the video feed, hooting and hollering, but we had to turn his volume down before he offended someone. We're already fucking married. Why the hell is this terrifying me? His eyes lift above my head, and he smirks. "You're so fucked," he whispers to me. "Why?" "She's stunning, man." Unable to stop myself, I look behind me, and the entire world stops spinning. There she is, in a flowing white gown that has flowers climbing up the skirts toward a tight strapless corset that hugs her shape, pushing her breasts up. A diamond rests in the dip between her collarbones, the thin necklace hugging her throat. Dark hair is pulled up and bundled into curls. A floral headband with little diamonds embedded into it rests atop her head. Her eyes look neon, dark lashes framing them, and she's wearing a shocking red lip. She grins when she meets my eyes, her dimples sinking into her cheeks. I'm ready to get on my knees right here and now. Ashley walks behind her in a subtle blue dress with Rosie next to her. "Hi," Neve whispers to me when she finally comes to a stop by my side. "Hey, baby," I breathe. "You look beautiful." "You don't look too bad yourself, cowboy." Her eyes drag down me. "Promise to give me your hat later?" The words shoot straight to my cock. "Neve," I warn. She grins and quirks a brow. "What?" "Don't go acting innocent on me now, sweetheart." "Please, be seated." The officiant calls to the guests, who are still standing for Neve's entrance. They lower, and he begins our vow renewal ceremony. Our real wedding. And I'm fucking grateful she agreed to do this for us. It's what we deserve. With everything we have been through, what we have survived, we made it out on top. We are forever. "Roman," the officiant prompts me to start my vows, so I pull the paper from the inside of my pocket, seeing it blank. Holding it down by my side, I reach for Neve's left hand, running my thumb over my mother's ring. "Sweetheart," I meet her eyes. "You changed the world for me. It never occurred to me how black and white my life was before you. And then you showed up. A rainbow of color, a strike of lightning, the first flower that blooms in spring. I didn't think love would ever find a man like me. I never even knew I wanted it. Not until you. You changed me, Neve Calloway." "Calloway Knight," she interrupts me. "I got it changed yesterday." A burst of laughter erupts from me. "Neve Calloway Knight," I correct. "You showed me what love is. Taught me what love is. You saved me, sweetheart. And I will spend the rest of my life praying I can be half the man you deserve. I love you endlessly. I will worship you, provide for you. I will look after you, and take every step this life puts before us with you by my side. Nothing will ever keep me from you." "Roman," she breathes. "I vowed to love you, find you, look after you, Neve Calloway Knight, until the last breath I take, and even after." I dip Neve low on the dance floor, everyone watching as the last notes of "Cry to Me" by Solomon Burke ring out through the speakers. Bringing her back up, she immediately reaches for the hat in my head and places it on her own.
Wear the hat, she purrs. Ride the cowboy, right?
Fuck, I groan. I've been semi-hard all night, and that just made it impossible to turn around. You want to leave, sweetheart?
Right now?
She whispers. The DJ changes the song to something more upbeat, inviting the rest of the guests onto the dance floor, which gives us a chance to escape. Grasping Neve's hand, I drag her out of the tent we had set up for the reception, her giggles sounding behind me as I make my way back to the house, desperation fueling every step. It's been weeks since I've been able to have her the way I want. With my body still healing, it's been impossible, but the last few days I felt better, stronger, and now I plan on working through all this pent-up need. The door slams behind me, and I have her pressed against it in the next moment, smearing that pretty red lipstick. She moans into my mouth, hands tangling in my hair, as I dislodge the hat in her head to angle her in the way I want. I dive deeper with my tongue, tasting the champagne from her lips. Her nails scrape against my scalp as she tugs my hair, keeping me against her. My hands reach for the strings on her corset, working quickly to loosen them enough I can pull it apart. I break the kiss, only to work the dress down her, letting the heavy white fabric pool on the floor in a bundle of silk and lace. She stands before me in nothing but a pair of lacy panties and heels. My mouth fucking waters at the sight of her.
When you look at me like that,
Neve breathes, words trailing off. You are a fucking sight, I groan.
Are you going to keep looking?
She challenges.
Or are you going to do something?
I'm on her in a blink, hands reaching beneath her thighs to bring her up the door, her legs wrapping around me as she tilts her head to allow me access to her throat. I kiss and bite and mark, my fingers biting into her flesh as she rolls her hips against my cock, pushing against the zipper of my suit pants. Reach between us, I command. Pull those panties to the side. Releasing one arm from my neck, she slips her hand down and does as I have ordered, so I rest her against the door and shove at my pants, freeing my aching dick so I can press the head of me into her. We both groan at the feel, pausing to take a minute to soak it in.
Move, she begs. Please, Roman.
Goddamn. I grunt as I slide in further, body shivering as she envelops me. I pull out and thrust in deeper, again and again, moving her body up the wall with every drive of my hips. I press forward, making sure I'm adding a grind to her clit. Her moans are like music, fueling me to keep going. She has to get there first. That's the only way.
Play with that pretty pussy, Neve, I command. Come all over my cock. Fuck.
Her voice rushes out on a breath, and her hand dips between her legs. Leaning back, I watch her fingers work her pussy, dipping low to gather some of her arousal before she rolls her fingers over her clit. The back of her head hits the door as her body tenses, pussy starting to flutter around my cock. I thrust hard, bringing her up to that edge.
Don't stop, she cries. Please.
Her fingers move faster, and as her pussy clenches around my cock, it brings my own climax to the surface. My name is a moan from her lips as she crashes around me, convulsing wildly around my dick. I spill into her, fingers biting as I moan into her shoulder. After a shower, I have Neve tucked into me in our bed, her naked body pressed to every part of me. It will never be enough with you, I whisper.
We have time,
she replies just as softly. We do, I agree, tightening my arms. And I still don't think it'll be enough. She chuckles and shifts, turning until she's facing me.
I love you, Roman.
Always? I kissed the corner of her mouth.
Always, cowboy.
We hope you have enjoyed this production of Say You Need Me, A Marriage of Convenience, Cowboy Romance by Ria Wilde. Narrated by Hugo Locke and Angelina Roca. Copyright 2026 by Ria Wilde. Sound recording copyright 2026 by Dreamscape Media, LLC. Dreamscape is an RB Media audio brand. This recording is protected by copyright. Unauthorized copying, sharing, or distribution is prohibited. Thank you for listening. Discover audiobook giveaways, discounts, new releases, recommendations, and more from RB Media, the largest audiobook publisher in the world. Visit rbaudio.com.